All right, we will get started right now. I'm going to turn to Douglas to call the roll and give instructions.
Justin.
Pardon me, Justin, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Bradshaw? Commissioner Cruz? Commissioner Eager?
Here.
Commissioner Elliott? Here. Vice Chair Falcone?
Here.
Commissioner Gardino?
Present.
Commissioner Lugo?
Here.
Commissioner Mann?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Tiffany? Who was here? Chair Grisby?
Present.
Senator Cortese? Assemblymember Wilson? Chair, we have quorum.
Thank you so much. Please also do instructions.
Welcome, everyone, to day one of the June 2025 CTC meeting in Sacramento. Please note that because this is a two-day meeting, you will need to use a separate link to attend the meeting tomorrow. The links can be found on the first page of the meeting agenda on our website. Please use the questions tab if you have questions about this. The meeting agenda is located on our website at www.catc.ca.gov. All the presentations for today's meeting are also available on the Commission Meetings page under the View, Download Meetings Materials tab. Any document the CTC creates can be translated into any language you need. Simply email us at ctc@catc.ca.gov, and we will have them returned to you as quickly as possible. American Sign Language translation is being provided on the webinar for this meeting. You should see the translators on your screen. Live closed captioning is also available. Please select the Show Captions tab at the bottom of your screen. There are a number of language options available there to choose from. Presenters, if you're on the agenda to make a presentation, please do your best to be succinct. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating services adequate time for accurate translation. If you are presenting remotely, we hope that you would turn on your camera during your presentation if you have one. Members of the public, we welcome comments from the public as a part of each item at this meeting. For those attending in person, please submit a speaker slip to the clerk, that's me, here at the front of the room, to let us know you want to comment on an item. For those attending via Zoom, you should see the webinar control panel, likely located on the bottom of your screen. There you'll find the Raise Hand and Q&A tabs. We encourage you to use the Raise Hand feature as early into the item as you can to give the system time to acknowledge you. Commission staff will let you know when it's your turn to make comment. Alternately, you may use the Q&A tab to submit your comment. Please be sure to include the agenda item number that you are commenting on. Commission staff will read the comment on your behalf. As a reminder, each registered attendee is provided a unique link and phone number to access the webinar. These should not be shared with other participants, as this can create confusion for staff when calling on you to make comments. For all meeting attendees, please do your best to be concise. Be sure that your comments add new information. If you agree with the comments of a previous speaker, simply make that statement. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our interpreters adequate time for accurate translation. Since we often have many speakers, we ask that you make your point in 2 minutes or less. If for some reason we have many speakers on any single topic, we reserve the right to limit comments to 1 minute if needed. Thank you all for joining us today. We know your time is valuable, and we appreciate you sharing some of it with us.
Thank you, Justin. We will now turn to our Welcome to the Region, Darren Suen and Casey Lizon.
I think I see red. All right. Thank you, Chair Grisby. Good morning, commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here this morning to join you. We thank you for inviting the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, or SACOG, to welcome you and share a little bit about what we've been doing up in the region. Can I get the slides on the screen, please? Oh, great. Thank you. Next slide, please. Great. Thank you very much. My name is Darren Soon. I'm the current chair of the SACOG Board of Directors and a council member for the city of Elk Grove. We're a city of about 180,000 people just on the southern edge of Sacramento. I'm joined today with Casey Lizon, SACOG's Deputy Executive Director of Planning and Programs. I know our Executive Director, James Corliss, has been before you earlier this year in January. SACOG is where local government leaders across the region come together to advance the goals of economic prosperity, connected communities, and vibrant places. SACOG works with its 6 counties and 22 cities to solve similar challenges or challenges that are too big for any one jurisdiction to solve on its own. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I want to thank you, take this opportunity to thank you for the staff recommendation of $25 million in Local Partnership Competitive Program, or LPP, funding for the I Street Bridge. It's a much needed improvement to connect the cities of Sacramento and West Sacramento over the Sacramento River. The more than $300 million project with state, federal, and local funding commitments is greatly needed to improve connectivity between the two communities. It includes a conversion of the existing bridge, which also received Active Transportation Program, or ATP, funds, into a bike pedestrian facility to provide an additional non-vehicular crossing. There are currently few options for residents to cross the rivers surrounding Sacramento's downtown compared to other river cities across the country. We're working to change this, and one example is the city of Sacramento is moving forward with a design for a new bridge over the American River, the Truxell Bridge. It's an alternative to I-5 and a direct, dedicated transit right-of-way and safe bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. We're currently seeking federal, state funding to continue moving this project forward. Next slide, please. Our primary responsibility, designated by the federal government, requires SACOG to maintain a regional transportation plan that must be updated every 4 years in coordination with each member agency. Releasing the draft plan for public comment just a couple of weeks ago, we reached a major milestone in our Metropolitan Transportation Plan Sustainable Community Strategy, or MTPSCS, which we call the 2025 Blueprint. The development of this plan focused on a robust public outreach and is rooted in the triple bottom line of equity, environment, and economy. Now we need to focus on implementation, supporting our cities, counties, transit agencies, and other partners to ensure the plan can become reality. Implementation will drive SACOG's work for the next 5 years. Next slide, please. One example of Blueprint implementation is our Green Means Go program. SACOG's current long-range plan envisions an ambitious but achievable land use future with about 2/3 of the expected 278,000 homes built by 2050 occurring in existing cities, suburbs, and small towns, what we call infill areas. It envisions the revitalization of the region's green zones, which are city and county self-nominated commercial corridors, rural main streets, and other location-efficient places near existing jobs and services. It does this through a multi-pronged strategy aimed at providing technical assistance to local governments around meaningful policy reforms to make it easier and faster to build much-needed housing, funding for these reforms, and targeted infrastructure investments that reduce the costs and stimulate development. SACOG currently has over $11 million of planning funding and $44 million of capital funding on the street as part of this program. And we are already seeing housing getting built, like the San Juan Affordable Housing Project on Stockton Boulevard. Next slide here, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So you can see here this vacant site of the old San Juan Motel, which is straddles both the city of Sacramento and unincorporated Sacramento County, and is along one of Sacramento Regional Transit's most used bus routes. and also the future home to one of the region's first bus rapid transit lines. Next slide, please. With the help of Green Means Go investment, it is now the site of the San Juan Affordable Housing Project. A key policy of our draft 2025 blueprint is to continue the momentum of the Green Means Go program by identifying a stable source of funding, like the State Regional Early Action Planning Funds, or REAP funds, to continue this investment in housing in our region. Next slide, please. While land use is the key lever reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, transit plays a vital role in our region, providing economic mobility and improving the region's economic competitiveness. As you can see here on the slide, 68% of housing and employment growth is projected in communities with existing transit service. We need to triple today's existing weekday transit service to meet our greenhouse gas reduction targets. 5 to 10% of our region's households don't even have a car. Next slide, please. SACOG is focusing heavily on how we can support our region's transit providers in their work, increases competitiveness and ridership. We're hosting workshops, tours, and other educational opportunities for our board and partners. In fact, I was just up in the Seattle region with our executive director, learning how transit up there is being implemented in suburban communities. And so I'm really excited for this region as well, to do more transit in this area. Next slide, please. We're setting a vision with the next generation transit strategy, planning for a high capacity bus network that is fast, frequent, reliable, with a focus on riders who need it the most. We're also programming financial support through the crucial SB 125 funding, which is helping to sustain our transit providers as we plan for long-term financial stability. We were grateful to see the legislature reject the governor's proposed cuts to this critical program. Next slide, please. Now I want to zoom out and recognize the great partnership SACOG has with our two neighboring regions, the MTC Bay Area and the Bay Area and San Joaquin Council of Governments. Together, we call it the Mega Region Working Group. Each agency nominates 4 representatives from their board or commission, and the working group meets 3 times a year. We kicked this off in 2020 with the formal MOU. We've also held 2 in-person advocacy days in Sacramento. The work group discusses key shared priorities in long-range planning, implementation of zero-emission vehicles, roadway pricing, and works collaboratively to support funding for the 12 working group adopted transportation project priorities, affectionately known as the Mega Region Dozen. And it's paid off, helping us secure key grant funding to fully fund 4 of the Mega Region Dozen projects listed here. So thank you very much for your support. Next, I want to introduce Casey Lizon. She's going to talk about very briefly on how we do our work at SACOG. Casey.
Thank you, Chair Soon. Thank you very much for having us here. Commissioners, just briefly, we want to talk about how we've been doing a lot of our work, because we really, over the last few years, have sharpened our focus on how we can really better engage the partnership of local government and community members to really reflect the diversity of our region. And so what I want to give you is a couple of learnings that we have from that, which we are very excited to really scale across all of the work that we do. We are a diverse region geographically, politically, economically, demographically, and given all of that, state and federal maps for that try to represent disadvantaged communities or equity communities, they just don't reflect really the reality that our residents and our communities feel on the ground. And so what I have up on the screen here is just to try to snapshot out of one of our projects, the Mobility Zones projects, working across 6 counties, again, with community organizations and with our city and county staff and representatives. Across each of those 6 counties, we did a lot of work to understand what are the values within each of the counties and the communities there. And then we paired those values with with quantitative data. So looking at demographic, economic, environmental data to try to say, okay, given your values and what's important to you as far as equity in your community, how is that reflected on a map? And so really this tells a story that in El Dorado County, it's older people aging in place in fire prone areas. That is a big, equity concern there. In Sacramento County, it's refugees. We have one of the largest Afghani populations in the United States. And in Yuba and Sutter counties, it's a lot of youth who need ways to get around and don't have great ways to get places. Next slide, please. And so we took that and we paired it with, as I said, all of that data, and we came up with our bottoms-up equity priority map for the Sacramento region. So that when we took this to our board and went back to the communities and the local governments that we worked with, they looked at that and said, yes, this reflects my reality. And from there, we will be able to use that to develop our programs and our funding priorities so that we can build a pipeline of equitable projects to support the mobility needs in these communities. Next slide, please. The other program that is really building off of this is our Engage, Empower, Implement grant program. My colleague Rosie Ramos was here earlier this year to talk about it. This is our first time with a dedicated funding source for disadvantaged communities to work in partnership with their local governments to create solutions to the problems they've identified. And again, we're very excited that this is going to create a pipeline of projects that are fully supported across the very diverse Sacramento region. Next slide, please. And I hand it off to Chair Soon for the last slide.
Thanks, Casey. We just wanted to end this again on our Youth Leadership Academy, YLA. We know you've seen this before, but this is where we bring the next generation in and teach them about the work we do and what our member agencies do. We're really proud of every class this year as they come through learning about how we collaborate together as a region. As you can all imagine how exciting it is to see the next generation getting involved in this work. So this last cohort graduated about 40 individuals across the 6-county region. So we're really proud of this. And with that, I want to thank you again for the work that you all do to improve mobility in this state and the opportunity to be here this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the dais? Commissioner Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Darren, for being here today and SACOG for all the hard work you do in our region. I see firsthand the work you do to address our mobility needs, improve air quality, and then Green Means Go is a great program that will provide the backbone infrastructure to attract private investment to meet our housing needs and in the region. So I really applaud your efforts and look forward to working with you moving forward.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Cruz.
Any other commissioners? I'd like to give you kudos for finding a way to include rural and urban, conservative and liberal communities into equity values and what that means for them. So congratulations.
Thank you very much, Chair. Appreciate it.
All right, next up, we're going to move to voting on tabs 3 through 5. Justin?
There were no public comments on that last item.
Oh, yes, thank you. I should have asked that.
Yes, we will be taking tabs 3, 4, and 5 together. Tab 3 is the approval of the meeting minutes from the May CTC meeting on May 15th, 16th, 2025. Tab 4 is the commissioner meetings for compensation. And tab 5 is the committee member compensation. Staff recommends your approval.
Great, thank you. Any commissioner questions or comments on this item? Any public comment? Is there a motion? Moved by Commissioner Tiffany. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Cruz. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Next, we'll move to tab 6, Commission Executive Director Report. Tanisha.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Councilmember Soon and Casey, for welcoming the commission to the region. It's always a pleasure to host our partners here in Sacramento. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of your Youth Leadership Academy. It really is a phenomenal program, and I really enjoy participating in it. I'd like to start today with some congratulations. As you likely have heard, last week, the governor appointed Dina El-Tawanzi as Caltrans Director. Dina has been a strong partner during her tenure as District 4 Director, and I look forward to continuing that partnership at headquarters. Congratulations, Dina. I'd also like to thank Mike Keever for his continued partnership while serving as the acting Caltrans Director during this interim period. And lastly, I'd like to welcome CalSTA's new Undersecretary, James Hacker, as well. We're glad you could join us today, and I'm looking forward to working with you in your new roles. I'm skipping ahead a bit, but I'd also like to thank and congratulate the 5 Caltrans employees who were recognized with the Governor's State Employee Medal of Valor and who we will be hearing a bit more about later today. I'd also like to thank the Commission staff team for all their hard work leading up to this week's meeting. As the last meeting of the fiscal year, June always has a packed agenda, and I want to acknowledge the team for the many hours they've spent preparing the items for your consideration today and tomorrow. In addition to our small but mighty team of 39, this also includes Jaime, Christina, Nicole, and Christopher, and the whole team at Caltrans CTC Liaison's office. With the items on this week's agenda, over the course of this fiscal year, the Commission will have allocated more than $13 billion to transportation projects across the state. These investments and the careful stewardship of these public dollars are an accomplishment we all should be proud of. Thank you for all of your hard work, team. Commissioners, we have a busy agenda this week. Later today, Commission staff will present funding recommendations for the 4th cycle of Senate Bill 1 competitive programs. The investments we recommend today consist of $1.5 billion across the Solutions for Congested Corridors program, the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program, and the Local Partnership Competitive Program. Excuse me. With these Senate Bill 1 funds, the recommended investments leverage an additional $15 billion in federal, local, and other state funds, and combined, they will create more than 220,000 jobs. The suite of projects delivers on the statutory mission of Senate Bill 1 by expanding safe, multimodal travel options in communities across the state, reducing greenhouse gas and air pollutant emissions, and building a world-class freight system that ensures goods can move efficiently and support our vibrant economy, now the 4th largest in the world. Presenting these staff recommendations is the culmination of a tremendous amount of work on the part of the Senate Bill 1 staff team. Over the past year and a half, they have held workshops, updated guidelines, met with stakeholders and prospective applicants, and evaluated dozens of project applications. I'd like to congratulate Naveen Habib, Beverly Newman Burkhardt, Lashara Ward, and Matthew Yozgat, as well as all of our project evaluators, including members of our Interagency Equity Advisory Committee, for your hard work getting us to this point. Staff will also present the final programming action for the 2025 Active Transportation Program with the Metropolitan Planning Organization component. This component includes more than $60 million for projects selected by 7 of the large MPOs that will expand biking and walking options in those communities. Congratulations to Anya Allenbacher, Elika Changizi, and Jaden Gales for closing out another successful program cycle strong. I know you're already looking forward to kicking off Cycle 8. Commissioners, later today, staff will also present the draft guidelines for the 2026 State Transportation Improvement Program. As part of this process, Caltrans will present the draft fund estimate for both this program and the State Highway Operation and Protection Program. In both these programs, we anticipate having significantly less funding available for new projects than we did in the previous cycle, this time 2 years ago. We've discussed the 10-year, $215 billion transportation funding shortfall identified in our needs assessment at length in recent months, and we are now beginning to see the practical impacts of that shortfall in our work as a commission. As we work towards finalizing the fund estimates in August and adopting new programs of projects early next year, Commission staff is continuing to work with the legislature and our stakeholders to draw attention to this issue and help develop potential solutions. This week, staff will also present the Commission's proposed 25 through 27 strategic plan for your approval. The process of developing a strategic plan began last year and included a public workshop and feedback from commissioners, staff, the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee, and other partners. This plan is intended to guide the commission in the coming years as it carries out its mission to invest in transportation that improves communities, the environment, and the economy in fulfillment of the commission's vision for a safe, equitable, and multimodal transportation system for all Californians. We look forward to implementing this plan and reporting on our progress at future commission meetings. I'm very pleased that the entire commission staff team has been engaged in developing this plan, and I think that speaks volumes about the pride they take in their work and their service to the state of California. But I'd like to recognize one person in particular for his work in bringing this plan into reality, our Chief Deputy Director, Paul Goloshushki. Paul has shepherded this strategic plan through its development, and the document he will present later today reflects the care and thoughtfulness he and the entire team have put into this process. Thanks, Paul. Commissioners, I have one additional informational update. Commission staff recently held a virtual kickoff workshop to launch an update to the Commission's comprehensive multimodal corridor planning guidelines. Comprehensive multimodal corridor plans are used to optimize all modes of travel within established corridors in order to reduce congestion. By statute, a project must be in a comprehensive multimodal corridor plan to be eligible to compete for funding in the Solutions for Congested Corridors program. Commission staff expects to release the draft 2025 Comprehensive Multimodal Corridor Planning Guidelines in early July for a 30-day comment period. A second public workshop will be held at that time, and we look forward to engaging with the public and our agency partners as we work towards bringing final guidelines to the Commission in December. Commissioners, I have one staffing update today. Justin Mann, Justin Mann has joined the commission supporting our engineering team. Justin is originally from the Sacramento area and is also a recent graduate of Sacramento State. He is new to state service, and we are happy to have him join our team. Welcome, Justin. Really happy to have you. Before I conclude, I would like to take a moment to recognize a longtime public servant who recently passed away. William Bagley served in the State Assembly for 14 years until becoming the first chair of the United States Commodity Futures Trading Commission. He also served terms on the California Public Utilities Commission and the University of California Board of Regents, and perhaps most notably, 6 years on the California Transportation Commission, including a term as chair. Commissioner Bagley passed away earlier this month at the age of 96. I'd like to take a moment to offer my condolences to his family and loved ones and to recognize his years of service to his community, his state, and the nation. This concludes my updates. As a reminder, our next meeting will be in San Diego on August 14th and 15th. Commissioners, as I conclude my report, I'd also like to recommend your approval of the proposed commission meeting schedule for calendar year 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Taylor. We will now move on to public comment on this item. And first up is Senator Melissa Hurtado, District 16. And after her would be Assemblymember Greg Hart. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of this commission. It's an honor. This is my first time here, but it's an honor to be here in support of the work that we're hoping that could continue to go on in Senate District 16 in the counties of Fresno, Tulare, Kings, and Kern. For far too long, woohoo! For far too long, this highway has had a bit of a bad reputation. At times being called the highway to hell. And the reason for that is because of how dangerous it has been. It's a rural area for a very long time. The investments haven't been coming to the region, and we're making a lot of progress. There's a lot of growth, and I want to continue to support the safety of the constituents there and all of the Californians that drive through this freeway. And I'm here in support of the funding, and I hope that you can approve the funds for them. So thank you for having me here. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Next up is Assemblymember Greg Hart. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Grisby and Commissioners. It's really an honor to be here with you today and see so many good friends. I'm Greg Hart, the Assembly Member from the 37th District in Santa Barbara and South San Luis Obispo counties. Thank you to the Commission and the staff for recommending completion of the US 101 Multimodal Corridor Project in Santa Barbara. Our region has long embraced a multimodal transportation vision that we call a lane and a train. That includes expanded rail service, better bus connections, and a strong active transportation network. As one of the two north-south arterials in California, US 101 is a vital corridor for goods movement, tourism, and daily regional commutes. Thanks to our strong long-term partnership with the CTC, Caltrans, and Cal STA, we've been able to turn $180 million in local transportation funding into nearly $1 billion in improvements in our region. Approval of this funding will finally complete the last remaining segment of what has been a 16-mile, 17-year construction effort. I've been personally involved in this project for more than 20 years when I began working at the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments as the Public Information Coordinator in 2004. This historic day has been a very long time coming, and many people have worked very hard to conceive, plan, execute this project with deep engagement from the many stakeholders in our community and with your collaboration and cooperation. I'm deeply grateful for the CTC staff and commissioners and SBCAG staff and leadership and board members who have deserved tremendous thanks for persevering to delivering this truly transformational transportation improvement project in my district. Thank you, and I respectfully ask for your adoption of the SB1 competitive grant staff recommendations for the US 101 Multimodal Corridor Project at the appropriate time. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir. Next up is Mayor Randy Rousey.
Good morning, Chair Grisby and Commissioners. My name is Randy Rouse. I'm the mayor of the city of Santa Barbara and currently the chair of the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments. Assemblymember Hart stole most of my thunder in my notes, so I won't repeat some of the facts, but this is a crucial corridor. It serves a community and Vandenberg Space Force Base, as well as the University of California, Santa Barbara. It's a critical corridor for an area that is actually relatively expensive to live in, so we are very commuter dependent, both in the lane and the train concept. So this final piece of the puzzle is a real connection between Southern California and the Central Coast. And it's vital to our economy and certainly vital to the people who live in the area. We are a participating agency. As Mr. Hart said, we put in $180 million of Measure A funds, and the Caltrans has committed over $300 million of state dollars over the corridor. It's been a fabulous partnership. Caltrans has been wonderful to work with. We appreciate your indulgence in considering us for this funding, and we encourage you to follow through and finish up the funding. As we like to say, the 101 is almost done. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. That's a good phrase. Any other public comment in the room or online?
We do have past Chair Gardino has his hand raised.
Yeah, we'll do that when we get to commissioner comments.
We
Any
have no
public
other
comment?
online comment. Sorry, someone just raised their hand. Gail Pellerin, I will unmute you now.
Right, Gail, you're up.
Hello, how are you? Can you hear
Doing
me?
great.
Okay, good. Hi, so my name is Gail Pellerin and I represent Assembly District 28 in the state legislature. And I'm pleased to share my strong support for the adoption of the Watsonville Santa Cruz Multimodal Corridor Program, Cycle 4 project. And I urge the commission to adopt the staff recommendation for funding this important project. This project provides much needed congestion relief along Highway 1 and other local roads, and it reduces transit travel times. Many of my constituents face long commutes in our small county here in Santa Cruz, and it decreases single occupancy vehicle miles traveled and promote sustainable transportation by increasing access to bus service, biking, and walking. The introduction of new rapid bus routes enhances transportation equity by connecting underserved communities to jobs, schools, and healthcare. Additionally, the planned roadway safety improvements along Soquel Drive will benefit all road users. As a regional benefit, the project strengthens connections between Santa Cruz County, the Central Coast, and the San Francisco Bay Area. So I just wanted to express my strong support for this work and thank you for your consideration of adopting this important project.
Thank you, Assemblymember.
Thank you.
Any other public comment?
There are no other public comments at this time.
Great, thank you so much. Next, we'll move on to commissioner comments and questions. First up is past chair Carl Gardino.
Thank you, Chair Grisby and colleagues. I'm on my way, and forgive me that my flight just touched down from out of state, and I'm working my way up to Sacramento. I just wanted to thank and recognize Assemblymember Hart from the Santa Barbara area. I've had the pleasure of working with him for more than 2 decades. He has always been a staunch supporter of this project, and he expressed that this morning. But thank you for coming over to our hearing today to continue to try to advance what you believe is best for your region.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the dais? Hearing none, we can move on to Commissioner.
Do we need to vote?
Oh, we do. Okay,
I'll
yes.
take a motion.
Moved by past chair Eager. Is there a second?
Second, Bradshaw.
Seconded by Bradshaw. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Now we'll move on to commissioner reports. Any commissioners that would like to make a report at this time? Oh, yes, Senator Cortese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and commissioners. First of all, let me just indicate as the ex officio member from the Senate that, and I know we'll have a legislative report later, but we're obviously right in the throes of the budget process. We will be here basically through tomorrow, voting on budget items, and I suspect Monday will be more of the same. I will say, generally speaking, that's coming along well. So we will have a budget and trailer bills, and that process will continue throughout the summer, actually, in terms of the trailer bill process. So no major changes to report that I think wouldn't have already been expected. Let's put it that way. And I'll defer to staff for the remainder of the legislative report. I did want to touch upon something that we've been working on. I've been working on primarily with Senator Caballero and an additional group of legislators from both houses, which for shorthand, we talk about as concern for legacy projects. And some of that's just been stimulated or initiated by need, by the usual process of folks coming into our offices, talking about the need for augmentation for projects that are absolutely critical. And I know that that's on transportation projects up and down the state, probably a common refrain. But what has really been a concern is where do you go when you have something that requires a little more magnitude than what we typically do. From a Caltrans standpoint, of course, you know, we're dealing with them. And what I'm going to talk about next, just for a couple minutes, is something Caltrans leadership has been working with us on and it fully understands. But I wanted to use this opportunity to alert the commission to the same issues. And in fact, I know Senator Caballero and I will be submitting a letter soon, which will include the commission as a recipient on the topic I want to focus in on more specifically as an example of what I'm talking about. And that example is Caltrans is, of course, currently developing the 2026 draft project list, the 2026 shop draft project list. I think that's expected in January. But in the meanwhile, the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation is conducting a dam safety retrofit at the BF Sisk Dam, San Luis Reservoir, with completion expected by late 2027, early 2028. And so, as they say in the construction business, this is a today project. Following this, the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority plans to raise the dam by 10 feet, which is a wonderful thing from a climate resilience standpoint because it adds 130,000 acre feet of storage capacity, enough water to supply 400,000 homes annually. And the storage there is shared not only by the Delta Mendota area, but throughout in Santa Clara County, my own home county, full disclosure, but of course, all the way to Los Angeles. The dam raise itself is a $650 million project. And please, for purposes of today, I'm hoping you're listening as sort of an example of unmet need. $650 million, including $150 million to elevate a segment of Highway 152, which among other things is a major goods movement corridor. That'll be funded 70% by SLDMWA participants, 30% by the federal government. So at a time when we're seeing clawbacks, contract cancellations, and all kinds of other things across major need areas, issue areas, including transportation, here's an absolute commitment by the federal government to supply 30% of this project. The project can't happen without seismic and safety upgrades along a 1 mile stretch of Highway 152. And that highway, again, needs to be raised in order for the entirety of the project to work, to make sense. Either that or you would have to lose Highway 152, gain the water storage, and divert that traffic theoretically up Highway 5 to the 580 corridor to the Altamont, which I don't think any of us would consider a very good idea. So a lot of us in the legislature believe, among other things and criteria, it's inequitable to ask local water ratepayers in a few regions of the state that are using this major storage facility to bear the full cost of state-mandated seismic improvements, particularly given the broad statewide benefit. So we want, and when I say the broad statewide benefit, clearly a major highway corridor like 152, I think, as we all know, has broad statewide benefit. So it would be our position to urge that a portion of this need be funded or begin to be staged through the 2026 shop. Next month, Caltrans will provide the commission with the updated 2026 fund estimate, which will include several $billion in unprogrammed capacity. And this project, which is widely supported and has no known opposition, aligns with Governor Newsom's water supply strategy, known as adapting to a hotter, drier future, and we think should be prioritized accordingly. Just a couple other points, and I'll conclude. None of this is news to anyone on this commission, but leaving us short, should that happen, worst case scenario of these highway improvements, and assuming the federal dollars are either at risk or deployed, irrespective of our ability to meet the need on 152, neither is a scenario that that any of us would be happy with. But on the positive side, I think it's at least in the group of legislators that I'm working with, including Senator Caballero, and again, we've shared this with Caltrans. The countercyclical investment opportunities of these larger legacy projects is enormous at this time when we're losing federal dollars right and left. It's an opportunity to keep people working. And granted, just about every highway project in the state can make that claim, but really an opportunity for long-term workforce employment and development with the kind of apprenticeship programs and such that come along with the type of labor that are deployed on this kind of a project. So again, this was just an opportunity for an oral report from me, kind of a verbal FYI. And I appreciate the commission's, I know it's a long day today, and I appreciate the commission's patience in allowing me to run through that. Soon we'll have that all in a written correspondence to be shared by Caltrans, our own leadership who's been involved with this project in both houses at the highest levels, the governor's office, and of course the commission. I just didn't want that to be a surprise when it comes along. Thank you so much. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Senator. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Tiffany.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to mention, follow up with Senator Cortese's comments. This is really in my backyard, 152 and in Pacheco Pass, which I came over this morning, and so I'm very familiar with the project that he's referring to. It would have, as he stated, a huge impact on the area and the whole state of California in terms of water. The county I come from, San Diego County, depends on the water there, as well as, of course, Santa Clara County and many other areas. So just joining in to say that, yeah, potentially a great project, very important project. It's also, of course, in Speaker Rivas's backyard as well, coming from Hollister, San Diego County. So I just wanted to echo Senator Cortese's comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other commissioner reports? Commissioner Cruz.
Oh, and I just wanted to thank the senator for his comments and also agree the importance of that project as it relates to water, but also the infrastructure associated with, bringing our state in alignment as far as being seismically fit and whatnot. But thank you, Senator. I look forward to working with you as well.
Any other commissioners? I have a couple of slides for my report. Can we tee those up? Very cool. So I attended the California Foundation on the Environment and Economy Transportation Conference. The foundation brings together business, labor, and environmental groups to discuss pressing issues impacting our state in an environment meant for dialogue and understanding. I was on a panel with fellow Commissioner Joe Cruz, where we discussed natural disasters and climate change and how to prepare workforce and infrastructure for the changes already underway. I was also humbled to be honored during a Juneteenth celebration at the conference, emceed by our own ex officio member, Assembly Member Lori Wilson. Also recognized at this event was CalSTA Secretary Tokes Amashakin, CARB Chair Leanne Randolph, and Sam Asafa, Director of Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation. Next slide. I also was able to attend a fabulous event. This is the opening of the new Windsor Smart Extension in Sonoma County. Let's go ahead and play this clip. Just wanted to show how big the crowd was for this event. Very large. Folks are out to celebrate their new train station. Goes on and on. Next slide. And this is the official train coming through. We go ahead and play that one. Now, of course, Windsor is a town of 26,000 people. This is just a component of the multimodal work near the 101 corridor. These include bike infrastructure, improvements to Highway 101, and this new extension and supportive land use, including affordable housing. So congratulations to that region. Next slide. Where is that one? Okay. I also attended the Inland Empire's Monday morning meeting, a confab of local leaders from local industry, university chancellors, elected officials, and transportation leaders. The meeting was an excellent opportunity for me to hear about the region's economic development strategy and the region's transportation priorities. So I really want to thank them for inviting me down for that. Also want to once again congratulate Dina, one of our own from District 4. Congratulations. And that's my report. So moving on, we will move to public comment. Is there any public comment on this item?
There's
All
no
right, hearing
public.
none. We're moving on to item 8, CalSTA Undersecretary James Hacker. Welcome, James.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the commission and CTC staff and everybody for attending today. I'm new CalSTA Undersecretary James Hacker. Still new on the job. This is week 2. I think it's day 8. So playing catch up, enjoying getting to know the team, sort of learning folks' roles, as well as the large amount of work that's currently going on under sort of our agency's ambit. I've worked closely with CalSTA in the past, as well as with the CTC in previous roles. I came from the governor's office, where I was most recently deputy cabinet secretary, and before that, I was in the Senate. So I've been in and around transportation for a long time, and I'm excited to take this role and work more closely with you all. We can go to the next slide. I want to echo Director Taylor and Chair Grisby in congratulating Dina for being appointed, the current District 4 Director for being appointed the Caltrans Director. Dina's been a powerhouse with Caltrans for nearly 3 decades, and we're excited to have her at the helm. She's got wide-ranging leadership experience, a great deal of technical expertise, and a deep understanding of the transportation challenges facing the state and how to address them. This appointment's effective July 1st. We're very excited to have her on board, and I'm sure you'll hear more details about Dina during the Caltrans report later today. So yeah. And I also want to take the opportunity to thank Mike Keever for stepping in and serving as Caltrans Director following Tony Tavares' retirement. He's done a great job, and we're excited to hear more from him later this morning as well. Go to the next slide. Thanks. So now we'll jump into sort of core 4 updates. We'll start with equity. First, the Equity Advisory Committee, or EAC meetings. CalSTA has been working with the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee to establish ad hoc subcommittees, which I think you'll be hearing more about from my colleagues later today. In these subcommittees, we're excited to dig deeper into equity efforts around things like community engagement, policies and practices, transportation planning and program guidance, and data implementation. These topics are cornerstones of our agency, and we're looking forward to continue to bring ways to implement these areas and to drive solutions statewide. The Transportation Planning Subcommittee met June 18th and received an overview of the Transit Transformation Task Force, which is of particular interest to the EAC, and which I'll be speaking more about a little bit later. Moving on to sort of broader equity actions at the agency. Is that the largest work on our side has been continued coordination with our agency departments and commissions about new and changing federal direction related to equity. And so we're working with our partners to better understand the parameters and changing terms and conditions for things like funding, small business requirements, and sort of navigating the new and changing environment with our federal partners generally. We're also continuing to work with our sibling state agencies to develop clear program and policy language to describe the need for additional equity work and the impacts for projects and programs across the state, as well as to receive and to work with them on guidance for funded projects and programs to make sure we're continuing to drive these investments and get the benefits that we're all looking for. We go to the next slide. Talk about safety. Just a couple of points here. First, CHP's maximum enforcement period. CHP recently conducted a successful statewide maximum enforcement period, also known as an MEP. This MEP ran from 6 a.m. on Saturday, June 7th through 5:59 a.m. on Sunday, June 8th, focused primarily on speeding, which is one of the most dangerous behaviors we regularly see on the state highway system. During this MEP, officers conducted 21,414 enforcement actions, issued 17,949 citations, including 12,355 speeding citations, as well as 373 DUI arrests, all in the interest of sort of driving increased safety on our roadways. Moving on to DMV's driver safety program. This is DMV's program that promotes driver safety by monitoring and evaluating the driving performance of licensed drivers. In 2024, this group handled 134,316 DUI cases and 104,108 medical license cases. And data in from a recent program review showed that since from January 23 to May 2025, the timeline for processing DUI hearings went from an average of 176 days to 78 days in May 2025. And the timeline for processing medical hearings went from an average of 66 days to 35 days. Additionally, the branch or the team's improved its processing of DUI and medical cases not requiring a hearing to an average of 10 days, all of which helps DMV sort of process these cases and these issues more quickly, take the necessary actions, and make sure that we're keeping dangerous drivers off the roadway. Moving on to DMV's autonomous vehicle regulations, as Secretary Omishakin shared with you in May, the DMV has proposed updates and revisions to its existing autonomous vehicle regulations for the first time in several years. The proposed changes first would create a pathway for the testing and eventual permitting of heavy-duty vehicles above 10,000 pounds, and would also make a number of substantive changes to DMV's overall regulatory framework, including increasing things like enforcement abilities and increased oversight of reporting. The 45-day comment period for this rule ended on June 9th. On June 10th, DMV held a public hearing in San Francisco with CHP to collect verbal comment on the rules. The department is now in the process of reviewing those comments and looking at any necessary changes in the regs to or that may be necessary to respond to those comments. If the departments do make any substantive changes, they would re-release the change regs, and that triggers another 15-day comment period. So still lots of work to be done and lots of opportunity for public engagement before that process concludes. I'll move on to the Road Safety Action Plan. It's called the RSAP. Caltrans finalized the 23-24 RSAP, what's called the Completion and Evaluation Report, in early May of this year, which is basically looking at outcomes from that 23-24 plan. The 23-24 plan was the department's first ever and worked to integrate the department's safe system approach as called for by the Director's Policy on Road Safety. Lessons learned from that plan and that follow-on report have informed the 25-26 RSAP, which was recently signed by the Caltrans Chief Safety Officer on May 27th of this year. The 25-26 RSAP will continue to institutionalize safety across all of Caltrans's operations, which is critical for reaching our goal of zero accidents. And lastly, just a couple of CHP updates. CHP recently graduated 2 sets of cadets. First, cadet training class VI-24, which is the largest class to graduate from the CHP Academy since 2022, graduated 133 new CHP officers. They graduated in May, and they began work across one of the 102 CHP area offices on June 9th. Alongside them, the CHP held a graduation ceremony for the CHP's 6 new canine teams. That includes 3 patrol and narcotics detection teams, 1 patrol and explosives detection team, and 2 narcotics detection canine teams. And they began work earlier this month as well. So if we can move on to the next slide. A couple of updates on climate action. First, Governor Newsom recently issued Executive Order N2725, which is in response to the federal government's what we consider to be an unlawful pull down of our clean air waivers. The EO does a number of things across a number of different agencies, departments, and commissions, but most applicable to CalSTA. Directs a number of state agencies, including CalSTA, to assess additional actions to support widespread ZEV adoption across the state and issue recommendations to the governor within 60 days of issuance for sort of additional actions the state could take, including strategies for consumer protection, infrastructure build-out, voluntary engagement, as well as increased local partnerships. CalSTA staff will be working with other departments and agencies, including CARB, to develop those recommendations in response to the order in the coming weeks. My notes say May, but I think we will likely be reaching out to CTC staff in that process to help with it. And please contact our team if you have input on strategies through which the CTC can help us advance the goals of the EO. Other major item here is the Transit Transformation Task Force. who's been working away for the last year plus. Their key focus is still delivering the statutorily required report in October. All of the committee members remain committed to that goal and are working hard on it. Our recent meeting, which was scheduled for June 10th in Los Angeles, was rescheduled due to the ongoing events in LA. So that is tentatively set now for the second half of August, and so we look forward to continuing that work. Just a couple of points on other recent climate events. CalSTA's participation in climate events plays an important role in sort of agency leadership and in driving climate action. So a couple of highlights. The 2025 CalSTA MLIT Rail Decarbonization Forum. MLIT is the Japanese Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport, and Tourism. Occurred earlier this year down in LA. That implemented a 2024 Memorandum of Understanding between CalSTA and Japanese MLIT and looked to drive cross-border collaboration on things like infrastructure build-out, technology adoption, and broader decarbonization efforts across the state. Additionally, LA Metro's LAX Metro Transit Center grand opening occurred, which is the image you see here on the screen. This was a completed project, was many years in the making and overcome many challenges to get to the finish line. And its completion aims to be a boon to everyone who lives and works in LA or travels through LAX. It serves LAX, the second busiest airport in the nation, and will have direct connections to 2 metro rail lines and 13 bus lines across both metro and municipal buses, creating additional opportunities for transit use across the LA basin. And also going to provide for hundreds of thousands of people who will be attending the Olympics, the Paralympics, and the upcoming World Cup in the coming years. So we're very excited that one got across the finish line. And lastly, CalSTA staff attended the California Foundation on the Environment and the Economy that the chair highlighted. I participated on a panel with Congressman Vince Fong, and he discussed recent actions in Congress and with the federal government and the impact on California. And I discussed opportunities that the new administration and the state writ large has to continue to drive sort of our priorities. And we had, I think, what you would call a spirited discussion about places where we may overlap and places where we may not. But overall, a good conversation. We can go to the next slide. Speaking of spirited discussions, high-speed rail. We're excited that the project continues its forward momentum, and we're excited to share that as of June 16th, the Avenue 56 grade separation project in Tulare County, which you see here, was completed. It's the first major project, major structure completed in Tulare County. Project was previously impacted by the 2023 floods, but the new overpass is now open. It covers 219 feet and takes local traffic over the future high-speed rail tracks, which you can see there under the overpass. In terms of general project progress, we've now completed 53 major structures complete across the 119-mile initial construction segment, including bridges, viaducts, and grade separations. 69 miles of guideway are complete, with active construction continuing across Fresno, Kings, Tulare, and Kern counties. Construction is advancing on the nation's first dedicated high-speed rail yard in Fresno County, with completion targeted at the end of this year. In terms of workforce, the project is employing a weekly average of about 1,700 workers daily, with 97% of the dollars spent on the project going to California-based firms and generating an estimated $22 billion in economic impact statewide. Importantly, the authority is preparing a request for expressions of interest to begin the process of formal industry consultation to explore opportunities for formal public-private partnerships for project delivery and operation to attempt to drive some creative solutions that deliver project segments faster, potentially at a lower cost, while finding ways to commercialize assets and allow for the project to be financially self-sustaining and delivered on time. I'll take some plus for that one. Appreciate that. An important part of that, Governor Newsom's cap and invest proposal, which is currently before the legislature and I know is a subject of ongoing budget negotiations. Governor proposed including at least $1 billion a year for the project through 2045, which would help solve or eliminate the funding gap from Merced to Bakersfield and help stabilize project funding in such a way that makes it easier to sort of plan for the delivery of work, better schedule that work, as well as also by creating some of that funding certainty, make things like the request for expressions of interest that I talked about more appealing to our potential private partners. So we look forward to those conversations and to landing that conversation with our legislative partners. It's impossible to talk about high-speed rail without talking about the feds right now. So just a couple of notes on the recent letter from the FRA. We've reviewed the FRA's letter, and I think fair to say that the authority strongly disagrees with the report's conclusion. They've issued their initial response within the original, I believe, 7-day timeline, and they're working now on a more detailed rebuttal to the letter in the coming weeks. I think from the project's perspective, there have been no material changes to the project since our last successful federal review, which was in October 2024, when the project got a clean bill of health from the FRA. So the authority and the administration don't feel that there's any real legal basis to what the Trump administration is trying to do. So we're preparing our response to sort of rebut some of those claims, and we look forward to those conversations with our federal partners. Regardless of that conversation, the administration remains committed to the project and looks forward to delivering it as planned. Next slide, please. Economic prosperity. Just a couple of points here. First, the Tariff Roundtable, West Coast Ports. Want to thank the Commission for hosting a productive roundtable on May 19th. That included Secretary Omishakin, Director Dee Dee Myers of GoBiz, and CDFA Undersecretary Birdsong. Secretary Omishakin delivered brief opening and closing remarks, and we enjoyed a productive, I think, conversation with freight and port stakeholders, discussing impacts of recent tariff and trade disruptions, ways that they are adjusting to them, and then things that sort of working to talk through and identify ways that the state can help support some of their responses. CalSTA continues to engage with our freight, port, and supply chain stakeholders and just help ensure some of that open communication and data sharing so that we can be helpful wherever we can as things continue to shake out in the broader trade environment. Talking about that broader trade environment, just a couple of statistics on the tariff impact at West Coast ports. Just a couple of measures. First, container ships anchored off U.S. ports, which is usually a helpful measure of sort of port congestion. Post-COVID, we're averaging 1 or 2 a day anchored offshore. In early April, that went to 0 before stabilizing. Now we're back up to around 2. So, the overall ship traffic has fluctuated, largely driven by tariff-induced supply chain adjustments, particularly on things like EVs, batteries, and steel, which are major commodities moving through the West Coast ports. Blank sailings, also known as canceled scheduled vessels. So if somebody schedules a trip and then cancels it, blank sailings at Portavelli and Long Beach increased by 21% from 10 to 31 combined vessels. That's a very large increase. The associated capacity loss was roughly 215%. So, we went from 119,500 TEUs or 20-foot equivalent units to 376,400 TEUs in lost or canceled capacity. Ocean carriers largely responded by going to fewer vessels but larger vessels, which mitigated some of the impact. But the upshot is that we're seeing less cargo flow through the ports, which means less work at the ports, less work in the warehouses, and less business along the supply chain as a whole. As part of that, rates per 40-foot container increased from about $3,000 in early March to roughly $3,261 by April. It's a 12.6% increase as folks tried to sort of get ahead of tariffs or respond to them. Upshot is that as fewer containers are coming in, it's getting more expensive to ship those containers, which again, just sort of rebounds through the supply chain. All this rolls up into sort of cargo port volume declines. In May, Ports of LA and Long Beach, which combined handle about 35% of the country's containerized imports, dropped by 30 to 35%. Port of LA's daily vessel arrivals went from 12 to 5. Port of Long Beach saw a similar decline. Combined with the blank sailings, this will likely, in the coming weeks and months, lead to a sizable decline in cargo volume moving through the ports, which is going to, like I said, sort of have large knock-on impacts across the overall California supply chain, which could impact up to roughly 900,000 jobs. Some sort of specific impacts of those things, we're seeing some disruptions in the warehousing and inland logistics industries, especially in the Inland Empire. Cargo's down, although logistics experts are noting that there has been sustained demand for imported goods, which has mitigated some of the impact. But the question is sort of how long is that going to last? Farmers, especially in the Central Valley, have faced elevated import costs in fuel and fertilizer, and uncertain export prospects as sort of foreign tariffs increase or decrease based on US actions, all of which creates significant uncertainty and makes their business environment harder. In manufacturing hubs, areas like Fremont, who have a large semiconductor and EV footprint, are reevaluating expansion and investment opportunities, which has sort of led to a slowdown in deal making and project commitments. So that is the supply chain update. Moving on to DMV mobile driver's licenses. Number of individuals obtaining the MDL continue to tick up. More and more Californians are making the move. And as of about 15 minutes ago, the number of people on the mobile driver's license on the DMV wallet is 657,260. On the Apple Wallet is 687,436, and on Google Wallet is 124,848, showing sustained interest in mobile DL and sort of additional digital identity management. So we're excited to continue that work. Go to the next slide. I want to thank everybody for being here today and for giving me the time to speak, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Undersecretary. Is there any public comment on this item?
Yes, we do have one virtual attendee with their hand raised. Diego R. I will unmute you now.
Sir, you're on.
It looks like Diego R. has lowered their hand.
Okay, great. Any questions or comments from the dais for this item? Yes, Commissioner Elliott. Oh, yeah, Commissioner Elliott, and then
Mr. Undersecretary, congratulations on your new role. Exciting to see you in that spot. I have a question for you. If you can prepare a slide for the next time we see, which I believe will be in August. And Director Keever, I'm going to ask the same thing of you, so maybe it's just sort of one joint thing, which is there is an executive order that was issued last year, and the number is N2-24. It's around housing and how the different agencies and departments across the state can do more to work together to support housing goals. There are a number of places, especially for CalSTA, only one or two for Caltrans, where the agency is directed to do certain things, undertake certain efforts. Love to get an update from you at the August meeting or whenever is easiest for you on how the agency is doing to make progress on those goals. And Mr. Keever, I'll say the same to you. I won't ask after your presentation, but the same would go. Thank you very much.
all right, thank you. Commissioner Eager?
Yeah, just to clarify and welcome aboard, Undersecretary Hacker. I get the questions almost every day, so we want to make sure we put it out there. High-speed rail is continuing. More than 1,500 construction workers are still out there every day, and whatever's happening in the federal arena has not stopped the progress of high-speed rail. So I just want to make sure I say that, that you confirm that for me.
Hacker, please.
Yeah, that's correct. Although I would make a minor update that the current numbers I have for daily dispatch workers is north of 1,700. So the work continues.
All right, any other commissioner comments? Seeing none, thank you, Undersecretary, and welcome. Next, we're moving on to item 9, Caltrans Director Keever.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Grisby, Commissioners, Executive Director Taylor, Senator Cortese, Mike Keever, Acting Caltrans Director for the next few days. So what that makes me is the future former Acting Caltrans Director, but also the former as well as the future Chief Deputy Director. So it was just kind of fun to say, but I appreciate the opportunity to give the update here. If we could go to the next slide. So I too want to share in the announcement and the pleasure in having Dina El-Tawansi join us as our next Caltrans Director. When I put out the announcement, I wanted to make sure I had the opportunity. I want to say it here. I've known Dina for a long time. So this is my colleague, this is my friend, and I really look forward to working with you, Dina, in this role coming forward. And I just want you to know, how the good hands that we're in going through this transition. So Dina has 27 years of distinguished public service, and she's been, and previously we've heard comments on this, but currently in her role as the Bay Area District 4 Director, but she's held many other leadership positions, both in headquarters and Southern California as well. Dina has a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Cal Poly Pomona, as well as a master's degree in construction management from Long Beach State. She is a licensed professional engineer in the state of California and a certified project management professional. Dina's swearing in, as was mentioned, is July 1st, but Dina, they are not waiting. Your placard is up here and they're waiting for you. And so just again, one more time, if we can, congratulate Dina on that. We can go to the next slide, please. So one of the major items here on the agenda today are the SB1 competitive grants, and I wanted to say a little bit about this. So CTC will be considering, the next program of projects for the three main SB1 discretionary grant programs. So the Local Partnership Program, the Solutions for Congested Corridors, and the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program. And as Executive Director Taylor mentioned earlier, these programs will provide approximately $1.5 billion toward dozens of projects across the state over the next 2 fiscal years, addressing, and we've heard some of the public comments already, critical infrastructure needs and advancing the state's transportation goals. So Caltrans is one of many agencies that submitted applications for projects to be considered for this funding cycle. And while applying for competitive grant funding is a pretty routine process for Caltrans, we are the DOT for California after all, this cycle of project nominations marks the first time that we've used the Caltrans System Investment Strategy, a lot of you may know this better as CSIS, to help guide the prioritization of projects. So using CSIS, that fulfills a department goal to bring greater technical rigor and transparency in how Caltrans sets its investment priorities. It also fulfills a commitment made in the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, most of you know it probably as CAPTI, which was adopted by CalSTA in July 2021. So as this funding cycle marks the first time that we have used CSIS in this context, I'd like to briefly explain what it is and how it guided Caltrans project nominations. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, the development and the implementation of CSIS was one of the key actions outlined in CAPTI. Its development is also aligned with key goals in the California Transportation Plan 2050. CSIS is a data-driven framework and a performance-driven approach that helps guide Caltrans transportation funding and investment decisions in alignment with CAPTI. CSIS provides a tool that uses clear objective criteria to assess projects that are being evaluated for potential funding. So this tool, it allowed our Caltrans staff with their expertise and knowledge of the projects to provide their assessment using the CSIS tool to the Caltrans SB1 Executive Committee that deliberated and made the final recommendations to the Caltrans Director on the Caltrans applications that were ultimately submitted to the CTC. For this cycle of the competitive SB1 programs, each project that was submitted to the department for consideration was first screened for the project's eligibility for the specific funding program. In this case, TCEP and SCCP programs. So the evaluations were balanced with factors that included alignment with the program's goals, public engagement, project funding, schedule, statewide perspective considerations, among others. In other words, the project's alignment with CAPTI goals was one of many considerations for Caltrans project prioritization recommendations, which were provided to CTC staff. And if during the SB1 Executive Committee deliberative process, the CSIS assessment changed, Caltrans did not go back and change staff CSIS scores. Thus, the CSIS scores are not the final product. They are an important input into the deliberative process. So CSIS is a tool that Caltrans uses to assist us with our decision-making. Other agencies also competing for these funds have their own process to decide on what projects to submit to CTC. It's not part of the CTC process, which is published and documented by the CTC. So as not to interfere with CTC's competitive process, Caltrans does not anticipate releasing the CSIS-related scoring information until the week of June 30th. So this is the first cycle of using CSIS. It was an important part of our process, and as will be shown when we release the information, it was significant in our decision-making. We appreciate all of the input that we received during its development, and will continue to seek input as it evolves and improves over time. In addition, Caltrans is planning to conduct additional stakeholder engagement to address potential future updates to the CSIS framework that may be necessary due to emerging priorities, evolving data methodologies, or feedback on this funding cycle. We anticipate seeking stakeholder input on proposed CSIS modifications in the future. Next slide, please. So a little bit on where we are. We're wrapping up a fiscal year here. So just wanted to kind of hit a by the numbers on a few topics. So the first is safety. So since 2023, Caltrans has invested on average about $1 billion per year on safety improvements. These investments are prioritized for strategic highway safety plan challenge areas, which you see there in the slide, which account for the majority of fatalities and serious injuries on the transportation network. A single crash can have multiple factors, so it can fit into multiple challenge areas. For example, lane departures account for approximately 45% of fatalities and serious injuries on California's roads. To address this, we're implementing median barriers, rumble strips, safety edges, and horizontal curve warning signs, for instance. Additionally, Caltrans is using innovative project delivery methods such as the Highway Maintenance for Safety Program, HM4 for the wonks out there, to deliver those types of safety improvements much quicker than traditional delivery methods, so taking advantage of that program. And those examples of those improvements might include rumble strips, reflective markings, crosswalks, and wrong way signs, for instance. So with these investments, Caltrans is focused on implementing engineering solutions as one part of the Safe Systems approach to address safety. And we look forward to continued collaboration with partners to further accelerate safety in challenge areas, such as speed, as mentioned by the Undersecretary, and impaired driving. Next slide, please. So the influx of investment in infrastructure that California has seen from Senate Bill 1 and the federal IIJA bill in recent years has translated into record levels of construction work for Caltrans during the last fiscal year. At one point, we had more than 1,000 projects under construction worth a combined total of over $15 billion, so a record for us. Since the start of the fiscal year, we've been performing on average over $440 million of construction work every month, with a peak of just over $680 million in the month of October. So these monthly achievements translate into significant results on a much larger scale. And so far in fiscal year 24-25, we've completed at least 624 construction projects with a value of nearly $4 billion. Each of these completed projects represents tangible improvements in people's daily lives, enhancing safety on our roads and making commutes smoother and more efficient. And generations will be able to benefit from these investments. Next slide, please. I want to provide an update on PCH. So at the end of May, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers completed the majority of its debris removal on PCH, which paved the way for the reopening of the roadway to public use. Governor Newsom announced this milestone ahead of the important Memorial Day weekend. While very pleased with the progress we've been able to make so far following the LA fires, we're reminding people that repair and recovery work continues. This is a construction zone still. And there will be intermittent lane closures and work ongoing. There'll be the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit is in place to protect the people that are out there working. There's no stopping or parking allowed in the work zone. In addition, as recovery continues, we also have private contractors that may be working on safely rebuilding properties along PCH, and debris hauling trucks will be entering from Pacific Palisades. We're reminding drivers, and I ask that anybody that travels on this, please slow down, use caution, and protect those that are out there working to help you with the recovery in this area. Next slide, please. In light of the recent milestone on PCH, I'd just like to give a shout out to the hundreds of Caltrans and contractor employees who have gone above and beyond over the past several months to help the region recover from the devastating wildfires. So we've acknowledged them before. I just can't say enough the dedication of the people that we had out there right after these fires. So Caltrans construction and maintenance crews were on the ground the very day the fires broke out. They were working to shoulder with contractors to begin the long and difficult recovery process. And after months of this work, their commitment has not wavered. These people have been out there working 6-day weeks, 12-hour days since January 8th. Many of them averaging 12 to 14-hour days in the initial aftermath. And the response effort it demanded, and it thus received extraordinary endurance and dedication by these individuals. Very proud that this is part of who Caltrans is. In addition to the tireless efforts of Caltrans personnel, contractors have played a critical role in supporting recovery operations on the ground, including debris removal, slope restoration, traffic control, and electrical work that's going on out there. I want to thank everybody that has collaborated through this. We have our LA Director Gloria Roberts here. She's reported on PCH many times, many meetings and working to try to make all of this happen. I've been out there with them. It's incredible, the dedication, the collaboration that's taken to do all of this work. There's still a lot of work to do, but that progress reflects the resilience, professionalism of everybody that is out there. Deeply grateful to everybody that is doing that work on behalf of the people in California and in the Malibu and PCH area. Next slide, please. And lastly, last week, 5 Caltrans employees were recognized with the Governor's State Employee Medal of Valor. So this is the highest honor bestowed to public servants who perform extraordinary acts of heroism above and beyond the normal call of duty and great risk of their own lives. So I want to make sure I want to say their names, and I want to talk about what they did. So John Bedoya, District 8 Highway Maintenance Worker, and Isai Camino, District 8 Highway Maintenance Lead Worker, were acknowledged for their courageous actions taken to rescue a mother and her child from an overturned vehicle on Interstate 15 on January 7th, 2024. Vernon Ladd, retired District 6 landscape maintenance worker, and Jarrett Walter Lopez, District 6 equipment operator, were acknowledged for their heroic service rendered while assisting a group of children to escape their damaged school bus after it collided with a fuel truck on State Route 41 in Fresno on May 13th, 2024. And Jerry Prado, District 7 Maintenance Area Superintendent, for intervening in a suicide attempt and providing physical and emotional support to a community member in crisis on March 13th, 2024. We're extremely proud to work with people like this here at Caltrans who acted with courage and selflessness to save others. Please join me in honoring. That concludes my remarks today. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Director. Is there any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any commissioner comments from the dais? Vice Chair Falcone.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Acting Director Kiever. Just want to thank you for your service and your continued partnership with us. Appreciate your really walking us through the CESIS process and how that informed your project applications that went forward to SB1. Really appreciate that and understanding that this is your first cycle of CESIS. So appreciate understanding that better. Also, I want to also congratulate Dina, your incoming director. Really excited. You see a trend in leadership in transportation, and it's really exciting. And look forward to your partnership with us, Dina, and joining us with the dais in the future. But also want to, uplift your wonderful workers that continue. I mean, every time I see them on the highway, it's very humbling that they're there serving us, ensuring that our highways are safe and that they are maintained, and that they're providing jobs for workers. But, we always have to be mindful of their safety too. We need to serve them by being thoughtful in our travel along the system. So thank you for always highlighting your workers. Finally, I also want to welcome Undersecretary Hacker. I don't mean to hijack the Caltrans update, but looking forward to working with you. I'm not as organized as my esteemed colleague, Commissioner Elliott, but I do want to make this request, and I made this request last hearing about an executive order that the governor signed in regard, I think last April of this year, regarding generative AI and how it may help with road safety and reduction of congestion. Really interested in hearing how that'll be implemented in transportation and how these emerging technologies, will help us all, do our work collectively. So with that, thank you, and look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and definitely a +1 in all those comments. Any other commissioners' comments? Seeing none, we can move on to item 10, which has been withdrawn. On to item 11 with Carl Anderson, Regional Agencies Moderator.
Great. All right. Can you hear me? Awesome. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Carl Anderson with the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, and I'm here today to provide the Regional Transportation Planning Agency's update. The RTPA group held its June meeting yesterday afternoon at the Sacramento Area Council of Governments. We received and discussed key updates from our state partners. As such, I wanted to share a few updates with the Commission from our meeting and a few comments on specific items to this month's agenda. First, and probably the item that everyone is eager to talk about today, are the Cycle 4 SB1 competitive program recommendations. The RTPAs fully support the staff recommendations and would like to thank the SB1 team, specifically Matthew Yazgat, Beverly Newman-Burkhardt, Naveen Habib, Lashara Ward, and all the CTC and Caltrans staff who supported the review and development of all of these programs. It's evident that the recommended projects align with the voter-approved and legislative intent of each of these programs, collectively advancing the shared regional and state transportation goals. To round out this fiscal year's SB1 programming activities, the RTPAs are working closely with CTC staff and our local jurisdictions to ensure that the SB1 local streets and roads project lists for next fiscal year are submitted on time. Next, and also on this month's agenda, the CTC staff will present the staff recommendations for the Metropolitan Planning Organization component of ATP Cycle 7. The RTPAs are also fully supportive of the staff recommendations, which include $61 million in programming for 34 projects. I'd also like to thank the entire ATP team for developing a fantastic program this last cycle that will advance the safety and accessibility for numerous transportation users in each of our regions. The last set of agenda items that I want to comment on today are the draft 2026 STIP, or State Transportation Improvement Program Fund Estimate, and program guidelines. Caltrans staff presented the draft State Transportation Improvement Program Fund Estimate yesterday, which sets the funding for each county in the 2026 STIP. The RTPAs would like to thank CTC and Caltrans staff for all their hard work in developing the fund estimate and the program guidelines. The RTPAs look forward to working with the CTC to develop our regional transportation improvement programs that funnel up into the STIP through the remainder of the year and finalize the 2026 STIP early next year. And finally, at our meeting yesterday, we elected Louis Zhao from the Orange County Transportation Authority as the new moderator for the fiscal year 25-26 year. I'll officially pass the baton off to him, and he'll provide RTP updates to your group throughout the next year. That concludes my RTPA update, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Carl. It's been great working with you during your term. Any public comment?
Yes, I would like to call on Carolyn Reyes. You should be able to unmute yourself. Carolyn has just put their hand down. Thank you.
All right, no problem. Any commissioner questions or comments? Thank you, Carl. Next up is Keith Aaron Hoyt, Rural Counties Task Force Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Grisby, Vice Chair Falcone, Commissioners, Executive Director Taylor, and Senator Cortese. My name is Aaron Hoyt, Deputy Executive Director for the Nevada County Transportation Commission and Chair for the Rural Counties Task Force, representing the 26 rural regional transportation planning agencies and local transportation commission. The RCTF has not met since our last May meeting, so I don't really have any updates on recent conversations and discussions with CTC staff and/or Caltrans, but I did want to note that we are tracking the AB 744 Transportation Data Program, as well as today's SB1 program recommendations. The AB 744 program represents a great opportunity for rural agencies and other larger MPOs across the state to have access to more centralized data and tools that they may not currently have. Many rural RTPAs utilize consultants for this data because they have access to the tools, they have the expertise, where a lot of staffing at the rural RTPAs, we don't have the staff or the expertise to really purchase and invest the time on these tools. So I think this is a great opportunity moving forward. And then with SB1 recommendations today, they contain a suite of projects that will greatly influence and help out multimodal and goods movement projects across the state. There are even a handful of RCTF agencies who are on the list of recommendations for today's items. This has been a highly competitive program, and I commend all those agencies being considered for funding today in their efforts. I also applaud your staff for conducting an open and transparent cycle with the development of the guidelines, hosting office hours, and the due diligence that they invested today in order to arrive at their recommendations. I do have a feeling, and maybe you do as well, that we may hear some commentary today. That commentary may raise questions about the recommendations that we may hear from staff. But I think the real question in my mind is, do these projects being recommended for funding meet the intent of the voters, the requirements of the guidelines, and are they consistent with CAPTI? If so, they should be considered worthy of funding. These projects have been in the pipelines for many years, maybe even decades. And I think over time, we will start to see a slow change to maybe other projects that meet those ideals of what we want to see in the state. And as my last item today, and I'll close out my remarks, I'm proud to announce that the National Association of Development Organizations, this is in association with the rural planning organizations of the state, has awarded the Rural Counties Task Force Rural Induced Demand Study a Regional Excellence in Regional Transportation Award. NATO, National Association of Development Organizations, is a Washington, D.C. based association representing rural planning agencies across the nation. One of the initial goals of this program, of the study, the Rural Induced Demand Study, was to further conversation about rural induced demand and the understanding of it. We've achieved the goal, at least, of having conversations at the state level. I understand that the SB 743 working group is, picking up where that study left off in conversations at the state level of how to address this and this issue, but exceeded our expectations that we'd receive a national award. So I do want to say that the RCTF should be proud of what they're doing. They're small, but they're mighty, and to get some national recommendations just exceeds our expectations. So with that, I want to thank you again for the opportunity to present, and I would be glad to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. Any public comment?
There's no public comment at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything from the dais? Thank you for your report. Moving on to item 13, Keith Duggan, Self-Help Counties Coalition. Good afternoon to you.
There we go. There we are. Thank you, Chair Grisby. I'm unfortunately not going to receive a Caltrans pension. I'm not Keith Duncan. I'm just Keith Dunn, your humble servant. But I appreciate the promotion. I'm here today on behalf of the Executive Director of the Self-Help Counties. We've had a busy spring working with the legislature and policymakers to help move transportation policies forward. We're involved in a number of discussions there, many of which have been gone over already. So I'll spare going into those exact details again. I will tell you that we are and have just introduced legislation with Senator Perez to look at making sure that citizens who reside within transportation districts within a county are afforded their constitutional rights to move forward with citizens initiatives, and ensuring that they're doing that in a way that meets all the abilities that are given to them through the Constitution and recent court cases and other decisions, to make sure that those programs and projects receive full sunlight and the guardrails that are needed to make sure that taxpayers' dollars are protected. I do also want to tell you that I'm always thrilled to talk about intermodal, multimodal transportation projects. I know the SB1 program that's going to be discussed later in great detail includes many projects that some folks may have some additional thoughts on. But I want to tell you that Self-Help Counties, our multimodal approach to transportation infrastructure not only includes highways, but also rail, bikes, peds, and the whole package of programs. We often, all of us, talk about safety, and I'd be remiss if I wasn't able to look behind me here and to the men and women in orange and yellow, carpenters, laborers, operators, and if I've missed any others, I apologize, who are the front line of our infrastructure in the development and building and providing our safety. And as we look and talk about these projects that they are putting their lives on the line for every day, remember that they're the ones who are providing the safety for all of us as we look at roads and highways. And your SB1 program and the projects that you are considering today really do have a large component, not only of mobility, but also of safety. And I would just remind commissioners and I commend your staff for taking a holistic approach at these projects that not only are going to provide mobility for our communities, but also ensure safety, as the roads and highways are still the most used mode of transportation in our state and need to be supported, improved, and encouraged to have that safety component. So I'd like to thank everybody here who took time out of your days from your day jobs to come and make sure that we're doing the right things to provide safety for you, because you provide the safety for our communities. So thank you for that. With that, I would just also, thank you. I would like to say that Self-Help Counties is starting to prepare for, I think, our 32nd Focus on the Future conference, which will be in San Francisco again this year. I anticipate many of you will have invitations to participate in the near future, and we will welcome those inputs if other people have ideas. But again, thank you for the opportunity. It's good to see you all again. And with that, I'll be quiet and take any questions.
All right, thanks a lot. Any public comment?
There's no public comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything from the dais? I see Commissioner Bradshaw.
Hopefully not wasting any time, but you did mention pension in your first line there. You know, we have a real healthy pension running the CARP, so you ought to talk to those men and women out there. And how you,
I've
how
got
we-
my application in, yeah.
Maybe you'd be a good model, get you on some bridge work, Keith.
I know how to swing a hammer, so
No doubt. Thanks, brother.
thank you.
Thanks for letting me wise acre a little bit, Brother Chair.
All right, Commissioner Cruz.
No, thanks, Keith, for that report. And just to piggyback on the whole safety discussion, because we have seen an uptick in fatalities and injuries, especially in active construction zones in California. And we need to do a better job of protecting our workers, and Caltrans has made that a priority from day one. But there is a bill that's sort of in the process, and it's AB 289 Haney.
Yeah.
That maybe at some point we can look at that bill more closely and think about taking a position to support and protect our important frontline workers in California who are on our construction zones. So thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up, we're going to do our equity initiatives update. Sequoia.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners, executives, and ex officio members. Tab 14 features our standing equity updates item. I'll first provide brief remarks highlighting recent activities of the Equity Advisory Committee. Then I'll pass it over to EAC Chair Martha Armis Kelly, who will offer brief welcoming remarks, and we will close out the item featuring a short presentation from EAC member and disability and accessibility expert Peggy Martinez. I want to begin by extending deep gratitude to my colleague Sasha Linker and to the administration and human resources teams at the Commission and at Caltrans headquarters and district offices for collaborating and working expeditiously to ensure our members of the Equity Advisory Committees were able to update and process their onboarding documents, which came as a little bit of a last-minute surprise need. The hard work of these interagency teams ensures that committee members can continue to receive their well-earned compensation for their advisory support as members of the committee. So thank you for that interagency collaboration. And now onto my updates. The Interagency Equity Advisory Committee held business and executive meetings on May 14th of this year. At the business meeting, members discussed and approved 3 new ad hoc subcommittees, which will help the committee accomplish advisory goals associated with the interagency work plan. During the afternoon executive meeting, members, commissioners, and interagency executives discussed next steps on a draft mission, vision, and foundational principles for transportation equity, discussed the 2025 committee work plan, and received an update from the Caltrans Director's Office of Equity and Tribal Affairs regarding Caltrans community engagement efforts. And as mentioned, committee members took action during the business meeting to approve 3 ad hoc subcommittees, which met in mid-June and are the following. The Community Engagement Policies and Practices Subcommittee, which elected EAC member Randy Torres Van Vleck as chair. The Data Implementation Subcommittee, which elected EAC member Naomi Iwasaki as chair. And the Transportation Planning and Program Guidance Subcommittee, which elected EAC vice chair Ana Gonzalez as chair. So we really look forward to working with those new subcommittee chairs to prepare for our August subcommittee meetings. And the next full committee meeting will be held virtually on September 5th. With that, that concludes my remarks. I will pass it to EAC Chair Kelly.
Good morning or good afternoon, Chair Grisby, Deputy Director Tanisha Taylor, and respected commissioners and leaders present. I am very happy to be here today as your newly appointed chair for the Equity Advisory Committee. Thank you. I would like to thank the staff for all their expeditious and welcoming endeavors throughout this process. It was a little bit of a start for all of us coming back in our second term, and to be appointed as chair from my respective colleagues was quite a humbling moment, because I really knew that they were all basically new. They didn't know me, and to be respected by my peers and elected as a chair was very humbling, and I take it with a lot of honor. I want to also recognize Vice Chair Clarissa Falcone for taking the time and taking the lead on welcoming both Ana Gonzalez, Vice Chair Ana Gonzalez, and myself, and putting us under her wing and really kind of doing what Chair Eager had done for us in the other term. And I just want to say that I look forward to having time with each and every one of you to be able to learn and really focus, which I've had with you as well, to have an opportunity of understanding what are the needs for the commission, and to be able to lead in a manner that is effective and, well, moving and progressing. So far, we had a splendid start with the inclusion of our 3 subcommittees, which Sequoia mentioned, and their appointed chairs. Right now, I'd just like to mention that member Carrie Akimi Hernandez and I are working on an innovative perspective with our vision and mission statement. I can only share a few tidbits today, but I can tell you that has movement, and that's why I use that word movement, because it's not just a linear document, it's so much more. It has color, visual creativity as a component for further expanding the richness of our great state. As we look into meaningful ways to express equity, not only in written form, but in actionable and tangible outcomes, it gives me great pleasure to report that our collective work will not disappoint. Again, thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to coming back in the fall with a completed document, which will just explore that idea of movement and color and richness. And we see that in our state. And more than ever at this time, with everything that is happening outside of these doors, we want to be able to show what equity means. If that word was taken away from us, how would we show equity through our vision and mission statement? So thank you. Any questions? We're good? No?
Okay. Oh, I'm
Your
good.
turn. Okay, okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Peggy Martinez. I bring, well, I'm here from the beautiful north coast of California. Caltrans District 1 is my home district, and they have been very supportive of a lot of the information and concerns that I've raised, so I want to acknowledge that. Also, I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you guys about this, these concepts that may or may not be new to you. So the title of, oh, and I also want to thank Sequoia, because she's going to read a couple of the various items. My Braille formatting is a little compromised, so she's going to help me with that. So this talk is called Some Very Basic Concepts on Pedestrian Safety and Accessibility for People Who Are Blind. So we can go to the next slide, please. So this one is called Disability and Blindness Statistics. And Sequoia is going to read out this content here.
Sure, Peggy, thanks. The ADA defines a person with a disability as a person who has a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more major life activity. Generally, this means the inability to see, hear, or walk, someone with cognitive issues, mental health conditions, neurodiverse conditions, developmental delay, and more. 1 in 4 Americans has a disability, according to the CDC from 2020. And according to the estimates from the 2022 National Health Interview Survey, 50.18 million American adults aged 18 and older reported experiencing some degree of vision loss. Of these, 3.89 million adults have a lot of trouble seeing, even when wearing glasses, and 340,000 cannot see at all.
Okay, so I think it's important to sort of articulate these concepts as we consider safety for people who are blind specifically. But I think it's important, though, to sort of state what is known about disability. People's experiences are very different based on whether, a person is born with a disability, whether a person acquires a disability later in life. We know that we have a large number of seniors coming into the disability realm. Disability also does span every socioeconomic and every other demographic that exists. So people want to get to school and work, they want to contribute, they want to do all the various things that any person would want to do in their lives, and transportation and access and safety being this incredibly important component. So I'm now going to show several slides that are sort of designed to be a vision simulation set. And these slides were, I'm showing with permission by the people who had this idea, which I think is a really interesting idea, to show you guys a little bit about vision loss specifically. So let's move to the next slide, Sequoia, or person who's ever doing slides, sorry. All right, so what I'm showing here, the thing about this slide is it's just showing a busy intersection. We have a pedestrian, we've got a crosswalk, we've got lots of different things going on in this intersection. This slide is basically illustrating what it would look like for a person who has full vision. Okay, all right, so the next slide, let's go to the next slide. This one is basically the same intersection, but its focus and function is to show what it would look like if you basically had like low vision or just some kind of vision acuity issue. And in this case, we're just looking at blurred vision. Okay, so that's a person just using their vision. All right, so let's move to the next slide. All right, so this one is the slide showing the person, the same busy intersection. And the point here is that the person has no central vision. So this is what someone would experience who had no central vision. All right, we can move to the next slide. All right, so this is when a person has only central vision, they've got peripheral vision loss. So our intersection is sort of shrinking, and it's becoming more and more challenging for different sets of people. All right, so let's look at the next slide. So this is a slide, and it's illustrating what that intersection would look like by a person who has no usable vision. So, just sort of taking you through this little journey to give a sense of what some people experience. And in the next slide, which we'll talk about, look at now, I think the question then becomes, well, all right, if a person is blind or vision impaired, what do we do? How do we learn? How do people navigate? And so Sequoia is going to read us the content for this slide, which is called Orientation Mobility, or I'll just repeat that, Orientation Mobility Independence Training. So we do receive independence training, but I'll just say that really quickly that this particular field of trainers, there's a shortage of orientation and mobility trainers. So if you know any interested people who would like a very fulfilling career, this is one. So Sequoia is going to read us a little bit about this.
Thanks, Peggy. The white cane and the dog guide are the primary navigation tools used by people who are blind and deafblind and are internationally recognized navigation symbols. People who are blind and deafblind learn cane travel and dog guide skills from master's level certified orientation and mobility specialists or professionals with a national mobility and orientation certificate. Orientation and mobility training occurs throughout the lifespan to accommodate learning environments such as neighborhoods, high schools, college or corporate campuses, a new city or town, recreation area or park, etc. When one has, quote, appropriate orientation skills, one possesses the ability to independently orient in most settings, being clear on the current location, the direction of travel, and the chosen destination. When one has, quote, appropriate mobility skills, one can employ the tools, the modes, and the means for independently and safely navigating to the chosen destination.
We'll leave it there. You know, that's really, I guess the next slide is we're gonna discuss a little bit, let's move to the next slide. Because I want to talk about influences that affect safe pedestrian travel. So I just want to say really quickly though, that, you know, you have your orientation and mobility training, you've learned how to cross different types of intersections, you know, you learn how to board buses, you learn how to navigate in large open spaces. You know, there are a lot of variables that occur when things are either installed in inconsistent ways, when there are various, you know, obstacles and various factors that prevent people from feeling or being safe and then feeling safe in their environment. So we're going to look at this next, the content of slide 9, and as I said, it's influences affecting safe pedestrian travel. And again, we're focusing on people with sight loss.
All right, these include decibel level and ambient noise, quiet cars, e-bikes and scooters, protrusions and obstructions on walking paths, lack of tactile reference points, and lack of related professional and public education or awareness.
So the decibel level, as we, you know, most of us know who can hear, we know that decibel level can greatly affect many variables as we navigate. You know, when we've got really great acoustics within a room, it's great. When things are really loud, that's really challenging. When we're out on the street and we've got a lot of noise from vehicles, or we have no noise from silent cars, this is a very huge consideration. And well, I'll just slip in here. This is why I think pedestrian hybrid beacons are so important, because they actually cause motorists to stop, where other tools suggest that motorists stop, but motorists often don't stop. And when you have a quiet car that you can't hear traveling toward you or stopping or whatever, it makes it very hard. So quiet, you know, silence can be just as challenging as noise. All right, so protrusions and obstructions, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. You know, if when the infrastructure is designed with poles and hydrants and guy wires obstructing sidewalks, that can be problematic. So yeah, lack of tactile reference points. We know that truncated domes are used to separate people from, you know, the pedestrian path from the vehicular path. And my next slide is going to talk about that. But yeah, essentially, I mean, I could talk a long time and I'm worried I'm taking too long. But anyway, so yeah, public education is a very important piece. And this is something that I and my colleagues are not, we'd like to see a lot more of. We'd like to invite, who, any, Caltrans and CTC and CalSTA and anybody that is interested in this. We do have lots of knowledgeable people that would be glad to help. So let's look at the next slide. We just have a couple more to go. So this next slide is basically a shared use path. And so a shared use path being a pedestrian and cycle path that is shared. So the thing about this particular one is that it has a line that is drawn or that is painted on, but there's no way for the blind pedestrian to tell where the pedestrian side of the shared use path is. So let's just go to the next slide, please. So this next one is showing a tactile delineator. So this is something that's become, more known and becoming used now. We have some installed. I was just in San Francisco, and this is where this picture was taken, just at the last CTC meeting, actually. But so it's a not only is it tactile, but it is it has high color contrast. So it can be viewed by people with low vision, and it can be very useful for people who have no vision and are using their canes, because we definitely really need and appreciate tactile reference points. Okay, we'll move on to the next slide. And I want to, let me see, I'm just making sure I'm at the right thing. Yeah, so this is an intersection that has been installed, or the pedestrian aspect of the intersection that has been placed incorrectly. And what I'm showing here is that the two poles that are containing the pedestrian push buttons are not, well, sorry, we're seeing a ped pole that's in a planter. And that is going to obstruct somebody's potential reach range to actually approach the ped push button. Also, that is not aligned with the crosswalk, which I'm honestly not sure if that's viewable, if you can see that it's not aligned. But my purpose for showing this particular picture was that because this pedestrian pole is inside of a planter, it's not a consistent way of locating a ped pole. And it's also potentially out of the reach range for a lot of people. Okay, so this next slide is an intersection with everything done nicely, and all the alignment is right. The truncated domes are aligned properly within the crosswalk. The ped poles and the tactile arrows and everything are all aligned. And this is what we are wanting to point out to you, that when, there are requirements and regulations for correctly installing pedestrian safety and accessibility infrastructure. And we just would like to see that really be carefully reviewed before things are installed. Because once stuff's installed, doing retrofitting is, as we know, extremely expensive, and it really doesn't happen in any kind of timely way. And then the way that a person would potentially get to school or work or to wherever their destination is then compromised. And then, that person may not be able to actually even travel using that roadway or that crosswalk. So thank you so much for listening to my presentation. I think it may have gotten a little lengthy. Questions? Anybody?
Thanks, Peggy.
Yeah.
So any public comment on this item?
There's no public comment on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the dais? Vice Chair Falcone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Member Martinez, for being here and providing a very unique perspective and very impactful perspective of the challenges that the visually impaired face in traversing our infrastructure, and really helps inform the importance of design when we're looking at planning our transportation projects and how we invest. So thank you for that. And the visuals were very, it was really impactful for us, I think, if I can say it collectively for everyone, that it was, very, it really brought us to your world and, what you have to experience every day. On that note, on investments, I really want to uplift EAC and the continued work that you all do. You're so integral with providing your perspective and providing a real human face representing communities that haven't traditionally been at the table. And so thank you, especially as we're looking at, our projects that are being considered for funding with SB1. Thank you for, informing our guidelines and also participating in our project selection. And so having your voice and your assessment of, what we're doing at CTC, at CalSTA, Caltrans, I can't, understate how or overstate how important you are to what we do. So thank you again for being here, Member Martinez, and congratulations again to Chair Armis Kelly. I think she's still here. I think she may have stepped up. Oh, there you are in the back, for being here, and we look forward to your continued partnership.
Okay, I just want to add one last piece because I'm not trying to, have people think that my world is a world that is, not a good place to be. It's a fine place to be. What we're asking for is just attention to detail and good design and solutions. That's really my request and my purpose. So thank you.
Yeah, I do have a comment, Peggy, which is, my mom is losing her eyesight and she talks a lot about this attention to detail that you referenced. And it's nice to see it framed in this way that's understandable so that folks can see. It also reminds me of the curb cut effect brought up by Angela Glover Blackwell, the idea that these improvements benefit everyone. So thank you for highlighting this. Any public comment? Did they already ask that? Okay, great. So now we're going to break for lunch because clearly I need it. We'll be back in an hour. All right, we're going to start. Oh, we don't? Okay, we're going to begin with item 15. Justin.
Great. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tab 15 is the update on state and federal legislative matters. The book item attachment includes a list of bills monitored by Commission staff. Staff is not recommending any positions on additional bills at this time, although the Commission previously adopted a support position on SB 470 by Senator Laird, and that bill is still moving through the Assembly Committee process. Policy committees will continue to meet until the legislature adjourns for summer recess on July 18th, and then the Senate and Assembly will return on August 18th to complete their work for the year. As mentioned earlier, This week, the governor and legislative leaders announced a $321 billion budget deal for fiscal year 2025-26. The budget deal contains no significant changes impacting the commission's funding programs, but it does commit to establishing $750 million in no-interest general fund loans to Bay Area transit agencies. It also defers final negotiations on the extension of cap and trade or cap and invest until later in the summer. And commissioners, this concludes my report.
Thank you. And there's an A next to, is there an action item?
No.
Great. Any public comment on this item?
I'm not seeing any public comment on this item. Thank you.
All right. Any comment or question from the dais? Seeing none, thank you so much, Justin. We're going to move on to actually item 16 is still Justin.
Great.
All right.
Tab 16 is an informational item. Keith Duncan from Caltrans Budgets will present the item on budget and allocation capacity.
I think that works. Thank you, Justin. Chair, Commissioners, good afternoon. Happy Thursday. Keith Duncan, Caltrans Budgets, and I'll be presenting tab 16, the budget and allocation capacity update. Next slide, please. All right. As noted on your agenda material and the slide before you, Commission through May has allocated about $5.6 billion onto 738 projects. That represents about 46% allocated through the year, through the month of May. We know that the agenda has over $3 billion, so no pressure, but that is another sizable investment to be able to be made. Some of the questions we do get about this slide, the intent of this slide is to be kind of a checkbook, so you can monitor how the allocation capacity is spent every year. Next presentation will be the draft fund estimate presented by my friend Garrett Franklin. The fund estimate is set for both the SHOP and the STIP, the State Highway Operation Protection Program and the State Transportation Improvement Program. Both the fund estimates are intended to set the base funding for every year. The intent of this slide, as well as in your agenda material, is to be able to monitor how we're making progress on using those available funds. So there is a nexus between why this slide is made and then with our annual, with the biannual fund estimate. Next slide, please. Oh, there we go. Here just showing how the current year compares to prior years from a percent allocated. As you can see, the current year is the bolder reddish orange line. And as you can see, we were kind of in the middle there through the fiscal year, but now we've kind of reached last year's highs. So we're making great progress there. Next slide, please. Here is just showing the total dollars, so the aggregate allocated for the year. You can see we're there still below last year's highs. Again, no pressure. There is over $3 billion. So if we were to get all those funds allocated, we could potentially have our highest amount allocated that we've seen over the last several years. So again, no pressure. Next slide, please. All right. As been asked before, we just want to provide a quick update regarding the federal funds, at least from a fiscal management perspective. From a Federal Highway Administration, FHWA core formula funding perspective, that's the core funding for all the programs within the commission activities or the commission programs. Those funds continue uninterrupted. We continue to be able to authorize projects, obligate funds, get full reimbursement, so that our core formula funds continue uninterrupted. So that's a good thing. The loan exception, it continues to be the NEVI, the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program. That's the program that Caltrans works with the Energy Commission to administer. Those funds continue to be on hold as we await guidance from the federal government when it comes to what clarification or what changes, policy changes are going to be made. In relation to the discretionary funds or the discretionary or the competitive programs, unfortunately, those grant funds awards are still kind of delayed as those program guidelines continue to be revised. We do have a couple that, as mentioned in May, we do still have a couple grants that are coming through later in the agenda, an allocation for a little over $30 million for the Otay Mesa Port of Entry project. Part of that is grant funds. And then also looking to potentially fund additional funding for that project grant funds at the August meeting. But we'll continue to keep you apprised on that when we get to the August meeting. Let's see. And then I think one of the items, just a brief update. I know Commissioner Elliott back at the January meeting was asking questions about if there's any delays when it comes to federal aid for emergencies. Specific to the Federal Highway Administration funds, the Emergency Relief Program, we continue to get funds through that program. They usually send out tranches probably twice a year. The one hindrance there is that there's only $100 million apportioned for this program nationwide. When we're looking at $1 billion for Caltrans emergencies, it does a little bit of a delay in getting some of those funds, but that is just a normal process. The good thing is that that ER program does continue. That doesn't take into account other commitments that have been made by the federal government to help us when it comes to relief. Those funds will continue to monitor those, but at least from the ER program, those funds do continue to be flowing. Next slide, please. All right, knowing that July 1st is just a couple days away, happy early fiscal year. We like to try when it comes to the June meeting, give you a look ahead to what next year's base funding capacity across all the programs within your purview. So you're looking at about $6.8 billion in total across all those programs. Again, STIP, SHOP, I've already done the acronyms. Those are based on the 2024 fund estimate. And then as we go to next year, we'll be able to add this next fund estimate. And just for quick clarification, any unallocated funds that was provided from the first slide, any unallocated funds, they'll be added to this total. So at the August meeting, we'll be able to add both your base funding as well as the unallocated funding. So we'll see what your total amount is when we report back in August. Next slide, please. Looking ahead, again, July 1st, enactment of the new budget. Justin has already hit on the major items from transportation perspective. So we are awaiting the work by both the legislature and the governor there. The annual inflationary adjustment to gasoline and diesel excise taxes as is required by the passage of SB 1 several years ago. In August, my friend Garrett will be presenting the fund estimates for your consideration for adoption. And then I'll also be presenting the final allocation capacity so we can see what our targets are for next fiscal year. Next slide, please. With that, as always, I want to thank CTC staff, Caltrans Financial Programming, and our Caltrans Budgets team. Several $1 billion managing, especially the chaos. I call it chaos when it comes to managing the federal funds. It takes a team effort. So I want to appreciate everyone's help, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Keith. Is there any public comment?
There's no public comment on this item.
All right, any commissioners, anyone in the dais has a question or comment? All right, thank you, Keith. Next is item 17, Vincent.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Item 17 is an informational, or excuse me, tab 17 is an informational item, and Garrett Franklin from Caltrans Budget will present the draft 2026 State Transportation Improvement Program and Aeronautics Account Fund Estimates.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Garrett Franklin, Caltrans Division of Budgets. I'll be presenting the draft 2026 State Transportation Improvement Program and Aeronautics Account Fund Estimate. Next slide, please. So as was discussed during the development process, prior to providing the proposed fund estimate for adoption, the department provides draft tables for your review and insight. We'll continue to work with commission staff to incorporate any questions and review that you have. In addition to that, the 25-26 enacted budget, as well as any associated signed trailer bills that are available at the time of the August meeting, will also be incorporated into the proposed tables. Next slide, please. So a few key factors have impacted capacity for this 2026 cycle. Overall, the combined total revenues are relatively consistent over the fund estimate period. Although the fuel consumption is projected to decline, the funding impact is almost entirely offset by the annual adjustment inflator to the excise tax. Commitments have increased to a larger amount of unprogrammed costs. Most notably, both the frequency and the severity of emergencies in the state have increased in recent years. Due to the nature of these type of events, the outlay of funding usually occurs more quickly than a typical SHOP project. In the last 3 years, the amount of emergencies has been double and even triple the amount of emergency relief that the state receives from the federal government. Supplemental allocations in greater than 120s reflect prior approved adjustments to costs. And also general fund adjustments to the state highway account influence the amount of funding that's made available for subsequent SHOP. Next slide, please. This table displays the draft target capacity for both the STIP and for the SHOP. STIP target capacity over the full 6-year period is approximately $3.3 billion. And over the 6 years for SHOP is almost $27 billion. This represents a STIP target capacity that's approximately 4.7% smaller than the 2024 cycle and approximately 13.5% smaller for SHOP than in the prior cycle. Directly underneath each program's target capacity is the balance of the 2024 program. And under that is the annual difference and the cumulative new capacity available. New capacity for STIP is $1 billion and for SHOP is $11 billion. Next slide, please. Moving over to the aeronautics account fund estimate, which is prepared and provided concurrently with the STIP fund estimate. Total programming capacity is $9.5 million over the 5-year period. And this already accounts for $1.5 million in annual airport credit grant program funding each year of the fund estimate. Next slide, please. So there's 2 major milestones remaining in the fund estimate development process. The first is the STIP guidelines and fund estimate workshop that'll occur next month on the 22nd. And then, as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, incorporating your feedback and guidance, the proposed tables will be made available for the August meeting for the proposed adoption. Next slide, please. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Is there any public comment?
Yes, we have one hand raised. AC, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, I was just wondering if you could stop highway widening. That's my question.
Thank you. That's not germane to this particular item, but thank you for calling in.
Okay, thank you.
Any other public comment?
I'm not seeing any other public comment for this item. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything from the dais? Commissioner Tiffany.
Thank you, Chair Grisby. Garrett, I wanted to dig a little bit further into the new program capacity for both STIP and SHOP. And I asked this question of CTC staff to compare it to the previous cycle. And from the numbers I see, there's a fairly substantial difference from the prior cycle. I don't know if you have it in front of you, but what I have is that the new program capacity is going down about 37% for STIP and about 34% for SHOP, which is pretty significant. I guess I know you spoke already about revenue is pretty stable. So you touched on the emergency areas, which is creating quite a bit of problems. So maybe could you dig into that a little bit further? Because, like I said, the comparison is fairly significant difference. And if it's not an issue of revenue, then it sounds like there's other concerns. And I'm asking this question just from from our point of view, is there anything that we can do or Caltrans can do going forward to put ourselves in a better position in maybe future cycles?
Thank you for the question. So STIP is unique in the sense that prior to the 2024 cycle, there was considerable front loading because at that point in time, the revenue stream was a little bit smaller. But then beginning with the 2025 cycle, the way that the program was programmed was relatively consistent funding. And so now that we're 2 years on from that program, instead of seeing the otherwise reduced program availability for the existing program in those out years, there's a new higher amount. So from that new capacity standpoint, even though the target capacity is slightly less than the 2024 cycle, because we have the tail end of the current program programmed to a higher level, it has a more dramatic impact on the new target, on the new capacity for the 2026 program.
Now, is that also the case for SHOP as well?
SHOP is different in the sense that, to your keen point, the emergencies have resulted in a sizable increase that was funding that was otherwise available for SHOP. So because it's state funded initially with the goal of receiving the emergency relief at some point in the future, the department basically has to account for that upfront. And given that those projects do spend considerably faster, it has an even more dramatic effect on what's available for the subsequent cycle.
And then a related question regarding the revenue. You're saying inflation pretty much offsets the situation with the reduction in fuel. At what point do you see that flipping? There's going to be a point where we're going to start seeing that revenue stream drop potentially significantly. What are you projecting on that?
So as far as what we have seen from the Department of Finance, knowing that the fund estimate goes out to fiscal year 2030-31, we see the decline in consumption almost entirely offset by the inflationary adjustment. That said, the rate of decline does increase as those years go out. So I would say as early as the next fund estimate cycle is when that conversation is going to be even more acute. And also any changes at the, at the federal level or perhaps even within the state with things like the increase in zero emission vehicles would also have an effect on that. And it kind of speaks to the benefit of this being an iterative process that occurs every 2 years. Because even though the program extends beyond that, it gives the department and the commission an opportunity to level set on where we are and make those adjustments.
Okay, thank you for your answers.
I have a follow-up to Commissioner Tiffany's question. So just for my edification, you're saying the revenue is stable because of the inflation adjustment, right?
On the excise tax, you are correct, yes.
But that would mean that we don't have a hedge against inflation, so there would be a decline in purchasing power, correct? That would be bigger than the numbers presented here.
Correct. And the idea that despite the declining consumption, the revenue is relatively stable is not going to be the case if the consumption continues to decline at a more aggressive rate. And as you're saying, with the hedge for the increased costs.
Okay. Is there a figure on what that lost purchasing power might be? Because we may already be in that situation now, right?
I don't have that available, but we will work with commission staff to get you that.
All right, great. Thank you. Any other questions from the dais? Hearing none, thank you so much for your presentation. Next up, we are going to item 18, Lori Waters.
Good afternoon. Tab 18 is an information item to present the draft 2026 STIP guidelines. As required by statute, every odd-numbered year and at the same time the STIP fund estimate is developed, the STIP guidelines are updated. These guidelines describe the policies and procedures for the development, adoption, and management of the 2026 STIP. The STIP guidelines are divided into 2 sections: the 2026 specific guidelines and the permanent guidelines. The draft specific guidelines were released as a pink item, so they are here in the meeting as a pink item, should be in your handouts. The specific guidelines provide the schedule and the funding available for the 2026 STIP as shown in the draft fund estimate under tab 17. It also includes any policy areas that we want to emphasize for the 2026 STIP. Important updates to the specific guidelines as reflected on the pink attachment include the statewide capacity for the 2026 STIP fund estimate identifies net new capacity, mostly in the 2 years added to the STIP, which is fiscal years 29, 30, and 30, 31. It also identifies a small amount of new capacity in the first 3 years of the 2026 STIP, but it is very small. The capacity in 26 and 27 through 28, 29 will be sufficient to meet programming commitments and cover some cost increases. There's no base minimum for the 2026 fund estimate. This is because the limited capacity through 27, 28 is not sufficient to fund the unprogrammed share balance. The 2026 STIP fund estimate indicates a negative program capacity for the public transportation account, or the PTA. Therefore, all rail and transit projects currently programmed in the STIP and those nominated in the 2026 STIP must be eligible for state highway account or federal funds. And as a reminder, all cost increases on currently programmed projects will impact programming capacity available for new programming. The permanent guidelines describe the policies and procedures for the development, adoption, and management of the STIP. All proposed changes to the draft guidelines were developed in coordination with the regions, Caltrans, and the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee. At the last STIP cycle, the 2024 STIP included some significant additions and revisions, including a new community engagement section, additional language requiring regions and Caltrans to incorporate complete streets elements to projects when feasible, requirements for Caltrans in each region to include a fact sheet summarizing their proposed investments and incorporating the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, CAPTI, throughout the guidelines. This cycle, the changes to the permanent guidelines were minimal as we continued to improve the implementation of the policies adopted in the last cycle. Of note, however, we did make a few revisions, including adding the Active Transportation Program and federal discretionary programs as admissible sources of uncommitted funding, and we included a glossary section as a reference for acronyms used throughout the guidelines. Adding a glossary was at the suggestion of one of our Equity Advisory Committee members. We appreciate the EAC's guidance on how we can make our guidelines more understandable to those not in the transportation field. A joint workshop, including Caltrans and CT staff, is scheduled on July 22nd to discuss the draft 2026 STIP fund estimate and program guidelines. The workshop is available to the public and comments are welcome. The final guidelines will be presented to the Commission for adoption in August after a public hearing is held. Again, this is an information item, but I'm happy to answer questions.
All right, thank you, Lori. Is there any public comment?
There's no public comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions, comments from the dais? Hearing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up is item 19 with Paul, strategic plan.
Thank you. This is an action item to approve the Commission's 2025-27 strategic plan. The proposed strategic plan outlines the Commission's mission, vision, and goals and objectives for the state's transportation system. And there should be a slide deck. Thank you. You can go to the next slide. Here you can see the proposed vision statement, which is for a safe, equitable, and multimodal transportation system for all Californians. And the proposed mission statement, which is to invest in transportation that improves communities, the environment, and the economy. I'll note that the vision and mission statements, as well as our entire strategic plan, is in alignment with those developed by our partners at CalSTA and Caltrans. Next slide, please. The strategic plan has 6 high-level goals, and each of these goals has about 3 to 5 specific objectives associated with them. I'll just be showing the 6 goals on the slides, but we'll verbally mention a few of the objectives as well. Goal 1 is to prioritize safety. This goal will guide the Commission's investments in projects that focus on reducing hazards for all users of the transportation system: motorists, pedestrians, cyclists, individuals with disabilities, users of mass transit, and also the individuals who build and maintain California's transportation system, many of whom are here today. Goal number 2 is to elevate community voices. And to meet this goal, the Commission will invest in projects that are shaped by inclusive, transparent, and meaningful public engagement. The Commission also will focus on public education, helping people understand how transportation decisions are made and how they can actively participate in shaping them. Next slide. Goal 3 is to ensure a healthy environment for all. This goal will guide the Commission's investment decisions to promote environmental sustainability, public health, and social equity. Goal number 4 is to move people and goods efficiently. To meet this strategic goal, the Commission will invest in projects that expand accessibility and mobility options, allowing residents to get to destinations essential for their well-being in a reasonable time and at a reasonable cost. The Commission also will invest in projects to improve the flow of goods across key trade corridors and thereby support a vibrant economy. Next slide. Goal number 5 is to partner for success. With this goal, the Commission commits to maintaining strong partnerships across all levels of government, as well as with community organizations, industry, and the public. There is also an objective associated with this goal for the Commission to engage tribal governments to ensure meaningful and timely input in transportation decision-making. And that brings us to the last goal, number 6, which is to support a team where people continue to thrive. Here, the Commission will commit to continuing its investments that enhance employee engagement and performance, and to maintaining a workplace culture rooted in respect, equity, and continuous learning. Next slide. And that concludes my overview of the strategic plan vision, mission, and goals and objectives. I'd like to thank everyone who participated in the development of the strategic plan, including commissioners, commission staff, Inter-Equity Equity Advisory Committee members, and our partners at CalSTA, Caltrans, and other organizations. And we particularly appreciate all the feedback we received at the public workshop and the EAC meeting held last December. And finally, I also would like to thank our consultant team, Eileen Jakubowicz and Selena Polston from California State University, Sacramento. Their assistance was invaluable in guiding this effort. And with that, staff recommends approval of the Commission's 2025-27 strategic plan.
All right, thank you, Paul. Is there any public comment?
I'm not seeing any public comment at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Eager.
Yes, thank you. I got a little tear in my eye here, Paul. So when I suggested a strategic plan, I think it was 4 years ago, yeah. And I think Tanisha had a look in her eye like, are you crazy? Because coming from the private sector, you put together a strategic plan, you hire someone, you go to a meeting or two, and then you get one. The process that this took was monumental, and I certainly understood that. And working with CalSTA and Caltrans, we want to thank them so much for assisting us in this process. But Paul, you and the staff that took this on and worked so hard to make sure it wasn't just a document, that it was a working document, that it was this plan that we have for the future of transportation in the state of California. Now, why would I cry over a strategic plan? Really?
You're a
But
proud
this-
mama.
Yes, I am, so proud. This was the idea 4 years ago of where we wanted to be. I just wasn't sure we would ever get there. But I just want to thank you and the staff and the people that you hired so much for all of the hard work getting us to this place, because this is that document that we dreamed that you were going to be able to do. So I just wanted to thank you, and hopefully you'll let me make that motion to accept this moving forward.
Good. Thank you for your leadership, Commissioner Eager. Vice Chair Falcone.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And congratulations to the staff and to all of us in this collective work that we did, and especially to the proud mama here next to me. And it's for good reason, right? I mean, I think it memorializes some of the things that we're already doing, but it enhances and it challenges us to have a compass, right? A North Star in the work that we do. And I've said before, what I want to see is, and echoing what Commissioner Eager mentioned, is that we want to see this come into action, that it's something that is actionable, right? It's not something that sits in a shelf and looks pretty and is a trophy. But you're already doing the work. We're already doing the work with our partners and with all of you. But it will help us, it'll help direct, keep helping us direct the work that we do. I just want to offer our assistance as a commission, to staff. This is not all just, staff's heavy lifting, that we all need to do this together and ensure that we're all bought into making this document an implementable and, something that we can showcase in the work that we do. So I just want to uplift the work and congratulate you, Paul, and everyone at the staff at the EAC and those who have contributed to this document. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other comments from the dais? I've seen none. Thank you so much. We're moving on now to any public comment?
The motion.
Oh, okay. Moved by Commissioner Eager. Is there a second? Seconded by Vice Chair Falcone. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Congratulations to the commission. Next, we're on to one of the big items, item 20, solutions for congested corridor. Naveen.
Commissioners, tab 20 is an action item to adopt the 2024 Solutions for Congested Corridors program. In an increasingly uncertain period with greater disconnects and mounting challenges, the transportation community continues to bring people together. Engineers and advocates, planners and policymakers, project managers and community members, all working towards a shared goal: to keep Californians connected through a dynamic and agile transportation network. The Solutions for Congested Corridors program is a competitive program created by Senate Bill 1, which funds targeted improvements to reduce congestion across the state in alignment with adopted comprehensive multimodal corridor plans, also known as CMCPs, and regional transportation plans, or RTPs. Projects funded in this program expand travel choices, stimulate neighborhood vibrancy, preserve local community character, and provide environmental benefits. The program has evolved with that goal as its North Star. Throughout this fourth program cycle, we collaborated with our program stakeholders to reaffirm a central idea. When infrastructure is designed with a people-first mindset, it supports a vibrant economy, elevates community voices, moves people and goods efficiently, ensures a healthy environment, and fosters meaningful and successful partnerships. The Commission established the 2024 Solutions for Congested Corridors program as a 2-year, $480,956,000 program. and received 19 project applications totaling over $1.2 billion in funding requests just this cycle. Requests continue to exceed program capacity by nearly $1 billion each cycle, which demonstrates a great need for projects that address congestion across the state. Commission staff, supported by the California Department of Transportation, affectionately known as Caltrans, led a comprehensive review of all nominated projects using the criteria outlined in the 2024 Solutions for Congested Corridors Program guidelines, including corridor level impact, environmental readiness, public engagement, land use and housing alignment, leveraged fund commitments, and consistency with comprehensive multimodal corridor plans and regional transportation plans. In addition, California Department of Housing and Community Development staff evaluated land use efficiency and housing benefits, and members of the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee evaluated community engagement narratives. Based on this comprehensive review, and as detailed in Attachment B of this book item, Commission staff recommends funding 7 projects for a total of $482,926,000. The recommended 2024 Solutions for Congested Corridors program exceeds the identified funding capacity by $1,970,000 and will be supported by future project cost savings consistent with the program guidelines. The 7 recommended projects provide a variety of benefits, grounded in a performance-based, multimodal, and community-first investment strategy to reduce congestion in California's highly traveled and congested corridors. The recommended investments leverage an additional $13.5 billion in local, state, and federal funds that will create over 180,000 jobs and provide communities with accessible and multimodal options to safely bike, walk, drive, and ride transit to their preferred destinations. Investments include a new passenger rail extension, bike and pedestrian safety improvements, bus rapid transit expansion, and system technology and mobility hub upgrades that reduce greenhouse gas emissions and give travelers real alternatives to congestion. These projects demonstrate cross-agency collaboration and the evolution of cleaner, safer, and more responsive transportation systems. Since the project nominations were submitted on November 19th, 2024, and staff recommendations were published on June 6th, 2025, we have received numerous comment letters which are included as Attachment C in this book item, and as subsequent posted updates to the agenda. Commission staff will offer optional debrief sessions in July for agencies that submitted project nominations. Interested agencies may request a session by emailing sccp@catc.ca.gov. This presentation represents over 24 months of meetings, debriefs, workshops, trainings, orientations, and office hours where Commission staff collaborated with various stakeholders and experts to prepare and adopt the program guidelines and evaluate all project nominations to arrive at these recommendations. This would not have been possible without the support and assistance from all of our teams. I would like to personally thank each individual Commission and Caltrans team member who assisted with the evaluation process. Sheridan Nansen, Francis Diaz Sanchez, Vanessa Fall, Leanne Badion, Emily Gibson, Rebecca Light, Shaniqua Buet, and Kara Chu. A special recognition for planning team members Laura Pennybaker, Cherry Zamora, and Destiny Preston for their thorough review of all submitted comprehensive multimodal corridor plans and environmental documents, and to Kat Kim for her thoughtful and supportive partnership during this process. Thank you. Cheers to the entire SP1 programs team for sharing their expertise and always lending their support and assistance. Our subject matter experts from the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee, we thank Peggy Martinez for evaluating project equity and community engagement. From the California Department of Housing and Community Development, we thank Western Starbird, Michael Brockman Velasquez, Jasmine Moore, and Thomas Brown for evaluating land use efficiency and housing benefits. Our incredible executive management team, including Executive Director Tanisha Taylor and Chief Deputy Paul Golizowski, for their guidance, expertise, and patience through this 2-year-long process. Our deepest gratitude to all of our stakeholders for their continued support and involvement with our programs. And last but certainly not the least, thank you to our fearless leader, Deputy Director of Senate Bill 1 Programs, Matthew Yozgat. Since few words can truly express my gratitude, I will simply say it has been a genuine privilege and pleasure to be on your team these past 4 years. Thank you very, very sincerely for everything you do. Again, thank you all. These recommendations reflect our shared efforts, shaping the corridors Californians will rely on and proving that purposeful leadership drives lasting policy change. Together, the seven recommended projects build upon the momentum of past funding cycles toward a transportation system that is community-centered, multimodal, sustainable, innovative, and resilient. These recommendations are more than a programming action. They are a commitment to co-designing California's transportation system by the people, for the people. The staff recommendations are consistent with program statute, the adopted program guidelines, and the adopted comprehensive multimodal corridor plan guidelines. Commission staff recommends your approval of tab 20 to adopt the 2024 Solutions for Congested Corridors program. This concludes my remarks. Thank you for your time and attention.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to move to comments on public comment now. First up is Congressman Liccardo. Welcome to you, sir.
Hello, Chair Grisby, and to the board of the California Transportation Commission. Thank you for first hearing public comment. We're grateful for that. We don't do enough of that in Congress. But I do want to say thank you in particular for your consideration of these 7 projects, and particularly the $75 million for the BART, the Silicon Valley project, under Solutions for Congested Corridors under this item, and then under the Local Partnership Program, item 22, the $25 million as well. This BART extension is critical and something I've been working on with a whole lot of other folks for literally a quarter century. BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 will finally provide in the Bay Area a ring of rail around the Bay, connecting many overlooked neighborhoods in and around downtown San Jose, a city of 1 million residents, and some of the surrounding communities, finally being able to connect people in their housing to the jobs throughout our valley and throughout our region. This project directly addresses systemic transportation inequities by connecting underserved neighborhoods, and California has already invested nearly $7 billion in state and local funds, Californians, I should say, and those commitments have unlocked more than $5 billion of federal New Starts funding. We look forward to doing all we can to continuing to support this critical project. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir. Next up is the Mayor of San Jose, Matt Mahan.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Matt Mahan, Mayor of San Jose. Thank you all for your service to our state. I am here to voice strong support for item 20 and coming up soon, item 22, which will allocate critical funding for Phase 2 of the BART Silicon Valley project. Thank you, Chair Grisby, Commissioners, Executive Director Taylor, and staff for your partnership, as well as the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. I would also like to give special thanks to Commissioner Carl Guardino for his leadership on transportation locally here for decades and statewide, as well as our hometown Senator Dave Cortese, who does so much on transportation and many other issues. San Jose, as you heard, is preparing for significant population and economic growth in the years ahead. As California's 3rd largest city, San Jose, according to MTC, Planned Bay Area 2050, the San Jose metro area should see 33% of all new homes and 36% of all new jobs across the 9-county Bay Area region. This funding will advance a transformative public transportation project in active construction, unlocking over 45 million square feet of transit-oriented development in our city and beyond, and ushering in jobs, housing, and vibrant public spaces near clean and fast rail. BART to Silicon Valley isn't just a nice to have, it is central to meeting our region and state's growth potential and expanding economic opportunity for all. Thank you again for your service. I respectfully ask for your support for these projects. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us. Now we will move on to public comment in the room. First up is Sarah Kristen, Executive Director, Santa Cruz County Regional Transportation Commission.
Hi there. Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. I'd like to thank the staff for their hard work on coming up with these recommendations. It's a multi-year process, and they're a very dedicated group. So Santa Cruz, obviously, we're one of the awardees, and we have the Watsonville to Santa Cruz Multimodal Corridor Program, which provides high-quality transportation choices, improves transit service and reliability, addresses safety, advances equity, and reduces VMT and greenhouse gas emissions. Congestion in our region is crippling to the economy and the quality of life of our region. This recommended award is transformative to our region by addressing the most constrained portion of our multimodal corridor, locally known as the Aptos Strangler, where Highway 1, Soquel Drive, and the Santa Cruz Branch Rail Line all converge in the middle of our county. Thank you to staff for recommending our project for award, and I urge your support in adopting these SCCP and LPP programs. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next up, I'm going to call up Justin Paddock. After him will be Jeffrey Dunn and Kiana Valentine. So Justin Paddock is up first. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. My apologies for the run. Justin Paddock on behalf of the American Council of Engineering Companies of California, here to support tabs 20, 21, and 22, and also align our comments with Transportation California. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next up will be Jeffrey Dunn. I was amiss to not mention earlier, we're doing a 2-minute per speaker. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Grisby, members of the commission. I'm Jeffrey Dunn, Director of Government Community Relations at Metrolink, passenger rail operator for the 5-county Southern California region, serving a resident population of 20 million people by providing safe and efficient transportation across its 545-mile network. Metrolink thanks the commission for its consideration of the Metrolink Sustainable Locomotive Replacement Project for award of $54.6 million from the 2024 Solution for Congested Corridors Program. This critical funding will allow Metrolink to procure 12 new Tier 4 locomotives to add to its existing fleet of 40 Tier 4s, the largest in the state, retiring in the process 12 legacy Tier 2 locomotives to fully transition the Metrolink fleet to the cleanest commercially available locomotives in the world today. This generous award will add to existing funding already secured by Metrolink in the amount of $98.2 million, consisting of $87.4 million of Carl Moyer grant funds, which are at risk for loss if this funding is not awarded, and an additional $10.7 million of funds committed by the 5 county transportation commissions, which comprise Metrolink. Transitioning these locomotives to Tier 4 aligns with the goals of the SCCP grant program and the state's ambitious climate and greenhouse gas emissions reductions goals by operating far cleaner than the Tier 2 locomotives they replace. Tier 4s emit 76% less nitrogen oxide emissions, 73% less particulate matter emissions, and 53% less reactive organic gas emissions than Tier 2s. Upgrading these 12 locomotives to Tier 4 will avoid more than 2 billion new vehicle miles traveled in Southern California and reduce an incredible estimated average 7,155 tons of carbon dioxide each year, every year over the next 25 years. This will add synergistic air quality benefits to those already provided by Metrolink as the first passenger rail operator in the country to run all of its locomotives on renewable fuel, which are derived from plant, vegetable, and animal-based fats and oils. Which both
Sir,
clean-
time's up.
Okay.
Thank you so
very
much, sir. Really appreciate it.
Thank
Next up is Kiana Valentine, Transportation California, followed by Jeannie Ward-Waller.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Kiana Valentine on behalf of Transportation California, proudly representing the statewide transportation construction industry that designs, builds, repairs, and maintains our multimodal infrastructure in the state of California. TC and our member agencies strongly support the staff recommendations, which reflect sound, performance-driven stewardship of SB1 funds. They align with the legislature's intent to invest in multimodal solutions that relieve congestion, improve mobility, and support sustainability. These projects combine transit, active transportation, safety upgrades, and other operational improvements to create corridors that work for everyone. Addressing California's mobility challenges requires investments in all modes: roads and highways, transit and rail, freight, biking, and walking, tailored to the needs of each region. The SCCP projects do just that, while also creating high-quality construction jobs that strengthen communities and the economy. These investments reduce greenhouse gas emissions, reduce safety issues for all users of the system, and expand access to sustainable transportation options. The SCCP program before you today advances both short-term congestion relief and long-term transformation that California's most critical transportation corridors, enhancing mobility for both people and goods, improving travel times, and delivering real benefits to communities across the state. The transportation construction industry strongly supports these recommendations. They uphold the goals of SB1 and provide a model for high-impact collaborative infrastructure investment. We urge the Commission to adopt the staff recommendations in full. Thank you.
All right, thank you for joining us. Next up is Jeannie Waller, followed by Francisco Salcido. Welcome.
Is this on? Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. Really happy to be with you here in person. I'm Jeannie Ward-Waller here representing Climate Plan alongside many of our partners who are also here. I'm really excited to commend the CTC and your staff for the strong slate of multimodal projects for Solutions for Congested Corridors. I particularly want to recognize Caltrans and Sandag for the 805 project, the tolled lane HOV to HOT, conversion project. This is a cost-effective highway project that will not only provide long-term benefits to travel on the corridor without widening, it will also invest toll revenue into transit and active transportation options in the corridor. We would love to see more projects like that project. We expressed concerns to you in a letter about 2 projects with highway expansion components, but appreciate that they are part of larger multimodal corridor improvements that have strong community support. The staff recommendation shows great progress in continuing to align this program with the adopted CAPTI update, and we're pleased to support it.
Thank you, Jeannie. Up next is Francisco Salcedo, followed by Martha Armas Kelly. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Francisco Salcido. I am a field representative for the NorCal Carpenters Union, Local 46 here in Sacramento. The 7 projects recommended for funding for the Solutions for Congested Corridors program align with our state goals of investing in multimodal transportation options to allow Californians to travel safely and efficiently. These investments also address a growing problem for residents across the state. Not only do these projects facilitate the movement of people, but they also ensure that goods can travel throughout the state, connecting Californians to job opportunities. We support investments in high-quality construction jobs that will uplift workers and protect all people who use our transportation system. This program focus on a multimodal approach to transportation investments, meets Californians where they are, and improves what they need, whether it be active, public, or highway transportation methods. The recommended projects have been advanced based on CTC staff's recommendations that these projects are ready to deliver, which maximizes our investments by reducing costs associated with delays. These projects are ready to be built, and our members are ready to build them. We encourage you to vote, advance these projects. Thank you.
All right, thank you for joining us. Next up is Martha Armas Kelly, followed by Kenneth Cow.
Good afternoon again. Thank you. As one of the EAC members who volunteered to review grants, I would like to take a moment for comment reflecting on the process of SB1 review. First of all, with respect to all staff and their rigorous efforts to bring these recommendations to process, I commend all for their work. I also want to thank efforts of staff to incorporate the EAC in the engagement of this process. I do have some reflections on how we can continue to incorporate equity considerations for future rounds. We were given a select number of grants to review and pertaining to a specific section. As a part of the EAC ongoing mission and work, I would like to continue developing with staff in achieving a more robust effort to address equity as part of the program guidelines, to continue making the grant process more transparent by ensuring priority populations are truly benefiting from these grants. As we move forward, it is hoped that we will use opportunities to fortify processes for community engagement as a driving principle in developing RFPs that will not only that reflect community engagement components, but inherently connect community from inception of projects to completion, thus creating space for intentional engagement. The theory behind this is that if we allow the community to know what we're doing in their community from the beginning of these projects, when we're developing these ideas and they are following through us, that in turn really creates community engagement. I commend all for what we have done, but we have much more work to do. And I look forward to the opportunity of having more possibilities for the EAC to continue in these efforts, as well as supporting anyone that would want to incorporate community and have these thoughts as their forefront. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Next up is Kenneth Cow, and after that is Patrick Boiler.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Kenneth Cow with the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. I'm here to express my agency's support for item 20. We have 3 items, 3 transit projects on the agenda for you to consider. We have San Francisco MTA's train control upgrade project, which will upgrade them from 5.25-inch floppy disks, if you remember those, into the 21st century for their Metro Muni system. The BART project will be extending BART into downtown San Jose and onward into Santa Clara, which will link our largest city in Northern California with the BART system. And finally, the SMART extension to Healdsburg, which Chair Grisby mentioned, just recently opened to Windsor. This will extend it to Healdsburg, enabling even more ridership. So I want to thank Commission staff as well, Matthew, Naveen, and all the volunteers that help evaluate these projects. I know it took a lot of time and effort, and want to congratulate and commend them for a job well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Patrick Boiler, followed by Eddie Cummins.
Patrick Boileau, Deputy Political Director, Operating Engineers Local 3. On behalf of our local and the heavy equipment operators we represent, we wanted to thank staff and agree with their recommendations for the congested corridors projects that have been picked. These will be good paying union jobs for not just operating engineers like us, but for carpenters, laborers, and many other building trades members in Northern California and beyond.
All right, thank you, sir. Next up is Eddie Cummins, followed by Tom McGuire.
Good afternoon, Chair Grisby and Commissioners. I'm Eddie Cummins, General Manager of the Sonoma Marin Area Rail Transit District. I want to thank the Commission and staff for the recommendation to extend our system to Healdsburg. This project will reduce congestion on Highway 101, improving multimodal connectivity and expanding access to affordable housing, tourism, and economic centers. The project includes track upgrades to support both passenger and freight service that will support economic development in the region. Our system helps the Bay Area address climate change, mode shift, traffic congestion, and mobility options, especially for service workers and underserved communities in the region. Smart ridership is currently at an all-time high and continuing to increase. Our new Windsor station is already performing at a high level, and I expect similar results from Healdsburg. I appreciate the CTC's partnership and ask for your adoption of staff recommendations. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you for joining us. Next up is Tom McGuire, followed by Michael Pickens.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tom McGuire, Chief Mega Projects Officer for the VTA. I want to thank the staff and commissioners for consideration of items 20 and 22. And we want to thank the Metropolitan Transportation Commission for the nomination. VTA is ready to deliver BART Silicon Valley Phase 2. With our environmental clearance completed, our design advancing, and having broken ground on the project, we are going to deliver this transformative project on time and with full accountability. Our partnerships with labor our local jurisdictions, and our peer agencies are strong. We're applying cost-saving innovations in our design, and we're maintaining our focus on safety, reliability, and service quality. BART Silicon Valley will integrate Caltrain, Capital Corridor, ACE, and VTA's local light rail and bus network, offering seamless connections across the entire Northern California region. Every design and delivery decision we're making has been made with the single goal of reducing our long-term operating costs, ensuring financial sustainability, and aligning with the aggressive and progressive local land use policies and goals for affordable housing and development. Phase 2 of BART Silicon Valley builds on the momentum that we have from the on-budget delivery of Phase 1 by bringing nearly $7 billion in state and local funds to match the historic federal commitment of $5.1 billion from the Federal Transit Administration. We're committed to fiscal discipline, technical excellence, and transparent delivery of this historic project, and we stand ready to complete this critical investment and move Silicon Valley into the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Next up is Michael Pickens, followed by Will Barrett. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, fellow commissioners, staff, and I want to also thank Caltrans and all their staff for all the work they've done on this congested corridors program. I'd like to touch on two projects. I'm the district rep for the operating engineers over in Sonoma County. First one would be the SMART extension to Healdsburg. That is a vital transportation easement project for our area. It not only will provide good jobs for workers that live in the area, that will prevent them from having to commute 2+ hours down to the Bay Area, the greater Bay Area for work, or over to the Valley for work. It will keep them local and working on projects for the foreseeable future. It will also help ease congestion on 101 in my area. And the other project is Highway 37, a much needed real world solution to a severe choke point in the corridor. For someone who travels that road every day, it is vital that we need not only for safety improvements on there, but to keep people from sitting for 45 minutes to just go 2 miles on a piece of road. It is not going to change anytime soon. There are thousands and thousands of Californians who just cannot commute to work. This is a real world solution to a real world problem. I urge you to adopt the tab 20 item, and thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you for joining us. Next up is Will Barrett, followed by Kathy Studwell.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Will Barrett with the American Lung Association. First of all, I want to say thank you to the staff and support their work and ongoing effort to develop this suite of projects, which are really rooted in active transportation, the cleanup of rail, increasing transit access, and other investments really rooted in clean air advancement in California. So we definitely appreciate that. Much of the strategy set aligns with the CAPTI framework that we've long championed before you, and really wanted to emphasize that the shift here underway away from highway widening into cleaner, healthier transportation choices is critical as Californians face the most difficult air pollution burdens in the United States. 90% of Californians live in a community with unhealthy air. 5 of the 10 smoggiest cities in America are in California, as are 5 of the most soot-polluted cities in America. We know that transportation is a leading source of these health hazards, and too many communities face too much diesel exhaust from the freight movement. So these types of projects can really go a long way to addressing environmental injustices. But we know that these pollution burdens today lead to costly, unaffordable health emergencies. And so this is a good step to addressing that. And this funding is really more important as we see more and more attacks at the federal level trying to dismantle California's Clean Air Act authority, California's health protective leadership, and we need to do more things like this. So I just wanted to emphasize that again, the work being done here to make this transition to cleaner, healthier, more sustainable transportation is critical from a public health perspective. And we want to make sure that as you consider this item and the next item, you take that to heart, that more focus on away from highway widenings, more focus on sustainable transportation choices that don't add to our air pollution burdens are more critical than ever. So thank you very much. Thank you to the staff.
All right, thank you. Next up is Kathy Studwell, followed by Sarkis Kachik.
Good afternoon, Chair Grigsby, Executive Director Taylor, Commission members. My name is Kathy Studwell. I'm the acting manager of the grants program at SFMTA. I'm here to give my sincere thank you to the staff of the Solutions for Congested Corridors program. Without their support and encouragement, we would never have been able to put in the level of effort required over a 2-year period to submit this application. I also want to extend my sincere thank you to the staff in the Strategic Investment Program at Caltrans D4, Cameron Oakes, Marissa Brown, Josephine Malo, and many others who worked with us as true partners to put this application together, meeting with us on a weekly basis and towards the end, almost daily. Without their advice and their guidance, we would not have been successful. So I am truly grateful. The grant through this program is going to complete our funding required. It is matched by 146 million of federal, other state and local funding. So it's a great investment for the state. It also is cost effective. For every dollar put into this project, the community wins $6 in benefits, and that is in travel time savings, that is in travel cost savings, that is in reduced crashes, including reduced fatalities, and it is going to improve access to jobs and other opportunities. So thank you again, very appreciative.
All right, thank you so much. Next up is Sarkis Kachek, followed by James Pugh.
Thank you, Chair Grisby, Commissioners, and Executive Director Taylor. Sarkis Kachek with the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments. I'm here today to express our support and gratitude and thanks to the Commission for the investment in our corridor. It's a little surreal to be up here today, to be honest with you, because we've been working on this corridor for over 20 years in partnership with Caltrans and our local partners. So we're really excited to be here. With approval of the staff recommendation today, we are happy to say that you're providing the final piece to the funding puzzle for us to complete the corridor. This is a puzzle that includes over 20 pieces of funding. And that's everything from Federal Transit Administration to STIP to even Proposition 1B. So it just gives you an idea of how long we've been working on this corridor, and we're thankful for the partnership. I did want to say today that with once we complete our corridor, we will have had 16,000 jobs on the corridor since that time. So we're thankful for that. I wanted to thank Matthew Yazgat, Naveen Habib, Beverly Newman Burkhardt, Lashara Ward, Kayla Giese, and the SP1 team. You guys are very professional and always looking at ways to help partners deliver on projects. And so we're appreciative of that. I also wanted to thank the Caltrans team for all their partnership with us along the way, including Angel Pyle with the SP1 program. So with that, we're thankful for all your support and your investment and support those staff recommendations. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up is James Pugh, followed by Vanessa Schoenwald.
Thank you, Commissioners. James Pugh speaking on behalf of NextGen California this afternoon. We just wanted to voice our support for the staff's recommendations on the Solutions for Congested Corridors program today. These recommendations include significant multimodal investments that will provide long-term travel benefits to Californians across the state. I'm personally excited to ride at Silicon Valley BART extension to visit some family when it's finally completed. But I also wanted to uplift projects like the 805 South Managed Lanes conversion, which will convert existing HOV lanes to tolled lanes and reinvest those revenues in nearby clean modes of transportation. Projects like this can serve as a positive vision for the future of transportation corridors around the state And Next Gen would like to commend District 11 for putting it forward. Thank you, CTC staff, for the recommendations of projects that will reduce traffic statewide and help align our transportation investment profile with our CAPTI goals. Thank you.
All right, thank you, James. Next up is Vanessa Schoenwald, followed by Natalie Brown.
Good afternoon, Chair Grisby, Vice Chair Falcone, and Commissioners. I'm Vanessa Schoenwald, and on behalf of the Ventura County Transportation Commission, I'd like to express strong support for the Santa Barbara US 101 multimodal corridor project. This project is a top regional priority for the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments and is equally vital to Ventura County, serving over 100,000 daily travelers and providing the only reliable north-south connection along the Central Coast, especially when I-5 is closed due to weather and emergencies. This project, Sandbag and VCTC have partnered for many years to provide transit service in the 101 corridor, including the Coastal Express bus service operated by VCTC. This funding will help advance that partnership through the purchase of new zero-emission buses, supporting both counties' efforts to reduce emissions and meet the state's climate and equity goals outlined in CAPTI. Additionally, new rail service launching this fall between Ventura and Santa Barbara counties will offer another important alternative to driving, helping to further relieve congestion along the corridor. We greatly appreciate the Commission's continued investment in this vital corridor and thank staff for their thoughtful recommendation. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I want to recognize, we've been joined by Commissioner Mann. Good afternoon. Next up is Natalie Brown, followed by Kendra Ramsey.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Natalie Brown with the Planning and Conservation League. We'd like to thank the staff for their hard work on the Solutions for Congested Corridors program and support the staff's recommendation. The investments in sustainable and multimodal transportation, including rail, active transportation, transit, and tolled lane conversions, are the right choices for long-term transportation and congestion reduction. This includes our strong support for the 805 South Managed Lanes Conversion Project, a cost-effective congestion smart solution which reinvests converted toll lane revenues in transit and active transportation in the corridor. We do share prior concerns raised on highway expansion components of two projects, the Highway 1 Auxiliary Lane in Santa Cruz and the Santa Barbara Highway 101 Segment 4E widening, but we urge the funding of the beneficial multimodal aspects of these projects. We thank the CTC staff for their hard work and for their recommendations that will reduce overall VMT and align with the CAPTI framework. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just also want to remind people to please speak slowly so our translation services can keep up. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Kendra Ramsey with the California Bicycle Coalition. I want to say that we support investment in sustainable transportation options, which enable all Californians to have mode options, including biking, walking, and transit, and moving away from investment in highway expansions and VMT reducing projects. Therefore, we strongly support the staff recommendations for this program, which includes significant sustainable investments, multimodal investments, and will provide long-term benefits to Californians. We do share the prior concerns about the highway expansion components of two projects previously mentioned, but as my colleagues mentioned, strongly support the multimodal components of those projects. We think this is an excellent program. We thank staff for all of their work and the volunteers who scored these projects. Just really excellent to see alignment with the CAPTI recommendations. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Zach Gross, followed by Doyle Radford. Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. Zach Deitch-Gross with Transform. I apologize for messy handwriting. We are happy to support the staff recommendations for this program, particularly significant sustainable and multimodal investments. I specifically want to call out three programs: SMART to Healdsburg, the Muni Train Control System, and BART to Silicon Valley as programs we are really grateful are being funded here. Transform works on housing and transportation issues in the Bay Area with a focus on climate and equity. We are actually partnering with the School of Arts and Culture in San Jose on their TOD program, and funding for programs like BART to Silicon Valley support access to these important cultural assets and improve the vibrancy of our communities. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you for joining us. Next up is Doyle Radford. Good afternoon. Welcome to you.
Good afternoon, respected commission. My name is Doyle Radford Jr., and I have the honor and privilege to represent the men and women of Liuna Laborers Local 185, some of whom came down today to support this. So we're here to speak in favor of staff's recommendation of item number 20 as well as item number 22. These multimodal transportation projects improve quality of life, the environment, the economy, and they're going to create lots of good paying construction jobs. And a lot of these jobs are pathways for individuals that society has given up on. It's a game changer, and it gives them a chance to become productive members of middle class in the society. In closing, I'd like to thank staff for a sound recommendation and urge you guys to vote yes on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Next, we'll go to the phones to see if there's any public comment there.
Thank you. We have one written comment and 8 attendees with their hands up. I will start by reading the written comment. The statement is from Linda Wilshusen, a former executive director of the Santa Cruz County Regional Transportation Commission and a former regional agency's moderator before the CTC. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this SB1 program. The main thing I'd like to highlight today is something I parenthetically referenced in my letter in your agenda packet. And that is the short distance merge problem caused by the 2 very close Highway 1 interchanges over Soquel Creek at 41st Avenue and Bay Avenue in Capitola. Anyone who drives this segment of our Highway 1 freeway in Santa Cruz knows that this location is the highway's choke point, not the proposed $300+ million project further south in Aptos. The proposed Caltrans Santa Cruz RTC Highway 1 widening project before you today will do nothing to fix this persistent logjam on the highway. The Soquel Creek choke point has been made even worse with the Cycle 2 funded Highway 1 widening projects both north and south of the interchange area. The goals of the SB1 program are something I wholeheartedly agree with. It's my professional opinion that this proposed Santa Cruz widening project will not achieve California's transportation and climate goals in our county. This opinion is supported by Caltrans's own environmental review conclusions for the project. Thank you for listening to my public comment. Next, I would like to call on Paul Heerling.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Paul Heyerling with the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments. AMBAG would like to echo comments from Assemblymember Pellerin and the regional agency's moderator and others in supporting staff recommendations for the SB1 programs, especially SCCP. The SCCP program represents a well-balanced multimodal suite of critical projects which enhance mobility, accessibility, and safety throughout the state. AMBAG wants to thank the Commission and Commission staff for a transparent and equitable process which considers diverse transportation needs across the state. Thank you.
Next, I would like to call on Carson Link.
Oh, hello.
We can hear you, Carson.
Oh, hello. My name is Carson. I am here, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you so much. I'm here today on behalf of State Senator Monique Limon to express the Senator's support of the California Transportation Commission staff recommendations to approve SB1 Cycle 4 funding to the Santa Barbara County project. The approval of this funding is crucial to completing the Santa Barbara US 101 Multimodal Corridor project, a priority project in our district that would alleviate traffic congestion on one of the most economically important highways in our Senate district. We hope the Commission will approve staff recommendations. Thank you so much for hearing me today.
Next, I would like to call on Catalina Gonzalez. Please unmute yourself to begin your comment.
Hi all, my name is Catalina Gonzalez. I'm a resident of Southern California and I work as a policy analyst at the Center for Progressive Reform. I would like to thank staff for their work and express support for the recommendations for the Congested Corridors program, which includes multimodal investments in rail, transit, and active transportation. The project staff is recommending will provide long-term benefits to these corridors However, there are two projects that include highway expansion components that I would like to raise concerns about. These include the Highway 1 auxiliary lane expansion in Santa Cruz and the Highway 101 segment 4E widening in Santa Barbara. I would like to urge the CTC to move forward with the multimodal aspects of these projects, but not with the highway expansion components, which are at odds with the state climate statutes and the CTC's goals for clean air, climate, and racial equity. Meeting these goals will require shifting SB1 funding away from highway expansion. I also respectfully ask the CTC to oppose approval for 6 additional highway widening expansion projects that are recommended by staff under the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program, including the Los Angeles County SR 71 gap closure and the SR 60 interchange in the city of Moreno Valley in Riverside County. These highway widening components and projects not only increase congestion, but repeat the harmful pattern of generating more pollution for communities adjacent to these corridors and GHG emissions, and also displacing communities of color. Especially at a time when there is high demand for high-quality multimodal projects and limited state funding, I would like to recommend and urge the CTC to prioritize projects that spend more cost-effective spending on cost-effective projects that maximize benefits for communities. Repurposing existing general lanes and increasing the share of bike and pedestrian transit infrastructure are better ways to ease congestion, provide more transportation options, and reduce emissions. Thank you.
Next, I would like to call on Fred Keeley. Please unmute yourself to begin your comment.
Mr. Chairman and members, thank you very much for the staff recommendation of $128.7 million for a range of programs in Santa Cruz County, Highway 1, a coastal rail trail, some improvements on some of our local streets that help out with ADA issues, and our very robust and effective Metropolitan Transit District bus system. We are enormously grateful for the thoughtful work that went into this and very much appreciate this recommended action and encourage you to go ahead and take care of it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members.
Next, I would like to call on Eduardo Montesino. Please unmute yourself to begin your comment.
Good afternoon, Commission. I wish I could be there. I'm actually traveling to get there, but transportation, hit my agenda, so I'm in traffic. But I wanted to provide, some comments about, supporting staff recommendation on the project for Santa Cruz County. It's a well-rounded commitment to the community. And we wholly support it in South County, where our residents, even though it's not adjacent to the projects, will benefit from our commutative patterns. So I want to thank you.
Next, I would like to call on Joshua Arce.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. Joshua Arce on behalf of the California Alliance for Jobs. We're a labor management collaborative representing 100,000 union construction members from the Central Valley to the Oregon border, as well as 2,000 industry employers. And we would like to offer up our support for this item 20, as well as all of the projects included. Same goes with respect to item 22, in fact, which will be heard a little bit later. But all of these projects in this item and a little bit later in the agenda, they're all great projects that are going to help working families at this critical time by creating union jobs, boosting our local and regional economies. They're not only going to do that, but because of this all of the above multimodal strategy that the staff recommendations encompass, we're going to see better transportation access for not just workers, but working families, everyday people around the state. And that's going to mean more time that those individuals can spend with their families and a better quality of life. So thank you to the staff. Thank you to the commission. We hope that you'll approve this item as well as 22 later in the agenda. Thanks.
Next, I would like to call on AC. Please unmute yourself to begin your comment.
Hi, I just wanted to say thanks for the multimodal solutions for congested corridors, but wanted to echo what the previous speaker said about not approving funding for highway expansion, specifically the Highway 101 and Montague Expressway in Santa Clara County highway widening, and also the Highway 101 in San Mateo County, as well as the 101 280 in San Francisco highway widening. Yeah, I please don't fund those. Thank you.
That is it for public comment on this item. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to turn to the dais now. We will take commissioner questions. I see Carl Gardino has his hand up.
I have nothing to add.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Grisby. We are sharing microphones, so I had no button to push. When it is time, I'd be honored to make a motion that we approve the staff recommendations, but I just want to call out a thank you to everyone who is here, everyone who is participating in person and virtually. That's the way we have robust, positive, successful discussions about these improvements. And I want to thank Matthew Yazgat and his entire team, not only for the great work they've done, the way they pulled in our EAC, HCD, so many stakeholders to help shape how we viewed these possible improvements. There were tough choices to make with 19 viable grant applications, but having constrained funds as we always do and narrowing it down to 7, that I, as one commissioner, am just so proud that we're able to fund. And I hope the other 12 know that in the future, in this category or another category, that they continue to work with our team to shape those for potential funding. So again, Mr. Chair, I don't want to get ahead of you and our colleagues, but I'd be honored to make a motion when you say that it's appropriate time to do so.
Thank you, sir. Any other commissioner comments? I see Commissioner Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo comments made by my colleague. I appreciate all the input from all the various stakeholders throughout California who made time to not only weigh in through letters and correspondence, but also to be here today. I think it makes for a very robust discussion. The vetting process is as equitable, I think, as it can be, and the staff did an incredible job in selecting projects that will move our state forward. I also wanted to specifically thank the men and women of the construction industry, 3 basic crafts, the carpenters, operators, and laborers, the folks who build our bridges, our roads, our transit networks, and who do an incredible job in keeping our folks moving in California. So thank you for being here today as well.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Bradshaw.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Chair. I want to echo a lot of what was said today. I want to make sure I recognize staff. It's definitely the best and hardworking staff in the state of California. There's no doubt about it. I do want to focus a bit on, when we look at the BART extension, I was honored to be a part of a team working collaboratively that caught the prior presidential administration like within weeks of the change, and were able to help support this project. But that isn't the power of an individual from a labor union. That's the power of the men and women in this room that build wealth every single day, put their lives on the line, working with those that work for the state, but out there getting it done every single day. Proud of this recommendation, proud to support all of it. And just wanted to put a little highlight that you heard a lot, so it doesn't get lost, though, about how this will encourage and support housing production, the #1 driver, crushing working class folks in our state, without a doubt. But these types of projects start to do some connectivity to help our folks move. And I believe every single hand in this room, and I'm a hand too back in the day, that when you look at multimodal transportation, but it's often out of the reach to have a viable career as a construction hand. So anything that encourages housing, ties things together, creates that apprentice opportunity to pull folks up. Very proud of our equity committee as well. And one of the things that I know all the organizations here, speaking on behalf of the Carpenters Union, but also to our partners, the laborers and the operators, we're the ones giving folks opportunity. no matter where they're from. We look at a union card. We don't look at where you come from. And so folks that need a hand up, these projects will create that opportunity and create a stimulus throughout the area. It's a long time coming. All of these projects, to the thing about, just want to mention it, maybe I'll be controversial, widening of highways. When you look at this stuff, this is also about safety of the community and connectivity. And anyone who wants to check out challenges with the highway, I'll throw something out I've thrown out a lot of times from this dais. Just go out to 580 and I-5, 3 in the morning, get up on the hill near the Altamont there, and just check out what happens to 90% working class commuters coming in to the west, and you'll get an idea about how we'd have to skin all these challenges in a multifaceted approach, because that situation puts lots of people at risk every single day. And I do not for a minute believe that's created because there was a time when a lane was added. It was created by the decimation of affordable housing for working class folks and those who are up against it. And so all these projects on transportation that encourage that as well, two-pronged solution to a two-pronged problem: transportation, jobs, housing. So I'm proud to support this, and I want to echo again our brothers and sisters from all of labor that are supporting it here today. Thank you, Brother Chair.
Thank you. And thank you to the workers here as well. Commissioner Elliott.
Thanks very much. I am also proud to support this item. I look forward to voting for it. I grew up on the peninsula in the Bay Area. Where I grew up, there was a deep jobs housing imbalance, and people had to commute from a long way to come to jobs near the area where I was privileged to grow up. The BART extension and what hopefully one day a future CTC will approve a full connection of the entire loop. It's precisely the kind of project that I think is so important that we focus on, because it helps while we're not building housing with the BART extension, we are helping people who have been priced out of the Bay Area to get to those jobs, to take them out of their cars, give them more time, healthier air, cleaner air. It's precisely the kind of project we should be focusing on to help low-income people and working people around the state of California who need to travel long distances to their jobs. Thank you very much to the staff for all the hard work on this.
All right, Vice Chair Falcone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you to the members of the public that took the time to be part of this process, that both supported and expressed concerns about the projects. I want to also thank those who have brought forward applications. It's incredibly hard to evaluate the merits of each project and then to make recommendations. So very, very proud of the staff and the work that they've done, and harnessing the cooperation from partners to evaluate these applications, all the hard work that it took to get to cultivate the guidelines that helped with the selection of these projects. And I am always in awe with hearing how long it takes to get a project to come to fruition. We see these projects and we only see sometimes a snapshot of the whole picture, right? There's a whole story to these projects, and we only see chunks sometimes, and we fund chunks at a time. And to hear that projects like the 101 will finally see something come fully into fruition is amazing, because that's decades of work. That's decades of planning the project and garnering support for the project. These projects will serve people, help them get to where they need to go. It provides jobs. And so I'm personally incredibly proud of the work that has been dedicated to get to this point where we are selecting projects that will finish corridors and provide relief for congestion and provide community-based benefits. And so with that, I know that there was a motion and happy to second. But again, I really want to uplift the work that staff has done. You guys really, I echo what my fellow commissioners say all the time, that you guys are second to none, truly. So, thank you.
All right, and I'll throw in my 2 cents as well. Clearly, we can't solve every problem through transportation, but I think the staff work today, bringing in together all these diverse perspectives around our state, will lead us to a good path and will reduce the out-of-pocket expenses for the average Californian and put people to work. So this is excellent work. Thank you to the staff, and thank you to all you who have participated and showed up. We love democracy, and it's really fun to hear everyone voice their opinion. So now we will turn to the dais. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion, and I just want to say I'm so glad that our State Senate Chair and ex officio member Dave Cortese is here, because his leadership on many of these regional improvements that took ballot measures, I just wanted to call out as well. It's such a pleasure working with you on so many of those campaigns, Senator. So with that, I move staff recommendation on item 20 for all 7 improvements. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Good.
Seconded by Vice Chair Falcone. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Next up, we will go to item 21, Trade Corridor Enhancement Program. Beverly.
Thank you, Chair Grisby. Commissioners, tab 21 is an action item to adopt the 2024 Trade Corridor Enhancement Program. The Trade Corridor Enhancement Program was created by Senate Bill 1 to fund freight infrastructure improvements on federally designated trade corridors of national and regional significance on California's portion of the National Highway Freight Network, and along other corridors that have high volume of freight movement as determined by the Commission, including corridors identified in the Commission's Senate Bill 671 Clean Freight Corridor Efficiency Assessment. The Commission adopted the 2024 Trade Corridor Enhancement Program guidelines at the August 2024 Commission meeting, and these guidelines outline eligibility and evaluation criteria by which project evaluations were conducted. The Commission received 43 applications requesting over $1.3 billion in funding. An evaluation team consisting of Commission, Caltrans, and CalSTA staff reviewed project nominations based on the criteria identified in the Commission's adopted guidelines. Staff evaluations were limited to documentation submitted with a nomination package, including the required performance metrics outlined in the program guidelines. Staff recommendations were published on June 6, 2025, and are included in Attachment B. Commission staff recommends funding 24 projects for a total of $810,474,000 in 2024 Trade Corridor Enhancement Program funds. The recommended program is overprogrammed by $38,952,000, which will be offset by anticipated and future program cost savings consistent with the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program guidelines. These recommendations are in addition to 2 Commission-approved projects that were previously advanced programmed in the 2024 Trade Corridor Enhancement Program, the I-80 US 50 Managed Lanes Project and the Coastal Rail Infrastructure Resiliency Project, which together include a total of $185 million of already programmed funding. Altogether, the total number of projects already advanced programmed and newly programmed in the 2024 Trade Corridor Enhancement Program is 26 projects with $995.5 million in Trade Corridor Enhancement Program funding. These 26 projects leverage an additional $2 billion in local, state, and federal funds and will drive economic vitality, boosting California's global economic competitiveness while generating over 39,000 jobs in communities across the state. Staff recommendations include a broad range of projects that will directly support goods movement by enhancing the infrastructure that connects California's critical trade corridors, marine ports, intermodal facilities, rail yards, airports, distribution centers, and border crossings, ensuring the efficient flow of food.
Can I ask you to slow down for
Of course.
interpreters, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Tanisha. Ensuring the efficient flow of food, medical supplies, construction materials, and other essential goods that people, communities, and industries across the state rely on every day. The projects achieve freight benefits in many ways. For example, the recommended projects eliminate key freight bottlenecks such as at-grade rail and road crossings and outdated intersection designs, thereby increasing freight throughput, improving freight speeds, cutting delays, providing congestion relief, and reducing truck idling. The projects also increase rail capacity, shifting more freight onto trains and off of congested highways. Additionally, the program of projects includes enhancements to on-dock rail, allowing containers to be moved quickly off ships and onto trains. The projects also provide multimodal improvements at or near some of California's most critical marine ports, including the ports of Long Beach, Los Angeles, Hueneme, Richmond, Redwood City, and Oakland. Additionally, the projects enhance access to intermodal rail yards, inland ports, warehouses, and other key freight locations. Continuing the momentum from last cycle, the proposed program of projects includes over $94 million in funding for 8 medium and heavy-duty zero-emission vehicle infrastructure projects that will reduce greenhouse gas emissions and improve air quality for communities. With 16 charging locations along California's most critical freight corridors, these investments expand the initial viable network of medium and heavy-duty zero-emission vehicle infrastructure identified in the Senate Bill 671 Clean Freight Corridor Efficiency Assessment. The California Energy Commission estimates that there are 2,044 publicly accessible medium and heavy-duty zero-emission vehicle charging ports available or in development in California. The 8 recommended projects will add 509 charging ports to this total, a 25% increase to the statewide total. The recommended projects boost charging availability near the California-Mexico border and the state's most vital marine ports, and along key freight corridors in Northern California that are currently critically underserved by zero-emission infrastructure for medium and heavy-duty vehicles. In addition to freight benefits, the recommended projects provide complementary benefits that will enhance safety and livability in communities across the state while advancing California's climate and equity goals. Collectively, the projects reduce greenhouse gas emissions and improve air quality by reducing idling for trucks, cars, and trains. Projects also include habitat restoration elements, climate resiliency upgrades, charging infrastructure for zero-emission passenger vehicles, and mitigation for vehicle miles traveled through expanded transit services. The recommended projects include projects that reduce conflict points by eliminating at-grade crossings, adding protected intersections, constructing roundabouts, and updating outdated interchanges. Many applicants specifically discussed project features that enhance safety for California's transportation industry workers. These improvements include maintenance vehicle pullouts, enhanced lighting, and intelligent transportation system upgrades to protect highway workers, as well as rail signal upgrades, maintenance access points, and advanced control systems to protect railway and port workers. Notably, several of the proposed projects divert freight traffic out of neighborhoods and onto designated trade corridors, improving air quality and safety for historically underserved communities disproportionately impacted by air pollution. Members of the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee helped evaluate each project's ability to demonstrate meaningful and robust community engagement and respond to the needs of vulnerable and marginalized communities. And this input influenced project selection. For many projects, engagement spanned across years or decades, and community feedback led to additional project elements, including Class 1 multi-use pedestrian and bicycle paths physically separated from heavy-duty trucks and other traffic, dedicated bicycle and pedestrian overcrossings, and sidewalk gap closures. These improvements improve safety while also enhancing connectivity to jobs, schools, government services, parks, and places of worship. Before I conclude, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the many individuals who contributed to this effort. First, I am extremely grateful to the TSEP evaluation team, which included John Prey, Celeste Almanza, Gwen Hunter, Kenneth Lopez.
Excuse me, could we ask you to slow down, please?
Yes.
Thank you. He has to fingerspell every one of those names. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Okay, I will go much slower then. Okay. Sheila Innes, Madeline Jacobson, Nicole Jepson, Raul Lerma, James Schenkel, Mackenzie Metzger, and Nagesan Affey. This team spent countless hours carefully reviewing applications, bringing deep subject matter expertise and thoughtful feedback to every stage of the process. I am also extremely thankful to the 3 Equity Advisory Committee members who participated in the evaluation process, which included Howard Wong, Gloria Huerta, and Lisa Marie Alvarado. Their insights and feedback influenced the final staff recommendations, and I deeply appreciate the expertise they contributed. I'm eager to continue building on this partnership next cycle. Thank you to the entire SB1 team for welcoming me so warmly when I joined the team last July, and for being such a supportive group ever since. I especially want to recognize Kayla Giese, whose work leading the guidelines development last year set our team up for success. I also want to thank Cherry Zamora from our planning team for her assistance and expertise in reviewing environmental documents. I'm incredibly grateful for my team, Kenneth Lopez and Sheila Innes, both of whom contributed to the evaluation process while leading other critical TSEP and Assembly Bill 744 activities. They both were a constant source of support during the staff recommendations process and were eager to help whenever I needed anything. Thank you to Tanisha Taylor, Paul Golizes, Paul, I know how to say your name. I'm getting tripped up because I'm trying to go slow. Paul Golizewski and Justin Behrens for the guidance, expertise, and trust that you provided over the past several months as these recommendations have taken shape. And finally, thank you to Matthew Yazgat. I think it's clear to everyone how deeply committed he is to our programs and how tirelessly he works. But even more than that, I couldn't ask for a more supportive, thoughtful, caring, or kind person to guide me through this process. The staff recommendations are consistent with program statute and the adopted guidelines. Since the applications were submitted on November 22nd, 2024, we have received several comment letters, which are included in attachment C, which has both yellow and pink updates. We've received numerous comment letters since these updates, and these letters have been posted as subsequent updates to the agenda as well. Additionally, please note that attachment B has a yellow update with minor non-substantive changes. So Commission staff recommends your approval of tab 21 to adopt the 2024 Trade Corridor Enhancement Program. This concludes my remarks, and I am happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Beverly. We're going to switch it up this time and go online first for public comment. And let's start with Senator Grove first.
Senator Grove, you should be able to unmute to begin your comment, please.
I apologize. Thank you. I apologize for that. Good afternoon, Chair Grisby and all commissioners. I'm State Senator Shannon Grove, and I'm here to offer strong support for item 21, $62 million for the Tulare 6-lane project. The Central Valley 99 corridor is key access through our beautiful state. ag goods and movement, and substantial north-south traffic makes this project vital to reduce congestion at a minimum, and it increases freight mobility, creating seamless corridor and traffic safety. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration of this vitally important project for not only our Central Valley, but for all of those who travel the 99. And I'd like to say thank you to Commissioner Carr Gardino for your incredible continued advocacy for our beautiful Central Valley. I really appreciate all that you do for us.
All right, thank you, Senator. We'll proceed with the rest of the online comment.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to call on Noor Al-Dakil. Nora, please unmute yourself to begin your comment. We will move on to the next comment. I would like to call on Danette Carter. Please unmute yourself to begin your comment.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Grisby and members of the commission. My name is Dawnette Silva Carter with the Tulare Chamber of Commerce, which represents 668 members with over 12,000 associates. We want to express strong support for the approval of the California Transportation Commission staff recommendations for $62.7 million of Trade Corridor Enhancement Program funding for the construction of the State Route 99 Tulare 6-lane and Page Avenue Interchange project. This would complete the necessary funding for the construction phase of the project, which is scheduled to start in FY 26-27. The California Department of Transportation and the Tulare County Association of Governments have already received $98 million in federal competitive infrastructure for Rebuilding America funding, and the recommended TCEP funding is being matched with $11.3 million of TCAG's Regional Sales Tax Measure R. State Route 99 is a critical corridor for commercial transportation, supporting commerce in the San Joaquin Valley as well as other regions to the south and the north, therefore having an economic impact across multiple California counties. Additionally, it's a main artery for visitor traffic, given the Central California region being home to 3 national parks, seeing well over 5 million visitors per year, another economic impact. Plus, we also have our resident traffic. Everyone utilizing SR 99 through Tulare deserves to have the best possible travel safety enhancements. Page Avenue is an important connector for both residents and commercial traffic. The proposed enhancement will mitigate safety concerns and result in a safer vehicle and pedestrian pathway. Again, we recommend the Commission's support of the funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I would like to call on Hisham Noemi. Please unmute yourself to begin your comment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Hisham Noemi. I'm the Director of Programming at CCTA. On behalf of CCTA, I wish to express our deep appreciation to CTC staff and commissioners for nominating the I-680 SR4 project for TCEP funding. This interchange is a critical bottleneck in Contra Costa County, and the funding will allow us to enhance safety, reduce congestion, and improve operations for all users, including freight. The TCEP funds will be matched by approximately $160 million in regional funds to complete the project. Thanks again. We support the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Next, I would like to call on Paul Hireling. Please unmute yourself to begin your comment.
Good afternoon again, Chair and Commissioners. Paul Hireling with AMBAG. AMBAG would like to join the many voices today in supporting staff recommendations for the TCEP program. These 24 recommended projects will support goods movement, efficient freight flows, and economic competitiveness while improving safety, reducing GHG emissions, and improving air quality for disadvantaged communities throughout the state. AMBAG wants to thank the commission and commission staff for a diligent process again, and that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call on Rob Poitras. Please unmute yourself to begin your comment.
Very good. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Rob Poitras. I'm a Madera County Supervisor. And you may ask, why is a Madera County Supervisor calling in to offer my opinion on a project? The project that I'm focusing on is the SR 99 project in Tulare. Madera County, along with Merced County and Tulare County, form a coalition to finish SR 99. There are three reasons that we're moving forward with this and that we work together. Number one, it needs to be completed. Number one, safety. We have too many bottlenecks, too many pinch points that cause issues for pedestrians and our drivers and individuals that can cause serious accidents regardless of where somebody is socioeconomically. Second of all, we have the goods movement. We're the main artery up and down the state. We know in our bodies, if we have any kind of blockages in our main artery, it's not a good thing. It can lead to serious implications. The same thing is happening with SR 99 with these pinch points up and down the state. And the third thing is the quality of life for our valley, and as well as our number one economic driver, agriculture. People in our state rely on agriculture. We're the number one producer of many products in the nation. And the completion of SR 99, which would mean a long ways of achieving that, would be this particular project approval. So I wholeheartedly support this particular project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I would like to call on Sam Emerson. Please unmute yourself to begin your comment.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sam Emerson, and I am the Outreach Coordinator for the Mobile Source Air Pollution Reduction Review Committee, better known as the MSRC. The MSRC is here today to express our support for the Long Beach East Los Angeles Corridor Zero Emission Truck Project in Los Angeles County, which will be funded through the 2024 Trade Corridor Enhancement Program. The MSRC will partner with LA Metro on this project to increase access to charging infrastructure for zero emission medium and heavy duty vehicles along the I-710 corridor near the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. This project will build 2 new charging hubs for zero emission drayage trucks, which will be publicly accessible and offer capacity to serve more than 300 trucks each day. This project will not only advance California's transportation electrification goals, but will also reduce harmful diesel emissions that have placed an undue health and economic burden on frontline communities along the corridor. Again, the MSRC enthusiastically supports the approval of the Long Beach East LA Corridor Zero Emission Truck Project under the TSEP program because of the meaningful impact it will have to improve public health, reduce noise pollution, and enhance the quality of life for truck operators and local residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I would like to call on Renee Coronel. Please unmute yourself to begin your comment.
Hello. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Renee Cornell, Senior Project Manager with the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments. We would like to express our support for the SR 71 Gap Closure Phase 2 project in the city of Pomona. This corridor is a vital link for the San Gabriel Valley and the surrounding region, connecting 4 counties, serving thousands of commuters, and supporting significant freight and goods movement. The SR 71 is a key connector between the I-10, SR 60, and the SR 91, and plays an essential role in the economic vitality and mobility of the region. We recognize the importance of this corridor in improving access to major institutions such as Cal Poly Pomona and the Pomona Fairplex, and believe the proposed improvements will significantly enhance safety, reduce congestion and emissions, and improve overall mobility. With phase 1 of the project nearing completion, timely advancement of phase 2 is essential to delivering the full benefits of this long-awaited infrastructure investment. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, I would like to call on Carter Rubin. Please unmute yourself to begin your comment.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. This is Carter Rubin from the Natural Resource Defense Council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. NRDC has been involved in the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program for several cycles, and I want to start by acknowledging that the staff recommendation represents significant progress compared to prior cycles with regard to aligning the TSEP investments with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N1919 and the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure. We strongly support TSEP's investments in the staff recommendation in truck electrification, state of good repair, rail projects, and other zero emissions investments. We are grateful to see such significant investment in these kinds of projects. Several more of this type of project were not included in the staff recommendation. We strongly hope that those types of projects will continue to gain consideration and come back for opportunities for funding in the future. This includes a number of grade separation projects, transportation, zero emission projects, the kinds of investments that we know will help reduce the impact of the freight sector on the communities that live near the freight sector and are impacted by truck pollution and truck traffic. So thank you for your time and consideration, and appreciate especially staff's collaboration with us as we reviewed the projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I would like to call on John Switalski. Please unmute yourself to begin your comment.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. John Switalski, Executive Director, Rebuild SoCal Partnership, representing over 2,700 unionized contractors and their over 90,000 union employees throughout Southern California. Our mobility challenges require investment in every in every mode: roads, transit, freight, rail, biking, and walking, to ensure that a system that works for everyone in every region. No single solution fits every corridor. We need balanced corridor-specific strategies that combine transit enhancements with roadway improvements, and yes, including targeted capacity expansions where appropriate. SB1 is the cornerstone of California's efforts to build and maintain a resilient, equitable, and yes, climate-aligned transportation system. This is going to create thousands of jobs, and as we just heard, specifically heard, 39,000 jobs. That should not be dismissed, but really celebrated. So I commend you commissioners, I commend the staff on doing great work. This is a major public works investment that is going to benefit working families up and down the state. Therefore, of course, we support this recommendations and urge your adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call on Letitia Austin. Please unmute yourself to begin your comment.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Letitia Austin, and I am the Public and Government Relations Manager at the Port of Hueneme, also known as the Oxnard Harbor District. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Port of Hueneme in strong support of the Ventura County Transportation Commission's Hueneme Road Widening Project submitted under the SB1 Trade Corridor Enhancement Program. This project is critical in the next steps in advancing our region's freight mobility and transportation resiliency. By expanding the roadway from 2 to 4 lanes and adding Class 2 bike lanes, this project will relieve congestion, support efficient goods movement, and enhance multimodal access across Ventura County. The Port of Hueneme plays a pivotal role in the region and national economy as the only deepwater port located between Los Angeles and San Francisco, and the only military deepwater port between San Diego and Seattle. It connects California growth and U.S. manufactured goods to markets throughout the Western United States and Southwest Canada, and to keep pace with this essential economic activity, modern and reliable transportation infrastructure like Hueneme Road is critical and vital for us. The Rice Avenue grade separation recently funded through TCEP was a major milestone, and we believe that the Hueneme Road widening project continues that progress. With $11.34 million requested for the final design and right-of-way phases, roughly 70% of those costs, this project is a strategic and cost-effective investment for the state. We also want to highlight the benefits to active transportation users, incorporating Class 2 bike lanes along Hueneme Road, part of the Pacific Coast bike route. We will improve safety and enhance the overall cycling experience for local riders and tourists alike. And we respectively urge the CTC to give this application its full and fair consideration. And thank you for your time and commitment to improving California's freight corridors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I would like to call on Do-hee Kim. Please unmute yourself to begin your comment.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Do-hee Kim with the Green Lining Institute and part of the Climate Plan Coalition. As we all know, California is navigating an affordability crisis, climate crisis, and public health crisis while frantically addressing devastating rollbacks in federal clean transportation funding. And we need to protect environmental justice communities from air pollution-related adverse health outcomes such as asthma and lung cancer. Due to decades of redlining and disinvestment, low-income and underserved communities living next to trade corridors suffer disproportionately from transportation-related air pollution from diesel trucks. We urge the CTC to reject the staff recommendation for 6 specific highway expansion projects, namely SR 37, the Tulare 6-lane, SR 71, SR 132, I 680, and SR 60. With California's electrification regulations in peril during this critical time when we must invest more in cleaner and multimodal mobility options for our communities, $500 million and potentially $73 million more is being asked to fund irresponsible projects like the highway widening project SR 37. And I urge the CTC to consider life-saving priorities and reject the staff recommendation for these 6 highway expansion projects. Projects like SR 37 is an irresponsible investment into a highway project that will literally be underwater within a decade of completion. With $500 million, we could build solutions that smartly spend transportation dollars to help Californians breathe easier and protect our natural environment. And it is critical that the CTC prioritize reducing freight emissions by prioritizing truck electrification projects instead of funding unnecessary highway expansion projects. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, I would like to call on Paul Tran. Please unmute yourself to begin your comment.
Good afternoon, Chair Grisby and members of the commission. My name is Paul Tran, Senior Project Manager with CHISPA. We're the largest nonprofit affordable housing developer in Monterey County. We support staff's recommendation to fund Highway 156 and Castroville Boulevard Interchange Project. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next, I would like to call on Vivek Bhatt. Please unmute yourself to begin your comment.
Good morning, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Vivek Bhatt. I am the Senior Director of Programming and Projects with the Alameda County Transportation Commission. Alameda CTC would like to express its support for staff recommendations under this item. We are greatly appreciative for the consideration of funding for the Rail Safety Enhancement Program, which is a high priority safety improvement program for my commission as well. We would also like to appreciate the amazing work by your entire staff, especially Matthew Yosgart and his stellar programming team. Alameda CTC also acknowledges and appreciates the Metropolitan Transportation Commission and Caltrans for your continued support and partnership on this effort as well. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Next, I would like to call on Emma De La Rosa. Please unmute yourself to begin your comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Emma de la Rosa, and I'm a policy manager with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I'm here to request the commission to deny the approval of the Tulare 6 Lane and Page Avenue Interchange Improvement Project. Approving funding for this project will result in funding a project with significant, unavoidable, and unmitigated environmental impacts, while having specific air quality impacts on environmental justice communities. Approval of the project clearly conflicts with Caltrans and the CTC's equity and climate goals, and thus cannot and should not be approved. We do not support the capacity increasing general purpose lanes addition to SR 99, which will induce significant passenger and truck VMT. The project as approved or as proposed further separates South City of Tulare and the neighboring unincorporated community of Matheny Tract by providing the transportation system for the growth of the city's industrial zones, which separates the community. The project does not improve connectivity for pedestrians and cyclists. In fact, while the project proposal claims to provide van pool, and while it does, it only provides it for 5 years, despite the fact that this project will have lifelong impacts. Also, the additions of sidewalks that the project claims to implement to close gaps will only be stretched out to K Street and La Spina Road. That is not a disadvantaged community specifically. None of the complete streets projects are actually going to make their way to the community of Matheny Tract. Many of us, many folks who have provided comments say that this project is important because of logistics and completely disregard the fact that there's an unincorporated disadvantaged community in the area, the same way that the EIR also neglected to include it in their first draft. Please deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I would like to call on Farron Lee. Please unmute yourself to begin your comment.
Hi, good afternoon, members of the commission. My name is Farine Leah. I am legislative deputy for the LA County Supervisor Hilda Solis, speaking on behalf of her support as a member of the LA Metro Board and Chair Pro Tem of the LA Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Hilda Solis expresses her support of the application requesting TSEP funds for the SR 71 North Segment Gap Closure Project. These funds would be critical to improving access and connections for trucks and automobiles in key areas of our county. Funding phase 2 of the project will complete a series of decades-long corridor improvements on SR 71, a critical goods movement link between I-10, SR 60, and SR 91, including the city of Pomona, which she represents and has for over a decade. A completed SR 71 will serve a large and growing industry and logistics area faster to destinations, improve freight network reliability and efficiency, and implement a multimodal approach to relieving congestion. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration of this application. And again, Supervisor Solis wholeheartedly supports this project.
Thank you. Next, I would like to call on Katie Albiani. Please unmute yourself to begin your comment.
Hello, my name is Katie Albiani. I am speaking on behalf of Congressman Vince Fong. He is a member of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee and also represents portions of Tulare County, Kern County, Kings County, and Fresno County. The State Route 99 project is extremely important to our region. It is going to be an important expansion of our goods movement corridors as well as supply chain infrastructure enhancements. We support this project and we definitely want this to be pushed forward by both the state and federal government. This is a priority for both the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee members as well as our partners at the local level. This will not only improve our supply chain corridors, but it will also allow for economic growth in the region, which is definitely needed. So please accept our support for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes all public comment from our virtual attendees.
All right, thank you. So we're going to go to the room now and begin with Supervisor Vito K. Esha.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chair. Thank you very much. My name is Vito Chiesa, Stanislaus County Supervisor, and also a member of StanCog as a policy board member, along with a few other boards that interact with you from time to time. So I'm speaking in support of Highway 132 West. And just so you know, back in 1960, I always like to remind everyone, 60 years ago, Caltrans was buying right away out there. We shelved the project. When I say we, someone shelved the project, and I think they were waiting for me to grow up and then put it in my lap. But I can tell you that StanCog, back in 2011, made this their #1 priority for the county. And in discussions with the community, it really boiled down to 4 things: safety component, shifting traffic out of the disadvantaged community of West Modesto, air quality, and the movement of goods and services. Pretty simple. I lived in Stanislaus County for 60 years now, and there's not a single person in my county that has lived there that long that doesn't know someone personally who's died on that road. I know 3 just off the top of my head, and it's very personal to me. This segment is very much about safety. It is a separated road with no access, which is really what we need for that roadway. Stanislaus County, and I heard one of the earlier speakers, is an ag-based economy. So is the whole valley is. 8 of our 10 largest major manufacturing employers are ag-based: Blue Diamond, Gallo, Foster Farms, ConAgra, to name a few of them. So this is an extremely important project for us. I'm proud to say we have the support of the LIUNA, Local 1130 local. We have the support of the California Truckers Association, as well as the West Modesto Community Collaborative, which is a community-based organization, West Modesto, the disadvantaged area. Everyone knows that it's time for us to do this. We appreciate your staff and all the work they've done on this project. And we want to thank you for your consideration of this very important project for Stanislaus County.
Thank you. Up next is Councilmember Elizabeth Nguyen, followed by Troy McNeil.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Elizabeth Nguyen. I'm Vice Mayor at the City of Visalia, and I'm also the Public Transit Agency Rep at Tulare County Association of Governments. I'm here to express support for the SR 99 Page Interchange project. This project is sorely needed from a transit access as well. The existing configuration is not really safe for transit buses to enter and exit that, which limits mobility for our citizens. And of course, our citizens' safety is the utmost importance. In addition, we have funding planned, mitigation funding to support regional van pools, which we are big on in Tulare County, and expanded bus service, which would offset any potential VMT. And the City of Visalia, although 99 is not right connected to us, these are our neighbors. This is our region. This is important to our transportation, our transit buses, the things that get our folks around and get our goods to market. So again, thank you for the opportunity to speak and express my appreciation for District 6 for their great design over the last decade and all the great work you're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Troy McNeil, followed by Tim Sullivan.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Grisby, Commissioners, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to provide brief remarks in support of staff recommendations. Troy McNeil, Deputy Director of the Adair County Transportation Commission. I just want to say ditto to Supervisor Rob Poitras' comments regarding the Tulare State Route 99 project, and add that staff reaffirms the critical importance of completing the State Route 99 system to improve the safe movement of people and goods throughout the Central Valley. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up is Tim Sullivan, followed by Kiana Valentine.
Good afternoon, Chair Grisby, Commissioners. Listening to the previous item and growing up in Fremont and hearing about the projects in that region, it's just wow, a very positive wow. I've since moved to Southern California, and I serve as the Assistant City Manager for the City of Rialto. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in strong support of the I-10 Riverside Avenue Freight Improvement Project. So this project addresses one of the most significant freight bottlenecks in our region. In that interchange, we have 38,000 cars, 7,800 trucks. So that's 20% of that traffic is trucks. It's very significant. The project will deliver measurable results by adding pedestrian connectivity. We'll see a 17% improvement in truck travel times by expanding lanes that span over a major Union Pacific rail yard. Also, the project will eliminate that major choke point that currently forces these trucks to queue and idle. There's quite a few accidents in this location, so we're looking at a 64% reduction in traffic accidents as well. So not only that, the air quality and improvements, the city of Rialto is ranked in the 99th percentile statewide for population burden, for air population burden. So with your support, the city of Rialto is ready to deliver. We have strong partnerships with Caltrans, who is also a joint nominating agency, as well as SBCTA. This demonstrates our commitment towards this project. We also have almost $7.5 million already set aside for the project, so we're ready to go. This isn't just a local infrastructure project, right? It's a strategic investment in California's freight network, and that's what we're looking for. It addresses our safety concerns while improving the environment and all of the supply chain efficiencies. Not all, but those deficiencies.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Thank you
that
so
are there.
much.
Thank you. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Next up is Kiana Valentine, followed by Sofia Rafikova.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Kiana Valentine on behalf of Transportation California, rising in strong support of the staff recommendations for the 2024 Trade Corridor Enhancement Program. Every project included in the staff recommendation is within a CARB-approved sustainable community strategy that meets the region's greenhouse gas emissions reductions target. These projects integrate transit and bicycle and pedestrian improvements with targeted roadway enhancements, exactly the kind of thoughtful, multimodal investments the state needs to make. In fact, some projects that are under criticism today make way for transit and bicycle pedestrian infrastructure that could not exist but for the highway expansion. That includes State Route 99. The interchange creates space for bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure where none exists today. And State Route 37, where the additional lane will actually create an opportunity to put transit on that corridor for the first time ever. While transit expansions and other modal enhancements remain essential, in many rural and growing suburban regions, reliable roads are still the backbone of the region's mobility. And most Californians, including myself, depend on a personal vehicle to get to work, school, and essential services. Research shows that access to a car significantly improves economic outcomes for low-income households as well. This TCEP proposal strikes the right balance between economic growth and environmental stewardship, and so for these reasons, we ask for the CTC's approval of the staff recommendations in full. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up is Sofia Rafikova, followed by Shelley Kwan.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sofia Rafikova with the Coalition for Clean Air. I'm speaking to you on behalf of Californians who couldn't make it today. Californians who have nonetheless submitted over 100 letters calling for California Transportation Commission not to fund dirty, polluting, traffic increasing highway expansion projects within the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program. California has the most air pollution in the entire nation and is one of the worst states for traffic congestion. Our communities are struggling to breathe while climate emissions continue to increase despite our state's efforts to regulate them, resulting in deadly heat waves and sea level rise. Unlike what the project developers promised, these highway expansion projects will not reduce congestion. These projects do not consider induced demand in their analysis, which states that increased lane capacity contributes to a proportional increase in vehicle traffic, meaning that all of these corridors will become congested in the long term. Not only will these projects contribute to the traffic problem they're trying to solve, but they will negatively impact the quality of life for communities living nearby. For example, the State Route 71 gap closure project will increase air pollution burden on the disadvantaged community it is located in, and will also displace households living near the freeway to make room for the widening. The State Route 37 Improvement Project has Caltrans's own analysis showing that this road will be flooded by 2040 due to sea level rise, meaning that the CTC will spend $73 million on a project that will be unusable by anyone in a few decades. And finally, the State Route 132 rural bypass will move traffic away from Modesto City Center, resulting in a loss of economic opportunities for local businesses while still increasing air pollution and noise level for residents. California has the opportunity to stop investing in projects that pollute our air, increase GHG emissions, and worsen traffic. We urge you not to approve these projects today for the sake of communities living near these projects, for the sake of your children, and for anyone forced to breathe unhealthy air as a result of highways. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Shelley Kwan and Mike Laura afterwards.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Shelley Kwan, and I'm speaking on behalf of LA Metro. We respectfully request your approval of the staff recommendations today, which will help us implement projects that LA County residents have affirmed twice as part of robust engagement processes for our long-range transportation plan and our voter-approved Measure M transportation sales tax. Firstly, we are grateful for the recommendation for SR 71 gap closure phase 2. By closing the final 2-mile bottleneck on this corridor and reducing delay and congestion with idling cars and trucks, the project will help reduce air pollutants and greenhouse gas emissions. The project will realize freight efficiency, safety, and emissions benefits reductions region-wide by creating a connected HOV network and modernizing 2 rail bridges at the convergence of major freight corridors that carry goods to and from the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles, the Inland Empire, and beyond. Secondly, we are grateful for the recommendation for the Long Beach East LA Zero Emissions Truck Project. The I-710 South, where this project is located, is one of California's top priorities for clean freight and air quality improvement. This project will provide 133 vehicle or heavy and medium duty truck chargers to support the transition away from diesel trucks. Again, we encourage your approval of the recommendations. All of the projects are not only in alignment with the TSEP legislative focus on projects that improve freight movement, but also reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mike Laura is up, followed by Jeannie Wardwaller.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Commissioners, and ex officio members. I'm Mike Laura, Mayor of the City of Beaumont. I appreciate the opportunity I have to speak with you this afternoon. The Pennsylvania Grade Separation is a high priority strategic plan project for the City of Beaumont. It's more than a road project. It's about improving public safety, mobility, and air quality, all while keeping goods moving efficiently through the San Gregorio Pass area. Currently, there are more frequent and longer trains and increased breakdowns, which delay our first responders, increased idle time for both cars and diesel trucks, and delay our commuters in their destinations, whether it's picking up their kids at school, doctor's appointment, or work. This grade separation eliminates this conflict entirely. It will create safer roads, faster emergency responses, and cleaner air. It'll provide more reliable access to goods and services. By easing delays and disruptions in the pass area, it will improve rail reliability, reduce truck miles traveled, and this really supports the shift from roads to rail, which is a Caltrans priority. So on behalf of the City of Beaumont, I request your support of staff recommendations to make this critical project a reality for the residents of Beaumont and their nearby communities. So again, I thank you and appreciate your time this afternoon to consider this item.
All right, thank you very much. Next up is Jeannie Wardwaller, followed by Kyle Swarens.
Good afternoon again, Commissioner Jeannie Wardwell on behalf of Climate Plan. We want to express serious concerns with the TSIP staff recommendation, especially 6 highway expansion projects. According to Caltrans data, State Routes 37 truck volumes are only 9% on average, and the express purpose of this project is to address commuter congestion, not freight movement, with a toll lane that won't carry trucks. Worse, projections by MTC and the Bay Conservation Development Commission show this entire corridor underwater as soon as 2040. So we want to ensure that you are aware of the serious near-term risks to this corridor, which could preclude eligibility for federal funds. 680 at State Route 4, State Route 71, State Route 60 all carry less than the statewide average of 10.5% truck volume by segment. These are not significant trade corridors. State Route 99 and State Route 132 both have higher than average truck volumes, especially State Route 99, but both propose GP lane solutions not designed specifically to move more trucks and will induce more passenger vehicles. In a region with the worst air quality in the country, every investment in this region should reduce, not increase, air pollution. You've agreed to the new CAPDI recommendation for this program to prioritize projects that mitigate increases to passenger VMT, but not until the next cycle 2 years from now. The urgency of the climate crisis is exacerbating the extreme heat, wildfires, floods, and dangerous weather we are experiencing now and demand different solutions now. Please don't delay. I'll echo Carter from NRDC in mentioning some of the other worthy TSIP applications that we would love to have your support for in lieu of these 6 highway expansion projects. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Kyle Swarens is next, followed by Mike Woodman.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Kyle Swarens. I've been a union carpenter for 22 years at Carpenters Local 46 and a rep for Northern California Carpenters for 12 years. We represent roughly 38,000 members in Northern California from Kearns County to the Oregon border, from the Pacific Ocean to the Nevada borderline. Our state plays a critical role in our national economy. Our ports, our railways, and our highways are the veins through which we can transport goods throughout and through the state. The 24 projects recommended for funding through the Trade Corridors Enhancement Program strengthens our ability to move goods throughout our state while ensuring that we are safely doing so. By prioritizing goods traffic movement out of our neighborhoods and onto our trade corridors to protect local communities. These projects also increase our capacity for innovating and efficient transportations through our trade corridors by investing in zero emissions freight infrastructures, utilizing our highly skilled workforce. Increasing efficiently by reducing idle time and bottlenecks also reduce greenhouse gas emissions throughout the state, and particularly in disadvantaged communities. Overall, the projects recommended for funding for the Trade Corridors Enhancement Programs bolster our economy while reducing negative environmental impacts of goods, movements, and move our state forward and on an economic, robust, and environmental conscious future. So for these reasons, we recommend these projects receive the funding. I would also like to mention that we actually are heading to a planning commission meeting here in Sacramento, so if we don't have time, we'd like to say we also support 22. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for joining us. Mike Whitman, followed by Martha Ramos-Kelly.
Thank you. Mike Woodman, Executive Director of the Nevada County Transportation Commission. Chair Grisby and fellow commissioners, I stand before you today to voice my support for the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program funding recommendations. The funding recommendations represent geographic equity and address the unique freight and multimodal needs of various regions across the state. The projects recommended for funding today meet the legislative intent of the program and are in alignment with CalSTA's Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, which states, it is important to acknowledge that not all highway expansion projects serve the same purpose or have the same results. There isn't a one-size-fits-all approach to this issue. Context and specific project analysis and attributes are key to determining a project's impacts. All of these projects have or will complete the CEQA process as required by law. It is critical that the CEQA process is not circumvented and that these projects are funded today. Your staff have carefully and thoughtfully reviewed and considered the projects before you today And again, I voice my support for approval of the staff recommendations. Thank you.
Right, next up is Martha Armas Kelly, followed by Ted Smalley.
Chair, Martha has left for the day.
All right, next up is Ted Smalley. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ted Smalley from Tulare County Association of Governments. I'm not going to repeat some of the many things you've already heard about the 99 project, but I do want to address two things. One is we are participating, the whole valley, in a CMCP evaluation of creating truck-only lanes on the 99 corridor. The biggest challenge is we got to get 6 lanes to be able to implement that. The second item was brought up about bike lanes. And I would just remind, some of you came in 2022 to a town hall and you pointed to this interchange and said, Ted, what are you going to do about that? We're doing it. We're taking serious about bike and peds. This interchange is being completely torn down and redone so that we do in fact accommodate bike and peds. So much so they're being taken the improvements to the major road to the west and the east of this interchange. And I'll just leave with this, that when it comes to hearing public input, we've done a ton of that. And you've heard from congressional reps. In fact, I would just say, I think we heard Mr. Gardino's challenge to work together because the letter from our federal reps were Republican and Democrat. And the letter you heard or got was from the state was from Republican and Democrat. You heard from 2 senators from our area, one Republican, one Democrat. We are united and wanting to see 99 improved and safety improved for our residents. So we strongly encourage you to approve this. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Mitch Mashburn, followed by Kenneth Kale.
Howdy, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, thank you for having me here today. I'm Mitch Mashburn. I'm the Chairman of the Board of Solano County Board of Supervisors. I'm also Chair of the STA, the Solano Transportation Authority, and I'm an MTC Commissioner. I'm here today on behalf of the Solano County Transportation Authority to express our strong support for awarding $73 million in TCEP funding to complete the Phase 2 of the State Route 37 Sears Point Mare Island Improvement Project. State Route 37 is a critical east-west corridor for the North Bay region, which connects Solano, Napa, Sonoma, and Marin counties, and also an evacuation route for the North Bay residents. Currently, the corridor faces serious challenges: heavy congestion, no transit options, and rising vulnerability to flooding. SR 37's current traffic conditions disproportionately affect low-income commuters, especially those who live in Solano County and work in Sonoma and Marin. In fact, 85% of the SR 37 users earn below the Bay Area median income, compared to 38% on the other Bay Area freeways. Phase 2 improvements funded through SB 1 will make major differences. The eastbound HOV lane and toll gantry will be constructed. Initial transit access and public amenities will be implemented. This project also aims to reduce vehicle miles traveled through toll equity, carpool, and transit incentives, and expanded mode choices. The project is already federally recognized. It's part of the U.S. Department of Transportation's Regional Infrastructure Accelerator Program. It received $20 million in project funding. Phase 1 was funded through a $50 million LTCAP award. The multi-agency SR 37 partnership agreement, which includes the California State Transportation Agency.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Time's
Sorry.
up. Thank you, Mitch, for joining us. Appreciate it. Next up is Kenneth Cowell, followed by Stephanie Moulton Peters.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Chair. I'm Kenneth Cow with the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. I'm here to voice our support for the TCEP program, as well as for the number of projects in our region. Wanted to mention those. We have the Alameda County grade separation project. We have Contra Costa I-680 for interchange. and what Supervisor Mashburn mentioned, the SR 37 project, as well as a number of electrification projects around the Port of Oakland and other areas in Alameda County. So I want to voice our support, as well as to thank Commission staff again for all their hard work, Matthew Osgott's team and Beverly and the entire TSEP team, as well as Caltrans and the EAC members who helped review those applications. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kenneth. Next up is Stephanie Moulton Peters, followed by Mark Mondell.
Good afternoon, Chair Grisby, Vice Chair Falcone, Commissioners and staff. I'm Stephanie Moulton Peters, a Marin County Supervisor, the Vice Chair of MTC, and a 10-year member of the Highway 37 Policy Committee. I urge your support of $73 million in TSEP funding for Phase 2 of the State Route 37 project. This corridor is essential for North Bay workers and families, including 2 of my own staff and several county department heads and many, many workers at the county. They lose up to 90 minutes a day in congestion. That's time taken from their families and communities. The current bottleneck is not only frustrating, it's inequitable. Some critics argue that it's better for the environment to skip the near-term improvement and wait decades for a full viaduct. That's a false choice. Both near-term and long-term projects deliver a 2-lane configuration. The difference is time, cost, and urgency. Waiting for a viaduct would leave tens of thousands of people stuck in traffic and allow the San Pablo Baylands to further degrade. Instead, the near-term project is nearly shovel-ready as the most northern connector in the North San Francisco Bay. It will reduce travel time, decrease vehicle miles traveled through pricing strategies, introducing transit, and encouraging carpools, while also advancing 1,000 acres of ecological restoration, much of which would be funded through this grant. The restoration work is time sensitive. If we delay, we lose that opportunity for restoration. This project is a both-and approach. It's a reason to deliver benefits now while still planning for the long term. This project represents years of collaboration among the North Bay communities and is a rare.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right,
Appreciate it.
have a good one. Next up is Mark Mondell, followed by Patrick Boileau.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Mark Mondell. I'm the City of Tulare City Manager. Happy to be here today. I am here on behalf of our 5 elected city council members in Tulare who represent about 72,000 citizens. They have voted in support unanimously for staff's recommendation of the SR 99 Page Avenue project in Tulare. We're greatly excited about this project and hope you will strongly consider voting in favor for a number of reasons, all of which have already been spoken, but a couple other thoughts for your consideration. One is, we really believe that this project is going to help reconnect our community together. As you know now, Page is a bridge over 99. With this project, Page will be returned to a surface level roadway with sidewalks and bike lanes, really helping to improve connectivity and mobility east to west in our community. We think that through Caltrans's process, there was very strong community engagement. We participated as staff in all of those and elected officials in all of those meetings. We continue to have additional meetings with the Matheny Tract residents who are, as you know, a disadvantaged community just outside the city limits. We continue to work with them. We've provided them portable water. We're working on sewer. We've looked at how can we help annex them and bring them into our community. We're looking at how do we continue the sidewalks and bike lanes from the terminus of Caltrans right away in this project and continue that going forward in the future. So again, we just strongly urge your support of this project. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next up is Patrick Boileau, followed by Jesse Rear.
Patrick Boileau, Deputy Political Director, Operating Engineers Local 3. Wanted to thank staff on behalf of our 41,000 members for their recommendations on the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program. Specifically wanted to talk about the Highway 37 project. We've got thousands of members who live in Napa, Solano, Sonoma, Contra Costa counties. And while this project will significantly increase freight and goods movement between those counties, it also significantly improve people movement between those counties. The ability for the workforce to move through those counties is key for construction workers like the ones we represent. Right now, they're sitting in traffic for hundreds of hours a year, time that would be better spent with their families. So we urge you to take the staff recommendation and support item 21. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up is James Greer, followed by Katie. Come on.
Hi, thank you. There is Jesse Greer. I just want to make sure there's no James Greer. Okay, not cutting in front of anybody? All right. Thank you for letting me speak here today. Jesse Greer, business agent with the Operating Engineers Local 3, affiliate of the Sacramento Sierra Building Construction Trades Council. I'm a union representative and I cover the downtown greater Sacramento area, and I represent a lot of blue collar men and women. I highly recommend the staff's recommendation and support for this item 21. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Up next is Katie. Come on, followed by Cameron Richardson.
McCammon. Hi, everybody. Thank you for having this open to the public. As an advocate for clean land, water, and air in my community, I find it insulting to hear that many of my opinions are somehow viewed as opposed to rights of workers. This is far from the truth. Me and the advocates I work with want more public transportation, infrastructure, and infill housing. These requests require many hardworking laborers. We know that road widening and expansion will only create more pollution and eventual congestion. Meanwhile, building projects for rail, bus lanes, bike paths, road maintenance, and infill will reduce pollution and provide work for many across the state. It's poor planning to continue on the same path, knowing it's a much higher price for fewer public options. CAPTE calls for funding TCEP projects that mitigate passenger vehicle traffic, and we urge you to implement that action now, not wait 2 more years for this next cycle of funding. I'm also asking that you support projects that will reduce pollution, if for no other reason, so future generations have clean land, water, and air. Thank you.
Thank you. Cameron Richardson is next, followed by James Pugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Cameron Richardson. I'm the Director of Technical Affairs with the California Construction and Industrial Materials Association, here in support of the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program. CalCEMA is a trade association for companies that manufacture aggregates, asphalt, and concrete. These are essential materials that build California's transportation network of roads, highways, bridges, rail, transit, bikeways, and walkways. Point of importance, these material producers are locally invested businesses of both large corporation status as well as smaller family-owned businesses, serving every city and county in the state, totaling almost 500 production sites. We strongly encourage the Commission to adopt these staff recommendations for the SB 1 funded programs in this proposal. These proposals all meet the goals of SB 1 to provide improvements to California's long neglected transportation system. These proposals will advance a balanced, complete corridors approach to transportation while providing capacity enhancements to the state highway system. These projects will benefit Californians through improved safety and connectivity across regions and communities, supporting climate and equity goals while reducing emissions and congestion. Also advancing economic opportunities by supporting a skilled workforce of thousands across the state. Please note that these projects have already been through the long and arduous planning process, are well vetted and studied, and are ready to go. Thank you for your time and your opportunity to voice our support of this proposal.
All right, thank you. Next up is James Pugh, followed by Vanessa Schoenwald.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners, or I might say good evening. It is 5:09 p.m. Jamie Pugh with Next Gen California again, aligning my comments with my colleagues from NRDC and Climate Plan. My colleagues in a robust body of empirical research have made the case that adding lanes to a highway does just increase traffic and hold our climate progress at a standstill. And that's all true, but I would like to focus today on the fact that in addition to being bad for traffic and bad for our climate, it is just a poor use of pretty scarce taxpayer dollars. California's legislature is currently, as you know, finalizing a budget that is solving a pretty major deficit by making cuts to important public programs, social services, safety net programs. And as an earlier presentation highlighted, we can anticipate that the gas tax will be declining in the near future. But looking at these recommendations, you would think that Caltrans has money to burn. There's so many valuable things that we could be funding to deliver a better transportation system to Californians. We have a housing crisis. We could be building more infill housing near transit to bring rents down, shorten commutes. We could replace federal funding for high-speed rail that has just been clawed back and deliver that project on a more reasonable timeline. We could electrify the Capital Corridor so it takes less than 90 minutes to get between the Bay Area and Sacramento. Took me 2 hours this morning. Now, those aren't examples of projects that were before staff in this TSIP cycle, but there are nearly $100 million worth of TSIP applications that were left out of today's staff recommendations, projects that would help electrify freight corridors and separate grades, projects that would actually deliver benefits to Californians. But instead of these projects receiving funding, these are the types of priorities that face austerity and cuts, while Caltrans spends hundreds of millions
so much,
on
James.
projects those my colleagues have highlighted. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Vanessa Schoenwald, followed by Greg Strakalus.
Good evening, Chair Grisby and Commissioners. My name is Vanessa Schoenwald with the Ventura County Transportation Commission, and I'm speaking in strong support of awarding TSIP funding to the Hueneme Road Widening Project. This project represents a critical investment in regional mobility, safety, and goods movement. Hueneme Road serves as a vital east-west corridor connecting to the port of Hueneme to key highways and industrial areas. Widening the corridor will relieve bottlenecks, improve travel speeds and reliability, and enhance safety for all users, including cyclists, as the project also includes active transportation improvements. The project benefits disadvantaged and low-income communities by reducing freight traffic through residential streets, and the city of Oxnard helping to improve air quality, reduce emissions, and shift freight back to the designated corridor. The project aligns with state and regional goals to support economic vitality, environmental sustainability, and freight efficiency. I respectfully request your support for this project. Thank you for your consideration, and I'd like to thank CTC staff as well for supporting this project. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up is Greg Strakalus, followed by Zach Gross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commission members. I'm Greg Strakalus, and I serve as Ventura County's Public Works Agency Director. I'm here to support the trade corridor enhancement projects, particularly the Hueneme Road project. I won't reiterate much of the things that have already been said about Hueneme Road, but I would like to first thank the commission, commission committees, and commission staff for delivering a well-woven set of projects that provide safe, efficient, and critically important transportation improvements to the state. The Hueneme Road project is a highway of national significance in the California Freight and Mobility Plan because it is because of its importance to the Port of Hueneme and also its importance to the naval bases. Thank you for including the funding for design and right-of-way improvements. If approved, we will deliver a safe, efficient, and future-ready project that accommodates multimodal users using low and zero emission vehicles with autonomous capabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Zach Gross, followed by Natalie Brown.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Zach Deitch-Gross with Transform. While we are excited by many of the solutions for congested corridor projects, we do have pretty big concerns with the TSIP recommendations, particularly State Route 37. it presents a unique opportunity for like ecological benefits, relieving traffic congestion, and addressing like climate resiliency. But unfortunately, local advocates like Transform don't believe that the interim project gets us there, though we're really committed to long-term solutions along the corridor. The interim project will cost over $500 million in total and will be underwater from sea level rise within 15 years of completion, which is why we don't believe that the interim project advances the long-term vision of the corridor or will reduce congestion for the passengers who need it most. And I do want to clarify that this project is largely a passenger project for passenger vehicles, not for trade. And if we're serious about addressing those long commutes that many folks have talked about, we need to be thinking about the long-term solutions that make this corridor resilient beyond 2040. And again, we're committed to doing that, but the interim project does not get us there. Finally, I just want to flag this project we believe will not be eligible for additional federal funds due to shortfalls or additional need because it will be underwater and will not meet that 20-year operational life eligibility. So we strongly urge you to reconsider this project, and we want to work with you and Caltrans and MTC and all the stakeholders in the Bay Area to really address congestion concerns on the corridor in the long term. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. Natalie Brown is next, followed by Kendra Ramsey.
Good afternoon again, Natalie Brown with the Planning and Conservation League. We're strongly concerned with and urge the CTC to reject the staff's recommendation for the 6 highway expansion projects as mentioned by other speakers. This includes the LA County State Route 71 gap closure widening project, which will add a general purpose lane and a high occupancy lane, a vehicle lane in each direction, converting what is now an arterial highway into an 8-lane freeway. Though we support the inclusion of sound walls, updated rail bridges to meet current standards, and enhanced pedestrian crossing, we urge the CTC to reject this project on the grounds that it would induce significant traffic and vehicle miles traveled, and in fact limit the freight benefits due to increased passenger congestion. Likewise, the Contra Costa I-680 State Route 4 interchange expansion adds a direct connector with 2 general purpose lanes without mitigations for the project's increases to passenger VMT. These 2 projects, as well as the 4 other highway expansions, will not yield improved freight movement in the long run, as all will be filled with single occupant vehicles and exacerbate traffic over time. Instead, we urge you to implement CAPTI recommendations for TCEP projects that mitigate passenger vehicle traffic now without delaying for the next funding cycle. Climate risks are growing, and our toolkit for curbing emissions is shrinking, with resources for public transit and active transportation seeing severe cuts, and with investment urgently needed for freight electrification. We urge you to take the actions we know are needed and invest in real solutions now. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next up is Kendra Ramsey, followed by Melanie Perrone.
Good evening, Chair, members of the Commission. Kendra Ramsey, California Bicycle Coalition. We appreciate the progress mentioned before towards alignment with CAPTI recommendations for several electrification and multimodal projects. We are at a critical juncture where our state needs to be investing in sustainable and multimodal infrastructure and reduce focus on road expansion and projects that increase VMT and pollution. As was said by and described by my colleagues from Transform, Planning Conservation League, Climate Plan, we urge the CTC to reject the staff recommendations for the 6 highway expansion projects, including State Route 37, Tulare State Route 99, SR 71, SR 132, I-680, and SR 60. Even short-term goods movement benefits are not worth the immediate air quality and health harms, nor the long-term detriment to California's climate goals when the lanes fill up with single occupant vehicles over time, as we know they will. CAPTI calls for funding TSIP projects that mitigate passenger vehicle traffic. We need to be doing this now, not with the next funding cycle. We urge you to invest our limited transportation resources in real solutions, not highway expansions. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Melanie Perrone.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. To be brief, Melanie Perrin on behalf of the Associated General Contractors, the only statewide contracting association for general contractors with over 1,000 members. Align our remarks with both Transportation California, Rebuild SoCal. Not only does TSEP provide a transformative opportunity about how we look at the transportation system, but the other competitive pots do as other competitive pots of SB1 do. So we are in strong support of staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the dais. Any questions or comments from commissioners? I see Commissioner Lugo.
Well, thank you, Chair, and thank you, everybody, for all of those comments. I think all of us up here are just soaking in, what we expected to hear, and then also, mulling over in our minds different aspects of projects that maybe we hadn't considered. So wasn't expecting to be the first person on the dais to comment because I figured everybody, but we're all tired. So I'm gonna try and skip quickly through my own commentary and then pose an idea that I hope, I know is definitely within the wheelhouse of our fabulous commission staff, but would definitely need some massaging from them to get to reality. There's not necessarily, I just have, in hearing these conversations over the last few years as a commissioner, I can see that we're just not necessarily aiming for the same results from our building projects. Building projects have, historically been a source of jobs in our country. Infrastructure means jobs. And what's tricky about transportation infrastructure is the thing that's supposed to flow through it once it's built is not water or electricity, it's people, and people are unpredictable. And so we've done our best. I have a lot of respect for the research that's gone into trying to predict how changes in our transportation infrastructure will change demand, how people are going to use infrastructure differently based on what's available. But I also think that we have a long ways to go to really get to a more precise place of certainty in really saying what the effects of these infrastructure projects are going to be. I'm a Californian who wants to be able to live a small scale local economic life where we have thriving main streets, where we have places that kids can get around outside of cars safely, where we have, diverse communities where you don't have to be a millionaire or a billionaire just to have a home. And it can be really tough to see that kind of future in the scale of highway construction that we engage in our state. And I know that there are other Californians for whom, a good future life that they want to be in, that they may not be in today, maybe it's something they're aspiring to, looks really different from what I have in mind. They might think being able to go from a garage to the parking lot of a, plaza where they can go to Target and Walmart or, whatever, that's a good life. And if they get on a highway to get from home to a grocery store, they don't necessarily see that as something negative. Whereas from my perspective, and from the perspective of many people who I've collaborated with over the years in the sustainable transportation space, see that as undesirable. So we're just not in agreement about what a good life means in California. And it can be really hard when, we might say that we want to promote economic development, we want to promote healthy lifestyles and mobility options for working families, but then what we end up getting to over and over is investing in a certain kind of economy where we're actually building flyovers to keep people from having access to main streets. We're prioritizing the movement of goods from container ships to warehouses that are going in and burdening communities that already have a lot of air quality concerns and issues with access to good jobs. So there's a lot of contradictions in our transportation process in California. And the Transportation Commission is a really hardworking group of basically volunteers. We can't untangle it all and figure it all out. But I do appreciate that there is a shared value for democracy in this space and being able to hear the diversity of perspectives that people are bringing to the transportation process. So my request to the commission, okay, so we had a really valuable series of workshops that you all offered this spring focused on performance measures. And you had, experts sharing how the performance measures were created, and then had case studies from different agencies around the state. I would personally really value getting to see a workshop series like that where we have agencies and districts that have made the difficult shift, right? Because one thing I've heard over and over today is these are long-term projects we're talking about, right? People are putting careers into planning these projects. And there's a definite sense of once people have invested a lot of time, not to mention hundreds of millions of dollars through different allocations, there's a sense that not completing these projects would be doing something wrong, right? We got to get done with these projects that we get started. So I think it takes really strong leadership to actually pivot and go in a different direction. And we have some examples of that in our state. The one that I'm most familiar with is in LA County, LA Metro, the 710 South Corridor. There had been a plan back in the early 2000s to expand roadway capacity on that highway. And my understanding, I certainly wasn't there to witness it, but my understanding is that community advocates were able to raise enough concerns about what impacts that was going to have on their communities that over the course of almost 20 years, they got the agency to change course. And I think it was in 2021 that expansion was officially canceled. And instead, they pivoted to using the same money that would have gone into the highway expansion to doing community-based improvements. And I believe one of the projects that we're voting on today, the zero truck emission work, is something that's part of that project. So where are the points in the process where there's a decision that's made and you end up either with State Route 71 or you end up with the 710 South Corridor? So that's the same agency, same county, very different municipal contexts in the different parts of the county, but I think that's just one example. Where are other places in the state where we have seen a pivot from one kind of development model and one way of spending a lot of taxpayer dollars toward transportation infrastructure, shift and go in another direction? We can do it. We have done it. And I think there's a way to move forward that values the strengths that the different perspectives and players at the table bring into this process. And I would just love to see us help spotlight, where are people doing the creative work and maybe sometimes the very hard work of shifting to accommodate a different kind of investment in our local communities. So I'll stop there. And maybe Tanisha can, answer my garbled request there and tell us what would be feasible.
I will give you a very quick and direct answer. We can definitely develop a workshop. Give us some time to find the right people and kind of the right mix, because I want to make sure that we are well-rounded with the strengths and the opportunities for growth, as well as some of those challenges, so that we have a full understanding of what we're talking about.
All right, great. Next up is Commissioner Eager, followed by Commissioner Mann.
Thank you, Chair. First, I just want to say the work that went in by the CTC staff to make sure that the cream of the crop rose to the top, and the eclectic programs that are being funded today all across the state. I'm extremely impressed, so thank you. For those of you who are on the not funded list on any of these projects, if I could encourage you to please, when staff calls you and says, let us come and help you for the next round, because you were this close to being funded this time. Some of those who are on the list to be funded this time were on that not funded before. And they did get help, and they are being funded now. So I encourage you, please don't be discouraged. Try and try again, because I know there's a lot of great projects out there that can be funded. For the group that's being funded now, I had the privilege, and I say privilege, of going into the majority of these communities and looking at these projects. Stanislaus County 132, the 99 Page, the 58 in Kern, the 101 in Santa Barbara. And the people that came out that said, we voted for this in our own community. These are the projects that we really want to have move forward. And then we saw what had happened before, the accidents, the backup on the freeway, the communities that were being left out. And that's all certainly just in these last couple of years. And I know y'all have been doing this for 20 years. I've only been doing it for 5. But I saw these communities, and I saw how excited they were about these projects that are finally being funded. So I want to thank all of you who spoke today. We certainly appreciate all of the opinions that come before us. But I do want to thank all of you who applied, and the staff who did a tremendous job, because this was tough, with the limited amount of money, making sure that those right projects were the ones that are going to be funded. Just to say thank you to all of you, and I appreciate you all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next up is Commissioner Mann.
Thank you so much. Well, as with my colleagues, I just want to thank again everyone for taking the time to give public comment today. It's really important. And then also just thanking the staff for all of the incredible work that they did. I know that this is a lot. These are kind of big projects and have lots of different components and elements. And so being able to come up with a slate, I really appreciate. And then I also just appreciate the effort that all of the applicants put in. It takes a lot of time to turn around a proposal. And so for those who are part of the slate, that doesn't represent the full body of work, because it's all of those other people who, and the organizations and projects that are not on here. So as with what Commissioner Evers said, I do as well would say, have those conversations with staff and follow up in terms of what you could have done differently or how they can help in the future, however those discussions go. From what I heard from the conversation, I did hear that progress has been made in terms of how we're looking at these types of projects, which is just great, and I appreciate that. I also heard that there was review by the Equity Advisory Committee, which is also a great piece to have in there as well. There were 2 projects that stood out for me, two of the proposals for State Route 37, I believe, and then State Route 71. And I would like if possible, the applicants of those 2 projects to come up and speak a little bit to the concerns that were raised. For 37, it was a lot about sea level rise and the concerns about what this investment will be and the longevity of it. And then for 71, there were comments related to congestion, displacement. And so if that applicant could speak to those concerns as well. But I do just want to leave this to just thank everyone for all of their work, and thank you for everyone who's been there commenting in the audience, online, and just really dedicated to the public process. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. See Director Taylor.
And Gloria, you want to come up and talk about 71? I think I'll let MTC and Caltrans D4 duke it out on who wants to be the first to speak on that one.
So thank you, Director Taylor, Chair Grisby, commissioners, and Director Kiever, Gloria Roberts, District 7, Director representing Los Angeles and Ventura counties. And so Commissioner Mann, thank you for your question. Related to the SR 71 project, this is actually the second segment of an existing project that is currently in construction. And so this is in an expansion of a roadway from 2 to 4 lanes, given that because of the heavy volume of traffic that we have and the significant truck traffic, the project environmental document was actually completed back in 2002. So talking about projects that where it takes a couple of decades for it to come into fruition. We have gone through the process in terms of having partnered with LA Metro with their investments, with their measure funding. So this project was split into 2 segments just because of timing and funding and as we're going towards the project completion. And so to not be able to complete the second segment, which is the north segment of the 2 segments, there's a lot of features where there's significant truck traffic. And so this second segment actually does a lot in terms of raising the vertical clearance of the 2 bridges that go over the UPRR railroad. And so that actually helps with the freight movement because it allows the freight trucks to double deck to kind of expand the capacity of the rail that moves through. It also provides for pedestrian overcrossing that will provide dedicated bike and pedestrian lanes. And so it is multimodal, but this is a very congested corridor in which it is also both for truck and commute between Los Angeles and Bernardino counties, as well as Riverside and Orange County. And so the second part to your question, Commissioner Mann, to the displacements. Currently, as Commissioner Lugo referenced that, we do change over time. But given the fact that this project environmentally, we cleared it back over 20 years ago, and in which the design came through where there were actually displacements with this project. And so there were 17 residential displacements, but they were all, the properties have been cleared and we did offer a relocation assistance program. So all of the residents have been relocated. And so obviously now we would think twice and really not engage that because according to CAPTI 2.0, OSOL, the state is very much thoughtful about, not moving forward in this fashion with the displacements, with the concerns of housing and the cost of living. And so this is something kind of an example of a legacy project that we do feel still has its benefits and that we do appreciate the commission for thinking about and for recommending approval.
But they've all found new homes, correct?
Yes,
They've all been
yeah.
relocated. Thank you.
Yes.
And if I could just add, this is one project that you're seeing that is being done in this area. And you're seeing it because it is a project that improves freight movement, which is the goal of the Trade Corridors Enhancement Program. But what you're not seeing today is all the other investments happening around the area. There are multiple active transportation projects, which the CTC has graciously invested in the area. Metro is also doing multiple light rail projects in the area. So just north of here, we're about to extend a light rail, which is currently the longest in the world and will be even longer when it opens in Pomona. And then another project today, the MetroLink locomotives approved under the Solutions for Congested Corridors. It'll also operate on right under the rail bridges, which we're raising. And so there's a lot happening. It's a multimodal effort to improve everything in the county. And so what you're seeing today is just one piece of that.
Thank you.
We're going to hear from the SR 37 folks as well. I think that's part of the request.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Duan Nguyen. I'm the Deputy for Program Project Management for Caltrans District 4 and the single focal point for our capital program. With me here are some colleagues. And for Route 37, primarily the project will improve mobility, freight movement, as well as improve quality of life. By providing near-term congestion relief for a main east-west corridor in the North Bay, basically a major connection between jobs and housing, by doing two things. One is providing additional lane to encourage carpooling and transit, and two is provide early opportunities for nature-based flood protection. I think earlier Supervisor Moulton Peter mentioned that will be about 900 acres of marshland restoration, as well as about 300 bayland restoration as nature-based flood protection. The comments regarding the sea level rise, I will note that that was based on a presentation in 2020, based on a Ocean Protection Council projection at the time. Since then, that's been updated to the 2024 Ocean Protection Council, and the sea level rise projection based on different risk level has actually, projection now is about half of the 2018. So the risk level is low, intermediate, low, intermediate, high, and then high. For 2050, based on the 2024 Ocean Protection Council, it's about 12 inches. And on the 2018, that was 24 inches. So currently, based on the most best available science that we have at this point, with the funding approval, we would be able to finish construction and realize the benefit for the corridor up to 2050. And it doesn't mean that by 2050, the corridor will be underwater. It just means that based on the risk assumption level, there will be higher frequency of flooding in the corridor. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Do you know how many days of the corridor being underwater has that been projected?
The flooding is actually based on three factors, Chair. There's sea level rise, and then there's a storm surge, and there's king tide. Currently, based on the FEMA map baseline flooding, and 2050, on the western side of Route 37, basically west of Route 121, definitely would be underwater if nothing's done. This project here is east of 121. And so currently based on it's just a frequency of flooding. There's really no how many days or how many times a year.
Okay, and my final question is, we've heard a lot from advocates about their opposition to SR 37. What alternatives did you look at? I mean, just driving through that corridor, for me, it seems like the alternatives may be limited, but I'd like to hear it from you.
Yes, the partnership we've looked at, as you know, we did the Pell study or the long range study that calls for different alternatives from viaduct at the existing location or retreat option that goes further inland. The recommendation from the Pell that engaged a lot of resource agencies as well as all the partners. The selected alternative is to stay on the existing alignment is the least impactful as far as the balancing between the environment and, as you know, it's right in the middle of San Pablo Bay. So we did look at an alternative that go right across the bay on the alignment or the retreat option that will go further inland. So all three alternatives. But the list, as far as balancing the environment, the cost, and the timing, the on existing alignment or along existing alignment is the best option.
Thank you. Commissioner Mann, do you have any follow-up? Are you satisfied?
No, thank you for allowing me to ask those questions, and thank you to the applicants who came forward. And again, I appreciate all the work that has gone into this process, and the amount of time and hours that people have dedicated, whether it's through the application process, the review process, or even through the commenting process. So thank you all for that, and thank you for allowing me to occupy some space to ask some questions. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Commissioner Tiffany. Oh,
Wait,
I think you
I'm sorry, good. Do you want- good, okay. Just to follow up on that question there was some confusion obviously on the 2040 and 2050 timelines as far as projected inundation. You made the distinction that there's been more recent data gathered on potential flooding, and that would be the 2050 timeline more so, correct? And then subsequently, when does construction begin and when does it projected to end on that project?
First on the sea level rise projection, the project is actually designed for 100 years in the future. So actually it's 2130. 2050 is kind of a mid-year that we use. As far as construction with the funding approval, we're anticipating to finish the design by late next year and start construction.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Elliott.
Thanks, Chair. I know it's getting late, so I'll be quick. I am inclined to support this item, vote for it. I do have a couple of questions, which I think are directed at CTC staff, but if the 37 crew wouldn't mind hanging nearby. I asked staff in advance of this meeting as I was trying to figure out my thoughts on these projects, who uses State Route 37. The answer, 44% of people who use it on a weekday are commuters. Of those people, 70% earn less than $100,000 a year, and 36% of those commuters earn less than $50,000 a year. They're going into the Bay Area for jobs. They're living in places like Winters or Fairfield or Woodland. Why are they living in those communities? Perhaps they love living in those communities and that's where they grew up. Or perhaps they're living there because there are no housing options near their jobs. We have created the conditions where there's not enough housing in the Bay Area. We have created the jobs housing imbalance. People need to live somewhere. I am not comfortable choking off their ability to get to their jobs. What we need to do as a state, I believe, is work a lot harder to streamline a lot more housing in places near jobs. Perhaps that's controversial. I guess there's a bill moving through the legislature right now. But that's what we need to do. It brings me to the question about State Route 37, which I heard, and I've read the letters and I've listened closely to the testimony. Again, I'm inclined to support this, but I do have two questions. The first builds on Commissioner Mann's question, so maybe I'll start with that one. I'll say both questions at the same time, and please feel free to probably Beverly answer them as you see fit. The first, I heard a couple of times that because of the flood projections, this particular project would be ineligible for federal funds. I'd like to explore that a little bit and understand that question. And then the second question, well, let me stop there. Let me ask that question first, and I'll ask the second question after. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner Elliott. So this project already has federal funds, and so it will be compliant with federal law.
And there would, notwithstanding a politically motivated take back by the federal government, this would continue to be federally funded. In other words, we wouldn't lose eligibility.
Yes.
Thanks. The next question I have is, it was raised a number of times and I'm curious to the answer. Why is this being funded as a trade corridor project when, as I said, I thought of it as a commute project? That's why I asked staff about who uses the road.
Yeah, I can tell you more about why it was competitive in TSEP. So SR 37 is a critical east-west route connecting US 1 to US 101 to I-80. It's designated as a critical urban freight corridor and a critical rural freight corridor. and it carries about 25% of North Bay freight. It supports about $24.6 billion annually in goods movement, and it's a critical route for transporting agriculture, so fruit, vegetables, nuts, grains, animal feed, and nursery products. So there's already a lot of truck traffic using the route. It's a 21-mile route, and the two alternate routes, if it's flooded, are SR12 and SR116, which is 44 miles. And the other route is the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge, which is 43 miles. So it would be significantly longer truck travel. And then it demonstrated several freight benefits. So it will be reducing truck travel time by 155,000 hours per year. It's going to, so currently the peak travel time through this 21-mile corridor is 100 minutes, and it will prevent the travel time from rising to 323 minutes if no action is taken. And then again, it reduces closures due to flooding, which would avoid trucks rerouting and adding VMT, and it removes a major bottleneck between US 101 and I-80. So that's why it scored well in TSEP.
Thanks. As I understand it, I don't want to put words in your mouth. It's really about making sure that this route, while it may not be considered traditionally a freight route, it's about making sure that we're not displacing heavy truck traffic onto what are certainly not freight routes. And I imagine that that is what SB1 and all of the resultant program guidelines contemplate when we think about TSIP and freight routes.
Yeah, so
Placement as opposed to capacity.
yes, we don't want to displace this traffic onto other routes, which will add to VMT and to air pollution.
Thank you, Beverly. Mr. Chair, yeah, those are my questions. I'm comfortable supporting this. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up is Commissioner Tiffany.
Thank you, Chair. My comments are going to be a little bit more general. I was listening to my fellow Commissioner Lugo's comments, and I thought they were, very thoughtful and with a lot of valid points. And the longer I'm on this commission, the more I realize how complicated a lot of these decisions are. We've heard people supporting and supporting projects. We've heard people that are vehemently against some of these projects, largely because of environmental reasons. But when I look at, specific, there's many projects like the Santa Barbara Corridor Project, which is, we've heard today, this is the final piece after probably 25 to 30 years of trying to get there. Certainly a worthy project, and certainly how can we as a commission after 25 or 30 years of saying yes, suddenly say no to a project like that? I certainly can't. Projects like close to my backyard, the Watsonville Santa Cruz corridor, which is, I drive regularly. It's a huge safety issue. Same thing with the 156 Castroville area. Plus, many of these projects they're multimodal. We hear some comments like, this part of the project we don't like, but this part is great. Well, you can't pick and choose particularly. So, like I said, it's complicated. And then on top of that, Commissioner Lugo comes from certainly a much more urban area than I do. So my perspective, of course, is a bit different coming from a more rural area. And as we were just talking about, in my community, when people are stuck in traffic heading to Silicon Valley because of the housing job imbalance, it is a huge issue. We don't have transit for these people to do as an alternative. They don't have local jobs to stay, so they don't have to commute. their only option is to get in a car and drive. Someday I hope that's not the case, but right now that, that is the case in many of these more rural areas, and that are moving up into a more urban area to find the work. And so we have to look at those differently. I guess in the end, for me, it comes back to the fact that I think we do have a tremendous staff that has done amazing work here in evaluating these projects. And I think they've done, amazing work to come up with the best projects. I frankly hate to compliment Matthew too much because of his affiliation with the Dodgers, but in spite of that, in all seriousness, Matthew, you and your team have done amazing work. I have a lot of confidence in the work that the staff has done. And so I'm going to certainly be supportive of this. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Any other comment? I see Vice Chair Falcon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question, I think a comment on the 37th, just for my edification. I'm just kind of looking at things from a certain level as it is right now. Barring funding for this project as it is now, what is the alternative, not alternative routes to, plan future travel, but what is the alternative route that can be taken aside from 37?
Hi, Commissioner. My name is Kevin Chen. I'm with the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. So in terms of alternate routes to Highway 37, I think the closest is Highway 12, 116 to the north. And then to the south is the I-580 Richmond-San Rafael Bridge. Both of those would essentially double the distance for, in order for people to get to their destinations. So Highway 12 and 116 to the north is kind of like a windy rural road. It's really not easy to get around. And then 580 to the south, as you know, the I-80 corridor gets very congested. The Richmond-San Rafael Bridge itself is congested, so there's really no easy way to get around.
So how many miles is the 37?
37 from I-80 on the Solano side to 101 on the Marine side is about 20 miles or so.
25, okay, and how about the route that you just
So yeah,
articulated? Yeah.
Highway 12, 116 to the north. So you would have to go up on Highway 29 through Napa and then go west and then come down. It depends on where you go. I mean, you could go up to Sonoma, but it's almost double. It's not exactly double. I don't have the exact mileage in front of me, but you can imagine that, 37 you go straight across, but Highway 12 you would have to go north, across, and then come back down. Similarly for 580 on the south side, essentially would double the distance you could get across.
Okay, and thank you for that. And how long would that commute be compared to the 37?
How long the actual travel time?
Approximately, yes. I mean, how much more travel would that require to take that route?
So I don't have the number in front of me, but I can imagine it would be a lot
Yeah,
longer because people are stuck on Highway 37 today. It takes 100 minutes for people to get home from the Marine side to the Solano side. And yet they are still stuck that route because you can imagine Highway 12 or 580 would take even longer than that, much longer than that. That's why they're still stuck on Highway 37, even though they are delayed for more than 100 minutes on a daily basis.
Okay. And I ask, right, because we're talking about, to Commissioner Elliott's point, folks that are living in those communities that have to commute. The option then is to take a longer route that sounds like it will take a longer time to get to where they need to be, which is work, right? And that, for me, that impacts my thinking in terms of what our investments need to consider.
we have to look at how this impacts people. So that was the question, and that helps me. Thank you for that. My comment is, and I really appreciate, my colleagues really unpacking some really thoughtful things, and it's mulling, it kind of is aligned with some things that I've asked in the past, and it comes down to land use and how we connect people to that land use. And land use is hard. Planning is hard. The whole process is hard, especially in the local level. By the time it gets to us, we assume that all that work, right? That the regions and the cities and the counties and the communities have done the work to really figure out what it is that they want to be as a community. And that's why data is so important, and we're trying to do better at collecting data. We have to go with what I think right now is what we know. And all the work that has been dedicated to get these projects ready for submission, and then to go through our guidelines that we continuously refine every cycle. And I think it's getting better, right? I see zero emissions. I didn't even know what that was 10 years ago, right? Zero emission opportunities, reconnecting communities, VMT, right? Actually lessening VMT. I just heard it right now. It informs me at multimodal. There was multimodal that was mentioned. I appreciate all the thoughtful comments that have been made on both sides. And it's coming from a place of, okay, what is best for the people that need this connectivity? And I have to have faith in our processes, the work that the staff has done, all of our deliberations throughout the years to get to our guidelines, and, to have that lens by which these projects go through. And so, and I've critiqued in the past, and I'm learning more and more, and it is really such an intricate art. And I appreciate it more and more and more. And I do appreciate that we have more work to do. I am inclined also to support. And I want to thank all sides that have come today and really persevered through this whole day, to provide your very thoughtful comments and support and concerns for our process and for our projects. But I have to have faith in, what all the effort that it takes to get to today. And so I'm inclined to support, and if it's okay, I would like to make a motion to approve.
I would like
Any other
second.
public comment? I mean, any other comment? Commissioner
Just
Egan?
like the second, the motion.
Okay, yeah, we'll get there. Commissioner Gardino, you have comment?
Chair Grisby and I are getting used to sharing the mic and turning it. So thanks for your patience and thanks for your leadership, Chair Grisby. It hasn't come up much yet, but I just wanted to reinforce on one of the other projects that I think had some folks concerned, and they're legitimate concerns. But that was the Tulare Road project that hasn't come up on the dais in this discussion. I was very impressed with the way our Central Valley leaders and communities of all political stripes and places on the continuum have come together to emphasize how important that is to their region. So as I look at this package and the incredible work that our team has done, we're so grateful to each of you. I just wanted to call out that project as well, as one that I find on balance compelling, and to see it so strongly supported across the political spectrum, all levels of government, and so many members of that community. And I just wanted to mention that before we vote today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other comment from commissioners? So I'll make my comment now, which is I definitely consider myself an environmentalist. I care deeply about the environment. I also care about the economy, care about equity, care about safety. That core four that we always talk about. We had a hearing for tolling on SR 37 not too long ago that I chaired, and I learned a lot from the people actually on the ground, a room full of actual people, members of the public, who have very strong opinions about their commutes. And I do believe that the SR 37 improvements are an equity issue because those are low-income people trying to get to work, and they have a very difficult time already, and it will only get harder for them as time goes on. So I want to make that comment. Is there a motion? Motion from Falcone and a second by who? From Eager. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. We'll now move on to the consent agenda. You find that? 42 through 69.
Yes, thank you. I will present that. Tabs 42 through 69 are action items on the consent calendar. Please make note of the change list, which shows that tab 65 has been withdrawn, and there are changes to tabs 44, 45, 50, and 63. And so with those changes, commission staff recommends approval of items 42 through 64 and 66 through 69 on the consent calendar.
All right, thank you. Any public comment on these items?
There's no public comment for these items.
Any comments from the commissioners on the dais? So moved by Gardino, seconded by Commissioner Tiffany. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Oh, did I hear a name? Okay. All those in favor, we already said that. Abstentions? None. Motion passes. We are now adjourned for the day.
Well done.